Series of What If Deku Becomes Living Hollow. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Narrator POV. Kaken, I'm not afraid of you anymore. From now on, Deku is the name of a hero. The green-haired boy yells through a terrified expression at his former childhood best friend, I'm going to enjoy ending you, Deku. Come here. The ash-blonde, red-eyed lunatic Bakugo propels himself toward Izuku with a blast and pulls back the lever on his gauntlet, revealing the pin on the inside. Die. The Katsuki Bakugo, no. You'll end him. He won't die if he dodges. Bakugo pulls the pin on his grenade and blasts Izuku full force in the center of his chest, blasting out the other side, leaving a 6-inch diameter hole where Izuku's heart was. Landing on the floor with smoke exiting his wound, and speaks in a broken, quiet voice. Why, you really hated me, didn't you, Kaken? Izuku says as he hits the floor. Young Midoriya. All Might screams as he bursts through the surveillance room and runs to Izuku's location. As All Might leaves the room, the class of 1A notices something. Izuku's body starts to convulse violently. Suddenly Izuku sits up and vomits a white substance out of his mouth that shoots up to cover his face, forming a mask of sorts. Then Izuku snaps back to consciousness, screaming as the process continues. He screams out in pain, with his voice slowly beginning to echo as the substance covers the left of his head. His screams are replaced by maniacal laughter. Haha, aha. Izuku springs back to his feet with half a white mask over his face. Meanwhile, Bakugo is watching in horror at the scene that is playing out before him. I ended him. But what the hell is this? Bakugo screams in his head as he sees Izuku stand up with his head covered with a white mask that looks like a dragon with 3 green lines traveling up horn above his left eye. Izuku's other eye has turned black while his iris stayed green, but it began to glow. Then the monster formerly known as Izuku Midoriya speaks. So, you finally had the balls to do it, Kaken. After years of constant bullying and even telling me to jump off the roof to end myself, you go and actually end me? Just for being allegedly quirkless? I'm going to have fun choking the life out of you. Ahaha. Izuku says with an eerie echo to his voice. Suddenly Izuku launches forward, grabbing Bakugo by the throat and pushing him through the wall, laughing as he begins to choke Bakugo. Wryu, you're not human? Who am I? I don't have a name, but I can assure you that I am a part of Izuku that you made fun of him for not having. I am his quirk, though if I had to pick a name, I'd call myself Ukuzi. Ukuzi begins to tighten his grip on Bakugo's throat as he slams him into a wall. Suddenly All Might busts into the building and sprints to see Ukuzi choking out Bakugo. In an instant, All Might rushes Ukuzi and rips the white mask off his head, throwing it to the floor where it shattered. Ukuzi screams after the mask was torn off, and he then passes out. As All Might goes to lift his deceased successor, he notices that the hole on Izuku's chest had closed and Izuku was now breathing, albeit faintly, but he's alive. Villain team is disqualified. Bakugo, you are coming with me to the principal's office after I bring Izuku to Recovery Girl. All Might then vanishes, running as fast as he can to RG's office. Once arriving, he sets Izuku down on a cot and calls for RG to heal him immediately. All Might goes to RG's computer and pulls up the surveillance footage of Izuku's death and the birth of Ukuzi. What even is this? First we see Izuku get ended by Bakugo, and the next moment he's on his feet with a dragon-like mask choking the life out of Bakugo. Whatever that thing was seemed to not only be self-aware but know of Izuku's past. He even named himself Ukuzi and called himself Izuku's quirk. Whatever it is, I feel like this won't be the last time we will see Ukuzi. I am going to the principal's office to give Bakugo a deserving punishment for attempting to end Izuku. Yagi looks at his successor in the cot asleep after being healed by RG, sighs and walks to grab Bakugo and bring him to Nezu's office. Once arriving, All Might sits Bakugo down in the chair opposite of Nezu and pulls the footage up on Nezu's computer of the incident. Izuku is stable and his wound has been healed by this entity called Ukuzi, but Bakugo, you went out of your way to blast Izuku with your strongest attack at point-blank range. If it wasn't for Ukuzi and RG, I would have you behind bars for the murder of Izuku Midoriya. Nezu watches the footage of Ukuzi beating down Bakugo and Izuku healing the wound. After thinking for a bit, he speaks up. Katsuki Bakugo. If you ever use your gauntlet attack on another student again, you will immediately be expelled from UA and all of the other hero schools in Japan. The only reason that I am not expelling you is because this entity called Okuzi brought Izuku back from the dead. Get out of my sight before I change my mind. 2 weeks had passed and Izuku was finally coming to in RG's office. He feels someone on his leg and notices someone else in the room aside from RG. Izuku's sight comes back and he sees Ida sitting in the chair next to his bed and Achiko leaning over his chest to sleep. Ida, Uraraka? What happened? Midoriya. You're awake. Get up, Uraraka. Izuku is awake. Achiko wakes up and instantly hugs Izuku. Izuku. You're back, you're finally back. We saw the footage of Bakugo ending you and Okuzi attacking Bakugo. I'm just glad you are alright. Slow down, Uraraka. Who's Okuzi? Slow down, Uraraka. Who's Okuzi? Ida pulls out his phone and shows Izuku the footage of himself getting ended by Bakugo and Okuzi laying waste to Bakugo before All Might tore the mask off of Izuku. I did that. What does he mean that he is my quirk? I meant exactly what I said, dumbass. Now, try not to get yourself ended again because it's a serious problem for me if you die. Who said that? Midoriya, we didn't say anything. Yeah, Aizu, nobody said a word. What was that voice just now? It's me, idiot Okuzi, your better self. You didn't even say thank you for saving your sorry ass. Guys, he's talking to me. Midoriya, you should at least thank him for saving you. Thank you for saving me, Okuzi. Us Izuku, I saved us. We are the same person. Izuku is Okuzi and Okuzi is Izuku. I am your true quirk, but if you want to wield my power you have to defeat me in your mindscape. Izuku lays back down and looks to Achiko. He said that he is in fact my quirk, and if I want to wield his power I have to defeat him. Well, since Okuzi can raise you from the dead, this isn't all bad. Come on, let's go to class. Uraraka, we're just going to go home. Mom is probably worried about us. Midoriya, why have you started calling yourself we? Well, Okuzi said that we are the same person but also two different entities, so I figured to refer to myself as we instead of I since Okuzi is a part of me. Anyways, I will see you all tomorrow. Izuku gets home and is immediately tackled by his mother, and to his surprise All Might is at his house but he isn't in his buff form. My little Izuku is alright. You've been gone for over 2 weeks. What happened to my Izuku? Mrs. Midoriya, let me show you this. It is Izuku's death and the activation of his true quirk. What? My little Izuku died. Who did it? Mom, relax, just watch the footage, it will explain somewhat of the situation. Yagi pulls up the video of the birth of Okuzi and Inko bursts into tears. Why would Bakugo do that? He ended you. I'm going to call Mitsuki right now and tell her to come see this. And I am going to have Bakugo apologize for this. Mom, it's fine, I'm alive and Okuzi put him in his place. He'll leave us alone from now on. Psst. I forgot to mention, since Okuzi has manifested, he kinda became his own person and he talks to me in my head. He also said that if I defeat him I will have full access to that form and possibly stronger versions at that. Well, somebody is catching on. You notice that I had more power in store for you. The next time I take over I will give you a small portion of said power. Well, I'm just glad you are safe. And I have some good news for you, Izuku. What is it? Well, why do you think Yagi Toshinori is here? Or better yet, why do you think All Might is here? Wait, you know that he's All Might? Yes, I do, but tell me, why do you think he's here? To show you the video? Nope, not even close. You see, he's my boyfriend. He's what? Yep, since your father left us I've been thinking for a long time about getting back to the dating scene. But I found out that Yagi was training you at the beach, and I also saw that he is All Might, and I asked him out and we've been together since your entrance exam. Well, congrats, Mom, but what should I call him? Mr. Toshinori? Dad Might? Dad Might works, Izuku, but wait until we get married. Well, I've had a long day. I learned I have another quirk and I also died the last time I was awake, so I'm going to bed. Good night. Izuku walks upstairs and Inko turns to Yagi and asks, do you think that was a little forward about our relationship or what? Inko, he literally died and came back to life because of his quirk. Telling him that we plan on getting married in the future was too much, though I like the idea of being Dad Might. Izuku POV. I wake up the next morning and get ready to school. I was about to leave when I noticed my mom and All Might asleep on the couch together. I leave through the front door and walk to the train station where I find Uraraka already waiting. Good morning, Uraraka-san, how are you today? I'm fine, Deku-kun, but can I see your chest? I want to see if you are actually fully healed. Are you okay? I take off my jacket and I unbutton my shirt, closing my eyes blushing, but I'm snapped back to reality when Uraraka screams. Deku, your chest. The hole just opened up. Can you breathe? Do you have a heartbeat? What? It's still there? But it healed, that's impossible. Then Uraraka puts her ear on my chest and listens for a heartbeat. I notice her face goes pale. Izuku, you don't have a heartbeat. Hold on a sec, I want to try something. I just found out that I am dead, so I don't care what you do. Uraraka then decides to put her whole arm through my chest and touches my back. This is so weird, Izuku. We need to show our class. Alright, I will. But first, can you take your arm out of me? The train is here and people are giving us weird looks. After an awkward train ride, we get to school. Once we arrive to our classroom, Ichigo screams out, "Guys, look at this. Deku-kun, take off your shirt." I oblige and I take off my uniform jacket and shirt, revealing the hole through my chest, and the class gasps. I notice that Kaken has a pale as a ghost face when he sees the hole. If you guys think that's cool, watch this. Ichigo says as she proceeds to stick her arm through my chest, resting her face on my abs as she waves her hand on the other side of my back. Then Momo faints and Denki throws up, the door swings open and Aizawa just looks at me with Ichigo's arms sticking out of the hole in my back. I don't get paid enough for this shit. Pick a class president and write down who it is. I'm going to go back to sleep. He then zips up his sleeping bag and leaves, crawling away like an inchworm. Uraraka, please take your arm out of Midoriya. It's weird to say the least. Please, Uraraka, it feels weird too. Okay. Why did she sound disappointed when she said that? Ida, alright, well, let's choose our class rep then. We should do this democratically. And for Pete's sakes, Midoriya, stop messing with the hole in your chest, it's creeping me out. Kirishima, yeah, Midoriya, as manly as it is that you have a huge hole in your chest, can you not mess with it? Bakugo, let Deku do what he wants. You wouldn't want Akuzi to make a reappearance because I sure as hell don't. Not after getting choked out and almost dying. Izuku, Kaken, you have no room to talk about almost dying since you literally blew a hole through my chest and ended me. Bakugo, point made, just don't let Akuzi out at me again. Izuku, stop bullying me and I might consider it. Ida, now then let us vote on who the rep will be. And Midoriya, have you named your quirk yet? Izuku, no, and I have no idea what to call it. I just have a split personality, white dragon-like mask, and a huge hole in my chest. Mina, speaking of which, do you even have a heartbeat anymore? Ichigo, nope. I listened for one this morning and I didn't hear anything. Denki, well, I'm going to school with a zombie, that's neat. After all the votes were tallied, Ida wrote the winners on the chalkboard. The class rep is Midoriya and the VP is Yaoyorozu. After Ida announced us as the class reps, we headed to lunch. After getting our food from Lunch Rush, we sat down to eat, and Ichigo asks a serious question that catches everyone off guard. Ichigo, hey Izuku? Has Akuzi spoken to you again? Izuku, yeah, he has. Uraraka, he said the next time he takes over my body, he will leave me with a portion of his power. He also said it would be a pain in the ass if he had to keep saving me. Ichigo, wait. Does it mean you have to die again? Akuzi, let me answer this one, boss. Izuku's scaras turn black and his irises glow bright green. Akuzi, let me answer that question for you, my queen. You see, I am tied to Captain's emotions. If he gets mad, I get mad and I take over for a fight. So, relax, sweetheart, I won't let boss die on you. Izuku's eyes return to their normal color and he snaps back to all his friends staring at him, with Ichigo floating around the room covering her now red face. Izuku, what did he say? Ida, well, he said that if you get really mad he will take over for the fight. He also called Uraraka your queen and sweetheart. He refers to you as captain for some reason. Izuku, he did what? Uraraka, come down please, that wasn't me, that was Akuzi talking. Midoriya, Akuzi is a part of you. He knows how you feel about your friends and Bakugo. I didn't think he was lying. Izuku, you're not helping Ida. I manage to grab Uraraka's arm and pull her down to the table where she finally calms down and begins to eat her food. I keep my hand around her arm in case she begins to float again, Then Okuzi speaks to me, haha, did you see her reaction, Cap? I flirted with her giving hints that we like her and she got all flustered. Ah. Okuzi, you idiot, look what you did. She's all red now and probably doesn't like us. That's where you're wrong, Cap. The fact that she actually got all flustered like that means that she likes you. I'm going to make her our queen whether you want my help or not. You will do no such thing, I will be the one to do that. I accidentally said out loud, to which I get questioning looks from my classmates. Okuzi? Ida asks and I just nod my head in response sheepishly. Then the intercom blares an emergency broadcast. Warning, level 3 security breach, all students and faculty evacuate immediately. Warning, level 3 security breach, all students and faculty evacuate immediately. All the students begin to panic and run out of the mess hall. I grab Achiko's hand to keep her from getting trampled in the mob of students. Ida calls out for us and Achiko touches his hand, making him float on accident. Ida, get everyone's attention and tell them it's just the press. Look outside. Ida turns to look out the window and sees President Mike and Aizawa getting mobbed by hundreds of members of the press. Everyone, it's just the press. Please just return to your classrooms. All the students stop and then return to class. Well, Cap, it looks like you were right when you said that you'd make that dame ours. I'm proud of you, huh? What do you mean, Okuzi? You're starting to get on my nerves. Looks whose hand you're still holding, dumbass. I notice that I'm holding someone's soft hand and I also feel cat-like paw pads on this person's hand. I look up to see Achiko staring at me with her face so red it makes Kirishima's hair look pink. Deepening to her hand. I let go of her hands and proceed to freak out. Hey. I'm SSS sorry, you Uraraka. I say, covering my face with my arms to try to hide my blushing face. Soon the lunch bell rings and we head to class. As soon as we get there, Aizawa perks up from his sleeping bag, says, "Class dismissed, go home," and then smacks his head on his desk and goes back to sleep. Achiko, Ida and myself walked home. On the way, Achiko and Ida began to ask questions about my interesting new quirk. Ida, so Midoriya, I didn't ask, but what was with that white mask you had when you fought Bakugo? It looked kinda like a dragon. Izuku, I have no clue, but Okuzi did say that he would take over my body, so my guess is that when that happens again that mask will appear, but I get the feeling that was only the beginning of that transformation. Achiko, well, I think you looked pretty cool. That mask will intimidate all the villains who try to attack you, Deku-kun. Izuku, thank you, Uraraka. What do you think of the dragon-like form, Ida? Ida, I think we should call your quirk Vast Lord of Dragons, since that form is dragon-related and you have a vast range of abilities yet to be discovered. Izuku, I got it. Instead of the Vast Lord of Dragons, what do you think of Vasto Lord's Del Dragon? Achiko, that sounds awesome. Izuku's left eye turns black and Okuzi takes control of Izuku's vocal cords. Okuzi, thanks, sweetheart. You'll be sure to have Cap reward you when you two get together. I can tell that you like Cap. I can feel your heart rate increase whenever you're near him, and I also know that when you talk to Cap your voice gets a couple tones higher. Don't worry your pretty little head, Myoka. Izuku is head over heels for you and I've been trying to get him to man up and ask you out, but it seems I had to do it for him. So, Oka, will you be Cap's queen? Achiko, I mean it W would be and nice to be W with Izuku, B but I wanted hi him T to ask me. Izuku, Ukuzi. What the hell? I told you to let me handle it. I'm sorry, Uraraka-san, that he asked that before I could, but WLYBBMIQ queen? Achiko, S is a sure. Ida, welp, I'm leaving. I guess I should congratulate the new couple. Congrats guys, now if you'll excuse me I'm going home. Izuku and Achiko, bye Ida. Congrats Cap, or should I call you King now? Yeah, I'm going to call you King. Well, congrats, we got that sweet bubbly Oka as our queen. I'm proud you decided to grow a pair and make her our queen. Okuzi, that was mean and underhanded that you took over my mind and told her of my feelings, but thanks to you we now have a girlfriend. Can I rely on you to protect her at all costs? Listen, King, I said I was going to leave you a portion of my power when I to a full body takeover. If someone so much as touches our queen, I will instantly take over your body and dispose of them if as I see fit. Well, just don't hurt my classmates. Villains on the other hand are fair game. Even Baku Beach? Yes, even him. Izuku, Uraraka-san. Since we are two together now, W want to H hold H hands? Achiko, sure. We continued to walk to the train station holding hands, but we didn't speak to each other on the way there since we were so flustered about the whole thing until we got to the train station. Once we got on the train, Ichigo sat next to me on our way home. Our ride was around half an hour, and due to the fiasco that went on at lunch today, we were both extremely tired. Uraraka, you should get some rest, we've had a long day. Don't worry, I'll wake you when we get to your stop. Thanks, Deku-kun, but please call me Ichigo from now on. Okay, Ichigo, but since I'm going to call you Oka, can you call me by my name? Sure, but I'm going to call you Izu anyways. You'll wake me up when we get to my stop. Ichigo nestles her head on my shoulder and falls asleep. She still has her fingers laced with mine, and I notice the cat-like paw pads she has on her hands. I press my fingers against the paw pad and I notice it feels exactly like that of a cat's. I set an alarm on my phone for 5 minutes before we get to her stop, and I lay my head over hers and fall asleep. 25 minutes pass by in what felt like seconds, and my alarm goes off. When I wake up, I see Mina walk off the train. She turns around, gives me a smirk, and walks away. I stoke my hand through Ichigo's hair and she wakes up. Morning, beautiful. Sleep well? I should tell you that our resident ship expert Mina just got off the train smirking at me. That's fine, Izu. Our class would have found out eventually, especially since Ida and Denki are making a class group chat for us. There is no way that is going to end well, especially if it has anything to do with Bakugo. Well, your stop is here, Oka. I'll see you tomorrow. Ichigo gets up, grabs her bag, and begins to walk away. Then she turns around and hugs me before leaving the train, saying, "Bye, Izu," she says as the doors close behind her. Well, King, it seems that she's a keeper. I wonder how our quirks will mix when you knock her up. I'm betting it will be a Vasto like myself that has total gravity control. Akuzi, I'm not trying to be rude, but why are you so dead set on saving my life and getting me with Ichigo? It's because I am your instincts. I am your instinct to stay alive, to be with a woman, and your self-doctrine of protecting others at all costs. Well, seems like I have you to help with hero work, so thank you, but being a hero means putting others before ourselves. Listen here, King, and listen well. My most important motive is to keep us alive at all costs, though I will help people just like you. Just remember that I hold us over others, because if you die, I die. Granted, we are already dead since you no longer have a heart. The thing that has replaced your heart is the white mask I'm going to give you when I do a full transformation. When I am in control, take notes on my moves, because you'll be able to do them as well when you summon the mask. Thank you, Akuzi. Now I have a long day tomorrow and I want to get some rest when we get home. So do you mind being quiet till tomorrow? Sure, but since I'm going to be quiet for you, you have to do something for me. And what is that? Kiss Ichigo? www what? She'll like it. You know what, screw it, I'll kiss her, but when we get home I'm going to sleep. The full hollowification. I woke up the next morning and did my usual morning ritual of the shower and got ready for school. After waving bye to my mom, I left for school. After meeting up with Ichigo and Ida, we get to our classroom and are met with our classmates smirking and Mina holding her phone up showing Jiro and Hagakure picture. Morning, lovebirds. How was your train ride home yesterday? Ichigo starts to blush and I grab her arm to keep her from floating away. I felt a sudden surge of confidence as if Akuzi was cheering me on, and I smiled slyly and said, I don't know, Ashido. Does this answer your question? Without giving her any time to register my words, I swing Ichigo around to me and kiss her on the lips as passionately as I could, closing my eyes in the process. My train of thought was interrupted by Mina, Momo, Jiro, Hagakure and Tsuyu squealing at our display. I take a step back from Ichigo and look at her now beet red face, with her mouthing words but nothing coming out. Now Mina, if you have any questions about us, be sure to ask. I'd gladly tell you about how perfect my queen is. Aizawa, alright, quiet down. Midoriya, why is Ichigo floating like a balloon? Mina, I can answer that it's because we have the first official couple of Class 1A. And it's Izuoka. Aizawa, Izuoka? Oh, Izuku and Ichigo, okay. But that still doesn't explain why Ichigo is blushing and flying around the room. Izuku, that's because she's flustered. I kissed her for the first time to prove to Mina that we're together and she kind of did that. Siro, I got her. Izuku, bring her down to me. Aizawa, well, since we no longer have a human balloon, I suggest that you all get in your hero outfits because we are headed for rescue training off campus this morning. We go to get changed in the locker rooms and Minetta pulls Denki and myself over to him. Minetta, Midoriya Kaminari. Come here, I found a portal to paradise. Kaminari, Minetta, what did you find? Minetta, I found a hole that looks into the girls' locker room. I'm going to see all the booty. Bakugo, oh, the little grape baby has found a way to look at my woman. I'm only going to tell you this once. Say anything about her or even look at her in a way that I would, and I will personally send you to hell in as many pieces as possible. Minetta, I snap back to control over myself and feel something attached to my face. I pull the thing off my face and I look at it, noticing that it is 3/4 a completed mask. I throw it on the floor and turn around to see Minetta cowering in fear at me and the others just standing wide-eyed at what just happened. I raise my right eyebrow and they all say at the same time, Bakugo, and I just shake my head, put on my gym uniform and gauntlets, then leave after apologizing to Minetta. After getting on the bus, all of my classmates begin to talk about our quirks. Tsuyu, Midoriya-chan, your quirk is an awful lot like All Might's. Are you two related by any chance? Izuku, I don't know, the only relative I know of is my mother. My father left shortly after my mom found out she was pregnant with me. The only thing I know about him is that he is a villain. Tsuyu, well, sorry to hear that, but since you don't know, there is a chance that he may be a relative of yours since your power is so much like his. Kirishima, well, his quirk is a lot like All Might's, but you are forgetting a major difference. All Might doesn't hurt himself like Izuku. Izuku, well, that's because he can actually regulate the power he uses, whereas I don't know how. Achiko, yeah, but once Aiza learns how to use his powers from his Vasto Lord's Del Dragon quirk and his All Might-like quirk, he'll be #1 for sure. Mina, well, if that's the case, Achiko-chan, it seems like you'll have an easy life as the housewife to the #1 pro hero. The only thing you'd have to worry about is raising his brats and their crazy powerful quirks. Achiko, yeah, but that's a long time from now, so I'm going to savor every moment I have with my Aizu. Momo, wow, she didn't get flustered this time. Aizawa, alright, shut up brats, we are here. Akuzi, hey king, we got a problem. Izuku, what do you mean Akuzi? Akuzi, there are villains inbound, are you going to let me handle them? Izuku, yes, but after we get inside, the moment they arrive you know what to do. Akuzi, I probably should warn your friends because I don't think they'd appreciate an impromptu bloodbath. Izuku, at least try to not end them. If they hurt Achiko or anyone else, then show no mercy. I walk off the bus and enter the USJ building with my class. We are greeted by the rescue hero 13, where 13 explains what we will be doing. Suddenly we are interrupted by Kirishima saying, "Whoa, we even get fake villains to fight, this is cool." Aizawa whips around and sees the villains and screams out, 13, get the children to safety, this isn't a drill, those are real villains. He was about to jump down the stairs but stops when he sees me emitting a black and green aura. Then Akuzi takes over my voice and we speak at the same time. Izuku/Akuzi, you bastards really think that you can just come in here and attack us to put us in our place and deter us from becoming heroes? I have news for you poor bastards, as soon as you touched the floor here your fates were sealed. Ida, go to UA, get the teachers, somebody needs to clean up this mess when I'm done. Hand villain. Tough talk coming from a fledgling hero brat. You are going to be the first to die, then we are going to end All Might. Narrator POV. Izuku begins to scream in anger as he enters the transformation. Suddenly his uniform top gets ripped off, revealing the hole in his chest, and 2 large skeletal dragon wings sprout out of Izuku's back as his mask covers his entire head. His hair grows to knee length and his arms and legs change to resemble that of a dragon. His arms have become scaly, his fingers have become like razor-sharp daggers. His feet have changed to be that of a dragon's with 3 razor-sharp talons on each foot. A new joint forms in his legs, making them bend backwards. Akuzi, relax teach, I got this. Oh, and you might want to take a few steps back because you're in the splash zone. Rhea has. The newly born Hollow jumps off the staircase, letting out a primal rage-filled roar that deafens the villains that were too close to him. Meanwhile, all of Class 1A had made it outside the USJ building with the exception of Aizawa and 13. The villains watch in horror as a human dragon comes flying at them at blinding speeds. The dragon extends its wings and begins to breathe fire on itself, becoming an inferno of bones and black fire. Akuzi extends his claws and swipes them into a horde of villains, burning them alive and cutting them down with the sheer wind pressure alone. Okuzi then flies up to the middle of the room and exhales a massive torrent of black flames at the army of villains, incinerating all of them until 3 remain. The hand villain, the purple wisp, and the giant bird-like beast with an exposed brain. Hand villain, Numu, end this brat. The Numu lets out a shriek and jumps up to meet Okuzi in the air. Numu throws a massive right hook to Okuzi's mask, but its fist gets caught in Okuzi's mouth. He uses the sharp dragon teeth of the mask to bite off the Numu's arm. He then breathes an ocean of black fire onto the Numu, sending it back to the ground, carbonizing the arm that Okuzi just bit off. He then dive bombs the Numu at blinding speeds and slams his claws into the beast's eyes, grabs it by the face and throws him through the mountain range of the landslide zone. As the Numu gets up, Okuzi teleports in front of him and charges a deep green beam in his mouth before firing it at the Numu, only to barely miss it as the Numu jumped out of the way of the blast. The Numu grabs one of the wings of Okuzi and attempts to throw high out of the air, but with only one arm the Numu does nothing. Okuzi then spins violently as the Numu gets sent flying towards the ground, leaving a 10-meter deep crater due to the force of the impact. Okuzi vanishes and appears in front of the Numu. Lifting his hand, Okuzi uses his talons on his hand to cut his palm open. Letting the blood drip to his finger, Okuzi grabs the face of the Numu and charges another attack. This time the beam is a bright blue-colored ball of energy, forms in Izuku's hand and grows around the Numu's head. Okuzi screams out the name of the attack with his eerie echoing voice reverberating off the walls of the USJ. Gran Ray Zero. The beam expands and engulfs the Numu and vaporizes him completely. Hand villain, you cheater! That Numu was made to end a 100% All Might, and it was beaten by a child. Mark my words, brat, Tamura Shigaraki will end you. Kurogiri, warp us out of here. Tamura sprints to escape the dragon and dives into the portal Kurogiri opened up just in time to escape another Zero Blast that slammed into the ground where the portal once was. Okuzi lands back on the ground in the center of the USJ building, turning around to look at a horrified Aizawa and 13. The scaly body of hollow Okuzi cracks and shatters, falling to the floor like a shedding exoskeleton. Once the shell had fallen off Okuzi, the real Izuku is revealed underneath, wearing a smaller mask than his hollow form. As soon as all the screaming and energy blasts stop, all of Class 1A came running back into the building to assess the damage. Once getting inside, they all see almost everything in the building is on fire. The mountains have a humanoid-shaped hole in them, and Izuku is lying in the middle of a crater out cold. Once she gets inside, Achiko sees Izuku passed out and pushes past everyone to get to Izuku. Achiko uses her quirk to lift up Izuku and carry him back to the entrance just as All Might arrives. Achiko hands the unconscious Izuku to All Might and places a small kiss on Izuku's forehead. All Might vanishes with Izuku in his arms and rushes to RG's office, placing him down on a bed before returning to the USJ building to assess the damages. Once All Might arrives, he sees what looks like a war zone with massive craters and claw marks on the ground. Most of the trees and miniature buildings in the facility are being burned by green fire. Dead and unconscious villains littered everywhere, and a massive smoldering trench leading toward the landslide mountain zone. The tallest mountain has a muscly humanoid-shaped hole going all the way through it. All Might walks towards Aizawa and asks him what happened. All Might, what happened, Eraser? Aizawa, Ukuzi happened. He went on a rampage, ended several villains, and a bioengineered beast made to end you. All Might, tell me what exactly happened. I need details, Eraser. I already knew Okuzi had something to do with this. Aizawa, well, the villains appeared. Izuku got pissed off, transformed into a human dragon hybrid with a full head dragon mask. He attacked the villain army, burning them not nothing and ripping off limbs. The Numu, as they called it, was ordered to attack, and Okuzi bit its arm off, bathed it in fire, and vaporized him with a move he called a Gran Ray Zero. The two villain leaders escaped. All Might, well, that's good. I now know we have a student that is stronger than me. Maybe I can retire soon. Anyways, call the rest of the pros and the police to collect the villains. I need to check on young Midoriya. Achiko, All Might, can you bring me to him? All Might, why young Uraraka? Achiko, because he's my boyfriend. All Might, well, in that case yes, I will take you to him. All Might's thoughts. An OFA user hasn't had a child while they have wielded OFA, so I wonder if they do end up tying the knot if their child could inherit OFA or possibly a mutated version of it. Arriving at RG's office, All Might and Ichigo find Izuku out cold on one of the beds with RG typing on her computer about the literal medical anomaly that is Izuku Midoriya. Ichigo walks over to Izuku's medical cot and climbs into it with him. She wraps her arms around him and instantly falls asleep, leaving All Might and RG to discuss what happened. After an hour-long discussion at the fact that Izuku is now stronger than his master, the entirety of Class 1A knocks the door down trying to get into the room. After most of them got up, Hagakure, Mina, Tsuyu, Jiro and Momo walk over to Izuku and Ichigo cuddling on Izuku's cot and begin to take pictures of the sleeping couple. Mina, they are going to hate us when they get up. Momo, that's why we don't tell them. Denki, I don't think Midoriya would care all that much. He did tongue kiss Uraraka in front of everybody this morning. Ida, when they wake up I am going to scold them for PD. I believe that we should let them rest. Skill Might walks into the room and sees the crowd around Izuku's cot. When the door closes behind him, the entire class turns their attention to Toshinori. Shit. There is no getting out of this, I might as well introduce myself. Ida, may I ask who are you, sir? Toshinori, I am the boyfriend of Izuku's mother Inko Midoriya. My name is Toshinori Yagi. Momo, well, it is nice to meet you. You seem like a good man and I hope you can become the father our friend needs in his life. He mentioned to us that his dad left when his mother found out she was carrying him. He also mentioned that his father is a villain. Toshinori, well, I didn't know. I was actually planning on marrying Inko eventually. I knew his father left them, but I had no idea he was a villain. Recovery Girl said that Izuku is just asleep. He used too much energy from his power and fell unconscious. I would also like to make aware to you that Izuku holds an instantaneous regeneration ability with his form. Ida, it's good to know he won't be hurting himself with his other quirk. Anyways, we are going to let them rest. You should tell Ms. Midoriya that Izuku is fine. The class leaves Izuku and Ichigo asleep on their cot and Toshinori walks over to Izuku's bed, sits in a chair and texts Inko a picture of Izuku and Ichigo snugging with each other with the caption, "A hero and his damsel." He then sends another text saying, "Looks like we don't have to worry about grandkids." After a while of texting Inko, Izuku stirs from his sleep, slowly waking up. Izuku POV. As I open my eyes I notice a weight on my chest. My vision adjusts to the room and I see Ichigo sleeping on my chest and All Might next to me on the chair to my left. I move my arms from under Ichigo and I wrap them around her back and pull her closer to my face. Doing this I caused her to start talking in her sleep. Izu, it's your turn to put the twins to sleep. I don't want to get up. My eyes open as wide as they could go at her response. I quickly look at All Might, who has a smile from ear to ear at her response to me moving her. I then get an idea and I ask her a few questions regarding our kids in her dream. Izuku, Oka Grandpa All Might is here. He wants to know their names and what the twins look like. Sleepy Ichigo. Okay Izu, our daughter Reiko has your hair and my eyes. She also has your freckles. Our son Izuka has my hair and your eyes. He also has my rosy cheeks. All Might decides to play along and also begins to ask the half-asleep Ichigo about his grandkids. While listening to the description she gave, he was trying his hardest not to laugh slightly. I look over to him and tell him to write down what she said about Reiko and Izuka because I thought it would be funny to tell her what she said in a half-asleep stupor. All Might, can you tell me what my grandkids did today? Sleepy Ichigo, I was trying to burp Izuka today, and when he did he breathed out fire like a dragon and singed my hair. Kind of like, how you can Izu? As soon as she says this, All Might and I burst out laughing, fully waking up Ichigo, who is now blushing, hiding her face in her hands. I suddenly feel her weight leave my chest and I tighten my grip around her back to keep her from floating away. I tell her she is floating again and she releases her quirk, falling back down onto my chest. She then looks up at me pouting and says, "Was I sleep talking?" I nod slightly before planting a kiss on her lips. All Might then speaks up saying, "Well, thanks to your sleep talking I now have an idea of what my future grandkids will look like. Thank you, young Uraraka." She then breaks our kiss, looks directly at Yagi and then says, "All Might? You are the only person that calls me young Uraraka, but why did you say your future grandkids?" That's because I'm dating Izuku's mother and I'm the closest person to a father that Izuku has ever had. I chirp in saying, "He's not wrong." She then turns to me, kisses me again and says, "What did I say, Izu? And we probably should go tell your mom." All Might, Well, you talked about your twins Reiko and Izuka. You talked about which one of you they looked like, and you said that Izuka burped up fire and burned your hair similarly to how Izuku could breathe fire. Izuku, wait, my vasto form can breathe fire? Does this mean I can do it? I guess I need to be using his power he left me to be able to breathe fire. Akuzi, ding ding ding. We have a winner. You won a small portion of my power. If you want to summon it, just claw the air in front of your face and focus on creating the mask. Izuku, well, Akuzi said that was right, so? Watch this. I claw the air in front of my face thinking of the image of the mask and it materializes on my face. When it appears I notice how heavy it feels. Looking through the reptilian-like eye holes I stare at an amazed Ichigo and a stunned All Might. I begin to speak while wearing the mask and I notice that the mouth of the mask moves with my jaw and my voice now echoes as if I was in a cave system. Izuku, whoa, I didn't realize how heavy this mask actually is. It feels like I have a 10-pound weight on my face. Ichigo, try exhaling forcefully, see if you can breathe fire. Toshinori, young Uraraka, that isn't a good idea in a medical room. RG, yes, I don't appreciate my medical equipment being melted by Mr. Dragon over here. Izuku, since you are up you are free to go, but I want to see something first. Deactivate your mask, take off your shirt and put your mask back on. Izuku, okay. Akuzi, just pull it off your face, it will disappear. I pull my mask off and drop it where it disappears into a black and green smoke. I take off my gym top, then undershirt. Once it's off I notice Ichigo, who's still laying on me now, has a nosebleed. I then summon my mask again and everyone is startled at what happens. RG, Izuku, take this mirror and summon your mask again. Look at your chest when you summon the mask. Izuku, let me guess, the hole appears when I activate the mask. Ichigo, yep, since it's back I'm going to put my arm in it. Izuku, I'd rather you not, Oka, besides it feels really weird. Ichigo, can you describe it? Izuku, imagine someone tickling your ribs inside your chest. It doesn't hurt but it just feels weird. Ichigo, weird good? Or weird bad? Izuku, both? Ichigo, I wonder what would happen if I stuck my arm through you and you get rid of your mask. Will your body just heal around my arm? Izuku, I'd rather not find out, Oka. RG, I've seen enough. You should go home. Izuku, your mom probably want to see if you are okay and probably wants to meet Ichigo. I sit up in the cot and remove my mask. Ichigo pouts at the fact that I got up, but I decided to pick her up and put my shoes on. I look to All Might, who was getting up, and I asked him if he is coming with us to my mom's house, to which he nods yes, and we head to my house with me still cradling Ichigo in my arms bridal style. After a half-an-hour train ride and a 10-minute walk we arrive at my apartment. Ichigo had fallen asleep in my arms on the train ride home. Once we arrive, All Might opens the door with my key, and as soon as the door opens my mom tackles Ichigo and I to the ground. I stand up, look at Ichigo, who still managed to sleep through the impromptu tackle from my mom, and I walk inside. I sit down on the couch still holding Ichigo as my mom proceeds to freak out at the fact that I now have a girlfriend. Inko, my Izu has a girlfriend. He's growing up so fast. When's the wedding? When am I getting grandkids? Izuku, Mom, slow down. Yes, she is my girlfriend, but you need to slow down, we've only been together for a couple days. Sleepy Ichigo, but the babies are crying again. It's your turn to deal with it. Inko, I have grandbabies. All Might, no Inko, not yet, that's just young Uraraka asleep talking about their twins Reiko and Izuka. Inko, she's dreaming of their future together, I wish I could see them. My mom starts to fangirl over Ichigo and I. She begins to mutter and word vomit about what the twins would look like. Until All Might pokes her shoulder and brings her out of her word vomit. She then gets out of her chair and heads to the kitchen and begins to cook us dinner. Once the smells enter the room, Ichigo sits up instantly and shouts, "Where's the food?" shocking me and knocking All Might out of his chair, scaring him. I lay down across the couch and flip on the television to one of my favorite animes, Dragon Ball Super. Coincidentally, it's also Ichigo's favorite as well. She lays down across my chest and we both watch our show while All Might and my mom cook dinner for all of us. My mom had made katsudon for us and Ichigo sat in my lap as we ate our dinner. Soon All Might coughed twice and grabbed our attention. All Might. So, Nedza brought to my attention that the school will be building dorms soon to keep the students safe. He called me this afternoon while Ichigo took a nap on your chest. Inko, I don't have a problem with dorms, just be sure to visit me on the weekend. Izuku, since we are getting dorms, can Ichigo and I share one? All Might, that's not up to me, you should ask Aizawa or Nedzu if you can. Akuzi, I think they might need some persuasion. Izuku, don't do anything stupid. Ichigo, I want to share a room with my Aizu. Inko, you need to be worrying about your hero future, so no funny business you two. Izuku and Ichigo, what? Akuzi, no promises? Narrator POV. Ichigo and Izuku began to blush at Akuzi's remark. At the same time it causes All Might to spit take and Inko to gasp sharply. With a very excited look on her face, Inko started to yell with joy at the very idea that she will be getting grandkids. By the time they finished dinner it was too late for Ichigo to go home. Inko decided to let her stay the night at her house. After brushing their teeth and getting changed into their sleepwear, Ichigo and Izuku cuddled up for the night, quickly passing out with Ichigo laying on Izuku's chest, while Izuku had his arms wrapped around her waist. Before Inko and Yagi went to bed, Inko snuck into Izuku's room and took a picture of the sleeping couple, deciding that she would get it framed and put on the wall. Izuku POV. I was woken up suddenly by the sound of my mom throwing up in the bathroom. Ichigo was still asleep, so I decided to silently get up out of bed, trying not to wake her, and head downstairs. Once I leave my room I hear All Might's voice from the downstairs bathroom. He was talking to my mom and asking her why she was sick all of a sudden. I get downstairs and I head to the bathroom where All Might was holding my mother's hair back and she was throwing up into the toilet. After her sick episode, All Might leaves the bathroom to allow my mom to brush her teeth and get ready for today. I walk to the kitchen and grab a bottle of water and an apple from the fridge. Me, how'd my mom get sick? Was it something she ate? All Might, I don't know Izuku. If you ask me, I think she just ate something foul. She'll probably be fine in a couple days. Ichigo, what's going on? Who's sick? Me, my mom was throwing up this morning. We think she ate something bad yesterday. I say, taking a sip from my water bottle. Ichigo, I don't think that's why Aizu. All Might, then what do you think the reason is, young Uraraka? Ichigo, All Might, please call me Ichigo, and you probably should go ring shopping because I believe that Ms. Midoriya is pregnant. Once Ichigo says this, my mom swings the door to the bathroom open, wide-eyed with tears of joy cascading down her face, looking at All Might. I spit take all the water I was drinking at Ichigo on accident, and All Might falls flat on his face because he passed out. I quickly grab a towel for Ichigo and apologize for accidentally spitting on her. My mom tries to resuscitate All Might while having a mini panic attack at the fact that she is pregnant. Once we manage to wake him up, my mom tackles him to the floor, hugging him, crying tears of joy. Ichigo and I laugh at her reaction. Then All Might looks to me and gives me a look saying, "Let's talk, this is important." After my mom gets off of him, she calls Ichigo to the kitchen with her to start making breakfast while me and All Might go to talk in my room privately. All Might, well, that was one way to start off a morning. Izuku, what do you think about all this? Me, it's great. I'm going to be an older brother and I am finally going to have a dad. All Might, well, I think it's about time I retire. Izuku, the UA Sports Festival is coming up soon and I'm going to make my retirement public on that day so I can marry your mother and raise our child, and I want you to announce that you are my successor in your speech since you are the freshman representative. Bakugo lost that title when he ended you. Me, well, this is a lot to take in. Are you going to tell them why you are retiring, because of my mom? All Might, no, if I did that villains would target our family, doing that would put you all in danger. Me, what do you think I should say in the speech? I can't just blatantly say that I am your successor. All Might, you just need to tell the world that I am here, and I think you'll do fine. Me, actually, I have an idea, but you'll just need to wait and see what I have to say about my speech. Do you mind me telling Ichigo about One for All? You have told some of your closest friends like RG and Nedzu, so I was wondering if I could do the same. All Might, yes. Only Ichigo, since she is your lover, but you must make abundantly clear that she can tell no one. We leave my room and head to the kitchen where Ichigo and my mom had just finished making omelets. As we sit down to eat, Ichigo jumps to my lap. While we are eating, All Might looks up from his food and begins to speak. All Might, there is something you two need to know about the quirk Izuku and I share. Me, it is a quirk that has been passed down from generation to generation, acting as a stockpile of power. All Might and Izuku, our quirk is called One for All. All Might. I gave Izuku my power because he proved that he was more heroic than the heroes were on the day Bakugo was attacked by that sludge villain. Izuku ran in to save him with no regard for his own safety, and that's why I gave him my quirk. Ichigo. I knew that Izuku's quirk was like yours, but I didn't know it was your quirk at one point. Inko. Well, thanks for telling me, Yagi. Do you think our baby will also have One for All? All Might. I don't know, I was originally quirkless when I was gifted One for All, but it may act as an exponential power boost for our child, and if it does inherit a quirk it will most likely be a very powerful version of yours. Me. When Ichigo and I start a family, there is a possibility that our children will get a mutated version of One for All, my Dragon Vasto form and Ichigo's Zero Gravity. If I were a betting man, I would say that our kids will have my Dragonoid capabilities and total gravity control. Akuzi, that's where you are wrong there, King. You have yet to see my Vasto Lord form. That dragon form I used at the USJ is just our full hollow form, not Vasto Lord. Me. Well, Oka, let's get ready for school. Aizawa is going to rip us a new one if we're late. Ichigo. Carry me, Aizu. Time skip brought to you by Chibi. Ichigo bear hugging Izuku with her arms and legs while he is trying to walk. Arriving to school, Ichigo and I walk into our classroom and I am immediately tackled by everybody except Todoroki and Kaken. Aizawa walks into the classroom and takes one look at the dog pile that is on top of my chest with Ichigo sitting on top proudly. He lets out a very disappointed sigh before saying he has an announcement for the class. Aizawa. First of all, get off of Midoriya. Secondly, you will be living in dorms after the festival, and speaking of which, the UA Sports Festival is in 2 weeks and you all are going to be given time off to train and recover from the USJ events. Class dismissed. He said very unenthusiastically before zipping himself in his sleeping bag and going to sleep. Ichigo. That reminds me and Izuku need to talk to you and Principal Nedzu privately regarding the dorms. Kirishima. Midoriya, you were such a badass at the USJ. The way you took charge and turned into that dragon. I've never seen something so manly. Denki. Well, if I have to fight you at the festival, I'm screwed. Todoroki. Midoriya, may I have a word with you after class? And when you are in your dragon form, are you fireproof? Me. I'm pretty sure that's the case. I mean, it would be pretty lame to have the powers of a dragon and I still got burned. Ichigo. Oh. Aizu, that reminds me, show our class what you can do now with the mask. And you never showed me that you can breathe fire. Bakugo. That damn Deku can do what? Ukuzi. Want me to handle this, King? Me thoughts no. Me this. After getting out of the pile of my classmates, I claw the air in front of my face and I summon my mask. It surprised everyone except Ichigo that I was in control and that I wasn't going on a rampage. I then turn to Kaken, who is staring in horror at my mask, and I blow a smoke ring into his face. Then I turn to face the rest of the class and I exhale briefly and breathe out a small amount of green fire. I was far enough away from the class that none of them got singed. After I got rid of my mask, Kirishima, Denki, Siro, and Ida started to ramble a few questions out, with Ida scolding me about smoking on school grounds. Denki, what does the mask feel like? Siro, I asked, there any other moves you can do while wearing the mask? Kirishima, does that hole appear on your chest when you activate the mask? Me, if you want your questions answered, then come with me to the training field. I went to walk towards the door only for it to be crowded by the other first-year students. Apparently, they were there to scope out the competition for the UA festival, but was getting quite hungry and I wanted to try out my new powers. Deciding to be polite, I asked nicely if I could be let through the mob of people. Only to be blocked by 3 kids. The first one had purple hair and looked like he hasn't slept since last week. The second had weird things around his eyes with steel silver hair. And the last guy was a blonde who acted all stuck up towards us. Me, excuse me, do you mind if I get through? I would like to get some lunch before they sell out of Katsudon. Nito, well, it seems like the scum of Class 1A might actually have manners. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Nito Monama. It's a displeasure to meet you. Me, really, is that seriously necessary? I was being nice, asking if I could go get lunch and train for a while. I haven't even met you before and you are already this rude to me. Bakugo, out of my way, you extras. Ida, you can't just call people extras just because you don't know who they are. Multiple hand chops. Me, really not helping our case. Kaken, apologize to them before you and Akuzi have a little chat. Excuse him, he's just an ass. Now may I please go get lunch? Shinso, no, we are here to declare war on Class 1A. If we do well enough at the festival we could move into the heroics courses and you could move down. Me? Seriously? What did I do? I haven't even met you people and you all are acting like I ended your pet or something. I just want to eat lunch. Tetsu, it's true that you've done nothing, but we aren't letting you leave until you accept our declaration of war. Akuzi, you know what, to hell with this. King has been nice to you. Rejects trying to go get his lunch, but you just ignored his kindness and repaid it with resentment just for his class. So, you all have about 5 seconds to leave before I turn this hallway into an inferno. My mask starts to materialize on my face and Akuzi starts to breathe out smoke through the teeth of the mask, causing all the students to scatter and run out of the hallway. The mask then shatters off my face, meaning Akuzi had given me back control over my own actions again. There you go, King. Now how about some Katsudon? I could have handled it by saying yes to the declaration, but you had to go and make us look like a bigger D than Kaken. That's not hard considering the way he acts is a clear sign he's overcompensating for a lack of something. I dare you to say that to his face. Okay, but I should tell you of a power you have access. Think of a place and touch the air like an elevator. You'll open up a portal and be transported to that location. Akuzi, hey Baku Beach. Is your attitude overcompensating for you being small where it counts? Bakugo, your 1to talk about overcompensation with your power. Akuzi, I can prove you wrong so fast. Baku Beach, it's not even funny, but that is something for Queen's eyes only, and I wouldn't try anything stupid because I might not be so merciful to you if you attack me, much less Queen Oka over there. Izuku, oh, dear God. Why did he say that? I'm sorry about him, Kaken. Anyway, you guys want to see what I can do, right? Come with me. I walk towards the wall thinking about the training field and I poke an invisible button in the air. Suddenly a black zipper-looking thing opens a pitch-black portal. I put my hand in it as if I was holding a door open and I look to Achiko, who is awestruck, and I say, Malady, after you. This leads to the training area. She then walks up to me and gives me a kiss on the cheek before walking into the portal. I quickly follow and soon all my classmates are outside at the training area. Me, well, Shiro Kirishima and Denki wanted to see what I can do, so I figured I would show off, but first I want you all to look at my chest when I activate my mask. Minetta, Midoriya, you bastard. You getting all the girls to look at your muscles. Are you trying to build a harem? Me, Oka is my one and only girl. I take off my uniform top and take off my shirt. I turn to face my classmates and I summon my mask. When it starts to appear, they notice that my chest expands and rips open into a perfectly shaped circular hole where my heart should be leading all the way through my body. I extend my hand and I point 2 fingers in the air and I concentrate on forming an energy ball on my fingers, just like how Akuzi did at the USJ. Once the ball forms, I say in a calm tone, Shiro, and I shoot the green energy ray harmlessly into the sky. I then do the same with my other hand and mouth. I get the brilliant idea of replicating the Gran Ray Shiro that Akuzi used, but I put my own spin on it. I bite my hand with the mask, drawing blood, and then I assume the Kamehameha pose, charging up a cyan blue beam, this time in my hands. I scream out, Gran Ray Kamehameha, and I fire the blast into the sky at the same trajectory of the last blast. I finish off my show of power by exhaling a large amount of green fire in the shape of a heart around Achiko on the ground before I deactivate my mask. Me, I am not going to use any Shiros during the festival. I will just use the speed, portal, instant regen, and fire breath with this mask along with my muscle enhancement quirk. Denki, welp, looks like I'm screwed. Try to hold back on me, will ya? Kaken, even if you go all out I'm still going to kick your ass. Deku, Kuzi, bring it. Baku Beach. Todoroki, Midoriya, may I have a word with you privately? Nedzu, W. In that case, I will tell Cementos to make your room bigger. Have a good day, you two. Achiko and I leave his office and walk home at a leisurely pace. After a few minutes of walking around Mustafar, we pass an alley and a child no more than 5 with snow-white hair, wrapped in bandages, with red eyes and a small horn on the right of her head, comes sprinting out into Achiko's arms crying. Achiko's motherly instincts instantly activate and she lifts the crying child up and hugs her. She begins to sing a lullaby to this child in an attempt to stop her sobbing. Boss, there is another person you should be aware of. This guy means business. We need to protect this child. Let me end him. No, let me handle it, Akuzi, maybe we can reason with him. The second I think things are going south, I'm taking over and making a mess. I turn back around to the alley and I watch a black-haired man wearing a beak walk out of the alley. I could feel the murderous intent emanating off of him. Then I recognize this villain, it's Overhaul. Overhaul, terribly sorry for interrupting your outing. I yelled at my daughter and she ran off. Eri, come here now. Eri, don't let the bad man take me, he hurt me. Izuku, you weren't yelling, you were beating her. I'm not going to give her back, she deserves to be cared for and loved. Overhaul, if you're going to play hero then you can die like one. Overhaul lunges at me, swinging his hand, attempting to activate his quirk, but as soon as he is within range my vision fades to black. The last thing I remember is hearing Akuzi's manic laughter. Narrator POV. Overhaul had lunged at Izuku. He used his quirk to split Izuku in half, but Izuku was taken over by Akuzi, who regenerated the wound instantly. Now the white mask was materializing on Akuzi's face and he was laughing like a maniac at Overhaul's petty attempt to end him. Overhaul's hand gets caught in the hole that opened in Akuzi's chest. He grabs Overhaul's hand and bends it at an angle to stop him from moving without breaking his arm. Well, my queen, I think it would be a good idea to take Eri away from here. She doesn't need to see the mess I'm about to create, cause you're standing in the splash zone. Achiko hugs Eri tightly to herself and runs off. Meanwhile, Akuzi proceeds to dislocate Overhaul's arm and rips it off, causing Overhaul to scream in pain and clutch the place where his arm used to be. Akuzi proceeds to charge a new attack. This time it was a Zero Beam, but it was pitch black. Akuzi grabs Overhaul by the face and then proceeds to push his fingertips into Overhaul's mouth before firing the blast down his throat, vaporizing his body. Akuzi drops what's left of Overhaul's head onto the floor and burns it with his breath before crushing the skull into ash. Izuku regains control of his body. He then sprints home to find Achiko on the couch with a sleeping Eri in her arms, being rocked slowly by Achiko, who is humming a lullaby to the young girl. All Might and Inko are sitting on the couch next to Achiko, where Inko is running her fingers through Eri's hair, and All Might had his right hand on Inko's stomach and his left hand had its fingers laced with Inko's. Izuku, All Might, Mom, Achiko? Overhaul is dead. Akuzi ended him. He had claimed to be Eri's father, but judging by the scars and bloody bandages that cover Eri, I say that he was abusing her. Akuzi ended him as sadistically as possible. After he attacked me and cut me in half, Akuzi regenerated us and proceeded to tear his arm off and vaporize him. I want to take care of Eri. She needs a family. She needs her saviors as her parents. And I'm not taking no as an answer. All Might, Izuku, it's not like I was going to say no. Go to City Hall and get an adoption form, sign it, write Eri's name on it and return it. I will tell Nedzu that Eri will be living with you on campus in the dorms. Achiko, Iza name me as Eri's mother, she needs someone to raise her. Izuku, okay, I will be back. And All Might, do you want to see something cool? All Might, sure. I walk over to the wall and poke the center, thinking of the City Hall, and the black zipper rips open. And I walk inside and it closes behind me, leaving All Might awestruck. I appear in the entrance of City Hall and I go inside. After about a half an hour of waiting, I get to the front desk and I get the form and fill it out, naming myself as Eri's father and Achiko as Eri's mother. I turn it back in and open another rift and head home. Once I get there, my mom and dad might had left to go ring shopping and clothes shopping for Eri, leaving us at the house to take care of Eri. I walk closer to our sleeping child and I notice that she is emaciated. I could see her ribs and some of her bones in her arms. I look up to Achiko, who had Eri's head resting in her lap, and I tell her that I'm going to make her something to eat. I get to the kitchen and prepare as much food as I can for this little girl. As soon as the smells enter her nose, she sits up and walks to the kitchen and finds me preparing her food. I turn around to see Achiko holding her hand and I spin around to the fridge, rip the door open and grab the biggest apple one can find for Eri. I quickly clean it for her and I gave her the apple and her face lit up. It was as if it was the first time someone had given the girl any food. Then she immediately scarfed down the apple in record time. I finish cooking and I plate up Eri's food and bring it to the dining room table, where Achiko and I take turns feeding Eri. Soon my parents get home and my mom starts taking pictures of us feeding Eri. After she finishes her food and Achiko cleans her face by licking her finger and rubbing the food stain off her cheek, my mom calls Eri and Achiko to her room, where they dress Eri in new clothes, leaving All Might and I to talk. Izuku, Does this mean I call you Dad Might now? All Might. Yes, while your mother was clothes shopping for Eri, I walked off to go ring shopping. I bought her an emerald and platinum ring and I'm going to propose to her when we go out this weekend. Izuku, I can't tell you how happy she will be. I'm already ecstatic that I'm getting a dad and I'm becoming an older brother. All Might, actually Izuku, you are a dad, and I'm now a grandpa. I think we should have Eri call me Gran. Izuku, I guess I'm going to have to get used to that. Oh, I almost forgot. What was the name that Nedsa gave you earlier? He mentioned that he gave you an idea. All Might, Yanko. Yanko Toshinori. Denki Kaminari has invited Izuku, Ida, Ichigo, Tiu, Bakugou, Kirishima, Mina, Hagakure, Momo, Toshinori, Shoji, Fumikage, Siro, Jiro, Ojiro, Sato, Minetta, Aoyama, and Koji to the group chat. Denki Kaminari, name change to One Punch Pikachu. Izuku, name change to Small Might. Ida, name change to Mr. President. Ichigo, name change to Deku's Cinnamon Bun. Tsuyu, name change to Green Queen. Bakugo, name change to Nuclear Pomeranian. Kirishima, name change to Manly Boy. Mina, name change to Ship Queen. Hagakure, name change to Invisalign. Momo, name change to Mama Momo. Todoroki, name change to One Freezy Boy. Shoji, name change to Upper Hands. Fumikage, name change to the Chicken of Darkness. Siro, name change to Duct Boy. Jiro, name change to Earphone Jack You Up. Ojiro, name change to Scion Boy. Sato, name change to Diabetes. Minetta, name change to Fruity Boy. Aoyama, name change to Baguette Boy. Koji, name change to Animal Whisperer. One Punch Pikachu, what up? You can change your nicknames in chat if you want to. Upper Hands, why did you invite me to this hell? Nuclear Pomeranian, why did you extras add me to this? Nuclear Pomeranian, wait, I can change names? Nuclear Pomeranian, changed One Freezy Boy's name to Icy Thought. Nuclear Pomeranian, begone Icy. Icy Thought, you're not original Bakugo. Mr. President, Bakugo, you need to be kind to your classmates. Nuclear Pomeranian, shut up, I do what I want, Robo Nerd. Small Might, haven't been here for 5 minutes and Kakin is already yelling at us. I like my name though. Scion Boy, let me guess. The tail? One Punch Pikachu, yeah. Invisalign, it suits you Aji. And I like my name too. Small Might, Shoto, come to the kitchen, I want to try something. Ida, we have bacon, right? Icy Thought, I know where this is going. TBH, I've never tried this before, I'll be done in a sec. Deku's Cinnamon Bun, I'm coming too. I want to see if we can cook muffins on Shoto. I will make them float and he can cook them. I like my name. Green Queen, I need to see this Caro. Mr. President, I'm grabbing a fire extinguisher. This is not going to end well. Mama Momo, have some faith Ida, what's the worst that can happen? The Chicken of Darkness, fire, death and screaming people, and me waking up. Small Might, why'd you put waking you up as a bad thing? Green Queen, you don't want to know, it's not pretty. He has a hard time sleeping as it is because of Dark Shadow. Mama Momo, you say that like you two are together. Ship Queen, le gasp, is Fumitsu a thing? Deku's Cinnamon Roll, wait, Izu and I aren't the only couple anymore. Green Queen, Fumi and I have been together for a little while. Baguette Boy, leave the le gasping to me, Madam Pinky. Baguette Boy, le gasp. Duct Boy, quick, someone get a fire extinguisher and a blast-proof shield. Bakugo is coming after me. Nuclear Pomeranian, get back here, Tape Beach. I'll show you that my bite is worse than my bark, you bastard. Small Might, Kakin, settle down before Okuzi introduces your face into the ceiling. One Punch Pikachu, Siro said jokingly after he saw Bakugo's name I gave him. Makes sense, his bark is worse than his bite, and Bakugo lunged over the couch in the common area and started chasing him, setting off explosions in his hands. Nuclear Pomeranian, wait, Pikachu gave me this name? Come here, Beach. Mama Momo, so, I got downstairs and I see Bakugo flying down the other staircase, Denki screaming for his life, Siro covered in soot unconscious on the couch. Midoriya and Ichigo cooking bacon and levitating cupcakes on a topless Toshinori, and Ida doing hand chops. Is this what you guys call normal? Earphone jack you up, you act as if it's not. Manly boy, why are you surprised? Midoriya and Toshinori are brothers? Bakugou is just well Bakugou and I can't explain what the hell is going through Denki's head. Earphone jack you up, he's an idiot, but he's my idiot. Small Might. Speaking of idiots, where's Minetta? Icy thought. I froze him, he was trying to peek at the girls' dorms and I caught him. He's currently frozen to the ceiling of the elevator where I found him when I was going to get some notes from Momo. He should thaw out in about 3, 2, 1. Small Might. I just heard a loud thud from the elevators. Nice timing. Shipqueen. Wait? We have Kamijiro too? Who else is together? Deku's cinnamon bun. Well, there's me and Aizu, Shoto and Momo, you and Kirishima, Ojiro and Toru, Denki and Jiro, Fumikage and Tsu and I think Ida and Mei. Is that true, Ida? Mr. President. Yes, we've been together since the sports festival. Icy thought. Who wants muffins and bacon? Small Might. Wait a sec, we still need to make eggs. I'm not going to crack it on you, I'm just going to use a frying pan on your head. Nuclear Pomeranian. Why are you texting each other? Isn't he in the kitchen with your dumbass? Small Might. Deku's cinnamon bun. Aizu and Shoto just looked at each other, pulled out their phones and wrote the same thing. I'm done. Mama Momo. Anyone hear a thunk noise from the kitchen? Icy thought. That was me. Izuku put the frying pan on my head. He and Achiko are making omelets for everybody. Nuclear Pomeranian. I'm not eating anything cooked by Icy thought even if he is the heat source. Small Might. Yes, you are. I made breakfast so everyone is going to eat it. No if, and, or buts about it. Nuclear Pomeranian. Yes, sir. Time skip after breakfast. Shipqueen. Izuku and Achiko look like a family in the way they take turns feeding Eri. Small Might. Legally she is our daughter, so it makes sense that we look like a family. Green Queen. I never expected Bakugou to be submissive. Karo. One Punch Pikachu. Have you forgotten what Akuzi did to him after his match with Uraraka? Nuclear Pomeranian. We don't talk about that. I still have the burns. Small Might. You deserved all of them for what you did to my Oka. It was taking every ounce of willpower I had not to let Akuzi go into his full transformation and end you. Deku's cinnamon bun. You went out of your way to hurt me during our fight when you knew that Akuzi was going to rip you apart if you hurt me. Nuclear Pomeranian. What can I say? I don't lose. Small Might. Is that why you're still a virgin? Icy that. Earphone jack you up, roasted. Mama Momo. Hard of. Fruity boy. Oh Bakugou, you got roasted. Diabetes. No coming back from that one Bakugou. Baguette boy. Upper hands. I'm giving you 6 L's for that one Bakugou. One Punch Pikachu. Hexen Hardoof bro. Mr. President. We shouldn't be making fun of our friends. Animal Whisperer. You have to admit it was kind of funny. Nuclear Pomeranian. All of you are going to die. Small Might. Bring it Baku Beach. I'd happily give you another fire bath. Or was it too hot for you? Deku's cinnamon bun. Bakugou might need to run. Izuku's eyes turned black and his mask is appearing. Nuclear Pomeranian. Shit, 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 shit. Icy thought. Breakfast is ready. Someone go get Bakugou. Small Might. He can dish it out but can't take it though. Deku's cinnamon bun. That's my Izukuan. Icy thought. I think Nikuan forgets that he has a literal inner demon that is as strong if not stronger than our dad. Small Might. It's kinda hard to forget about him, especially when he starts to talk about Oka. Fruity boy, what does he say? Deku's cinnamon bun. I want to know. Small Might. He says things akin to what the grape says about the other girls, but it's only ever about Achiko. Fruity boy, I need details. Icy that. I wouldn't ask that if I were you. Negan doesn't like people talking about his Oka, much less his daughter Eri. Deku's cinnamon bun. Well, let's change the subject. Actually, we need to get ready for class or Aizawa is going to end us. Small Might. I'm going to go get dressed. Can you and the girls dress Eri, Achiko? Mama Momo. She's going to look so cute. I'm going to make her a Deku onesie. Green Queen. Yes. Ship Queen. Eri is already cute, but we're going to make her look adorable. Small Might. I have made a mistake. Invisalign. Yes. Yes, you have. All Might takes of his shirt to show Eri the massive scar, and I activate my mask and show Eri what happens to my heart when I use my power. When Eri sees the hole in my chest and the fact I'm still alive, she stops crying and looks at me in amazement before she puts her arm in my hollow hole. After a few moments of her tracing her hand around the hole repeating the word amazing, I tap the top of her head and she looks up at me. Me? Eri, have you noticed that you aren't using your quirk on me? That means you are controlling it. What I want you to do is put your hand on Grandpa and focus on making the scars go away. Can you do that? Eri? Okay Pop, I'll try. Eri walks over to All Might and she places her hands in the middle of the massive scar. Suddenly All Might is surrounded by a green aura. As we watch in silence, the scars on All Might begin to disappear, then All Might begins to buff up as the scars finally vanish. Eri retracts her hands from the place the scars used to be and she looks up to him with an innocent trillion-watt smile. Eri, I did it. Papa, I did it. I did it. Me, that's amazing, sweetheart. This means you can control your quirk. You can become a great hero. If not the greatest healer and rescue specialist of all time. Ichigo, gasp, I know what her hero name should be. All Might, Inko, me and Eri. What? Ichigo, the healing expert, the white mage. All Might, that's an amazing name. What do you think, Eri-chan? Eri, white mage. What's that mean? Ichigo, it's a play on words. Your hair is snow white and your quirk looks like magic. Me, it also means someone who can heal people using magic. Inko, Eri is going to be an amazing hero like her grandpa and her dad. Me, well, I'm going to train with my hollow powers tomorrow. I want to see how much I could do. Want to meet me at the training area at UA? Ichigo, sure Izu. I think Eri would like to watch you in action. Me, sure, I'm going to try to harness that form I used at the USJ attack. Ukuzi said that I have an even stronger form than that. Eri, Papa? What's a dragon? Me, I will show you tomorrow, sweetheart. We've all had a long day. Let's get some rest and I will show you my dragon. Mom, is it alright if Ichigo stays with us until we move into dorms? She said that she gets unbearably lonely at her house since she lives alone. Inko, I don't see why not. She is Eri's mother after all. When you move into dorms, be sure to let Eri visit us on the weekends so I can spoil her like any good grandmother would. Ichigo, thank you, Ms. Midoriya. Inko, please call me Mom. After all, you are my future daughter-in-law. And you already told me what my other grandbabies will look like, and I can't wait for you two to get busy. Ichigo and I begin to blush as my parents begin to laugh uncontrollably. Soon after they had stopped laughing, I scooped up Eri, who looked as if she was about to fall asleep, and I walk her to my room with Ichigo following close behind me. I get into my bed and Ichigo quickly follows, snuggling up next to me. I lay Eri down on my chest and Ichigo hugs my arm before she fell asleep. I lay awake for a few moments thinking of what I could have done right to deserve this family, and I slowly drift off to sleep. Narrator POV. Izuku awakens to find himself laying on a very familiar hospital cot, but his thoughts were interrupted by a familiar echoing voice. Hello, King. You remember this place, right? We are in the doctor's office where the world came crashing down on our head. Take a look outside. You'll see the playground where we were bullied and the middle school where we were told to end ourselves. This is your inner world, Izuku. Oh, where are my manners, King? It's good to see you in person, my other self. You already know my name, but I will say it again anyways. I am Akuzi. I hired him. Izuku turns around in the small doctor's office they were in to see the spitting image of himself, but his counterpart's skin was as white as snow. He was wearing a black and white version of Izuku's hero outfit. His eyes were completely black with two twin piercing irises that glowed forest green. At his waist was a katana. Its handguard was in the shape of two dragons' heads facing away from the sword's blade and scabbard. The hilt and handle were adorned with dragon scales and a traditional katana wrapping. Looking back up to Akuzi's face, he notices that the horns of their mask are present on the crown of his head. His chin had the bottom jaw attached to his face. So Izuku, like what you see. This is the pinnacle of my power. I'm going to give you access to the form I used at the USJ, and I want you to fight me. If you manage to disarm me by taking my sword or cutting off the arm holding the sword, I will give you all of my power. We will train every day until you beat me. Don't worry, I'm not going to end you after all. You die. I die. How do I tap into the hollow power? Do I have to imagine becoming a dragon? Bingo! Let's start. Izuku begins to focus on becoming the dragon, then he is surrounded by a black and green aura. As the aura fades, it reveals Izuku in his full hollow form. His mask had 2 green lines running from the eye holes to the bottom of the jaw. After ascending to the fur, Ikuzi draws his sword and tells Izuku to attack him. Izuku lunges at him, reaching for the sword only to get smacked by the back of the blade, sending him through the wall into the street below, creating a crater. Izuku stands up and looks at Ikuzi, who is flying overhead just outside the broken window. Then Izuku begins to charge up 3 Zero beams aimed at Ikuzi before teleporting to him and firing them at point-blank range into Ikuzi. When the dust settles, Ikuzi is standing there with his left hand smoldering from the blast. Then Ikuzi lifts up the blade and throws it into the air before proceeding to punch Izuku back into the ground. You are never going to beat me in that form. You need to get angry. Ascend to Vasto Lord and take the sword from my hands. You're done for today. Go back to our queen and daughter, they're probably waking up. Oh, and if Baku Beach hurts her in any way at the festival, I'm multiplying her pain on him 7-fold. Ha. Izuku POV. I slowly wake up to feel Ichigo in my arms. Apparently, she got me to roll over on my side and managed to wrap my arms around her waist. Eri has still sleeping on my side, but she had managed to roll to her back. Her arms were above her head limply and her hair was in my face. I slowly start to get up and Ichigo makes a displeased sound at the fact I took my hands off her waist. She turns around and kisses me on the lips before hugging me again. Eri had woken up because Ichigo had turned around to face me. Eri then begins to sit up and get off of us. Eri, come in mama, I want to see Dragon Papa. Ichigo, oh alright, let's get you dressed and we will go. Izuku POV. I slowly wake up to feel Ichigo in my arms. Apparently, she got me to roll over on my side and managed to wrap my arms around her waist. Eri has still sleeping on my side, but she had managed to roll to her back. Her arms were above her head limply and her hair was in my face. I slowly start to get up and Ichigo makes a displeased sound at the fact I took my hands off her waist. She turns around and kisses me on the lips before hugging me again. Eri had woken up because Ichigo had turned around to face me. Eri then begins to sit up and get off of us. Eri, come in mama, I want to see Dragon Papa. Ichigo, oh alright, let's get you dressed and we will go watch Daddy train. I open a black portal to UA and Ichigo follows close behind me with Eri on her shoulders. We arrive at the UA training ground and I tell Ichigo to take a few steps backwards and to hold onto something as I walk to the center of the field. I then start to focus on becoming the dragon form and I go to summon my mask, but I decide to tear at the air in front of my face with both hands in opposite directions instead of one. As the mask materializes, the rest of my body changes into the dragonoid form. It changes drastically. My arms are reduced to the bones, my fingers grow longer and razor-sharp talons appear on my fingers. My legs also change to expose my bones with a new joint bending my legs backwards and then into the skeletal foot with 3 long toes that also had talons. Finally, I looked at my wings that were also skeletal. They looked almost exactly like bat wings. They even had the one claw where the bone parted into the ling fingers. My hair had grown to my mid-back and my mask was covering my whole head instead of just my face. I take off the mask of my hollow form and I walk over to Ichigo and Eri, who both share an amazed look on their faces. I crouch down, hand my helm to Ichigo and I pick up Eri, putting her on my back. I then begin to fly a little bit off the ground, to which Eri starts to laugh and tell me to go higher and higher. I begin to increase my altitude slightly before heading back to the ground and transforming back to my human form and giving Eri back to Ichigo. I activate a portal for Ichigo and Eri to go home, and I decide to train for a while longer, firing off zeros and trying out other moves like setting myself on fire in my dragon form repeatedly into the sky before I call it a day and teleport home. Ichigo and I get Eri to take a nap before we cuddle up together on the couch watching a movie while my mom is on the recliner thinking of baby names, and All Might was in the kitchen making my mom some weird food combination because she is already getting cravings despite the fact that she's only been pregnant for a month now, I think. We continue watching our movie until I hear Eri crying out for my name. I poke the couch, opening up a portal, and I fall into my room next to Eri. I then pick her up and jump through the same portal back to the living room, where I lay her down on top of Ichigo after Ichigo herself had gotten back to her spot on my chest. I rub my hand against Eri's back and I tell her it's just a nightmare, it wasn't real. Me, it's alright sweetheart, daddy's here, it was just a nightmare, you're safe with me. Eri, HEW's be back, the bad man wasn't dead, he hurt you and Imama and T took me away. Me, Eri, I completely vaporized him, there is no possible way he can come back, you know why? Eri, WI? Me, my hollow blasted him out of existence, there is no quirk that could undo what I did to him. Achiko, relax sweetie, daddy ended the bad man, and nobody will ever even try to hurt you because Dragon Daddy will eat them, nom nom. Achiko says, nibbling at Eri's ear, causing her to giggle and forget about her nightmare. Meanwhile my mom just laughs at what Achiko did. We change the channel to a random episode of One Piece and we lay back down on the couch with me laying on my back, Achiko laying on my chest facing me and Eri laying on Achiko's back as we all look at the TV. All Might returns from the kitchen with what looks like a New York-style cheesecake covered in chocolate syrup, peanut butter and dill pickles. Achiko and I watch as my mom proceeds to scarf down the strange confection and hand the plate back to All Might before returning to the book she was reading on her phone. Before long both my parents had gotten up to cook dinner for everyone while Achiko and Eri fell asleep on top of me. I don't even bother trying to wake them up, instead I just give in and fall asleep. Narrator POV. Izuku wakes up in the hospital cot in his inner world with Akuzi standing there gazing out the window. Izuku gets out of the cot and walks over to Akuzi. Well, looks like the king is awake, you ready for round 2? Instead of me beating the shit out of you like last time, we are going to have you get stronger in a different way. I'm going to take over your body and we are going to the Minos forest, I'll tell you what to do from there. Tell Queen Oka that we are going to train but we'll be back tomorrow morning. Izuku is returned to the real world and he wakes up Achiko quietly and tells her of what Akuzi has planned for him. When he woke up he noticed his phone had said that it was around 3 p.m. Izuku, Oka, hey, I am going to train with Akuzi, I will be back before tomorrow my queen. Achiko, don't get hurt King Aizu, before you go can I get a kiss from my king of dragons? Izuku, of course my queen. Eri, me too? Izuku, yes, you too my little whelp. Izuku bends down and kisses Achiko on the lips, battling her tongue with his own. After a few moments of bliss Izuku pulls away and Achiko lets out a very disappointed whimper at him leaving. Izuku then leans down to Eri and plants a kiss on her forehead. He stands up and Akuzi takes over his body. His mask begins to form on the left of his face. Akuzi then turns around, opens a Discorer and walks through it. Izuku, where are we going? Akuzi, we are going to El Bosque de los Minos, or the Forest of the Lesser. You are going to fight the Minos Grande that reside there and you will consume them. Your body doesn't have enough spiritual pressure, or erasure, to handle the Vasto Lord transformation. The only way you can gain more in your hollow form is to eat other hollows. The quickest way we are going to increase your power is to eat hollows comprised of hundreds of other hollows, thusly increasing your erasure exponentially for every one you defeat and devour. Izuku, well that seems I need to address the elephant in the room, how do I eat them? Akuzi, I'll eat the first one for you and you'll gain its powers, so watch when I fight one I'm going to almost end it and then condense its soul into a small condensed sphere of energy and pop it into our mouth. Izuku, any idea on what it'll taste like? Akuzi, nope. If I had a guess, I'll say it'll be very sour depending on how strong it is. You need to sat in the hollow form at all times. If you go to your human state, they will attack you. While we are in our hollow form, they will ignore us until we attack them. So, it is of utmost importance that we are in the hollow form because if you get rid of the full hollow form, all of them in the entire forest will attack you and attempt to devour us. Welcome to the Hueco Mundo, the home of lost and hollowified souls. Izuku, you're telling me now. Akuzi, shut it, we're here. Akuzi activates his full hollow form and exits the Discorer. In front of them is a massive forest of what look like dead and wilting redwood trees miles tall. The forest floor was almost pitch black, the visibility was limited to almost 50 meters, beyond that it was pitch black. As the pair stepped out of the portal, they feel massive tremors from all around them. Izuku looks up and is met by a 50-story tall black cloaked monster gazing down at them. Its large mask and empty red eyes gazing uninterestedly at the dragon on the ground. Its foot was over 20 meters long, wearing what looks like a white boot. The beast takes a step forwards and walks away. Izuku, That's a Minos Grande. Akuzi. Yep, and we aren't leaving till you eat 100 of them, and time moves slowly here. 10 minutes in the real world is an hour here, I think. Izuku, you think? How do you know so much about this place? Akuzi. I'm a hollow, you dumbass, it comes with the job title. Izuku. Well, there is no point in waiting around, let's get this over with. Akuzi extends his wings and begins to fly up towards the face of the Minos. Getting to eye level with the beast, Akuzi changes a Zero and fires it into the head of the Minos, blasting through the other side. The beast falls over face first, and Akuzi condenses the beast's body into a small sphere of yellow light by closing his fist and focusing on its erasure. He then pops the sphere into his mouth and swallows it. To which they both comment on the fact that it tasted very sour but addictive at the same time. Akuzi returns control to Izuku and tells him to have fun. Akuzi. King, I'm giving you back the wheel and I want you to eat 99 more of them. Use your anger for what Baku Beach has done to you. So, I figured you'd need a therapy session to let you burn off some steam. I forgot to mention that we are far stronger than any of the Jillian or Minos Grandes. Hell, I'd say we are stronger than some of the Ajuchas Hollows. Izuku, what are these terms, Jillian? Ajuchas? What do they mean? Akuzi, I'll answer you just as soon as you get to ass kicking. Common, I'm bored, let's end the Minos now. Izuku takes off flying at high speeds through the Minos forest, looking for more of the Minos to end and consume. With every one he eats, he feels his power increase dramatically. By around the 20th one, Akuzi speaks up and decides to explain the rankings of the strongest hollows. Akuzi, well, you asked what the hollows titles meant, so listen closely cause I'm only saying this once. Izuku, alright Akuzi, I'm listening. Hold on, there's another one of them, this one makes 21. Akuzi, for tonight's dinner entertainment I present to you a documentary on the strongest hollows in Mundo. The Minos Grande or the Jillian is the weakest out of the hollow rankings. All Jillians look the same in my opinion, they kinda look like elves with plague doctor masks. The next is the Ajuchas, they are hollows that are the second strongest class in Mundo. They seem to keep parts of their individuality, but they still fight only off instincts, and they can use a flash step-like ability called the Sonido. Lastly is what I am, and what you are going to be, the Vasto Lords. These hollows are the rulers of Mundo, being unrivaled by the hollows they control because of their power. Their hollow forms are very animal-like, and they have the same abilities like the real-world animal counterpart would have. The Vasto Lords are the manifestation of their inner hollow. There is no humanity left within them. We are completely different. I will not try to destroy your human spirit. I am more of a symbiote than a parasite, which is what a normal hollow is. Izuku, that explains why we are a dragon. We're a Vasto Lord. Kuzi, bingo, but there is a level above Vasto Lord, and that is the Arankar and Espada. The Arankar are hollows who have shed their masks and created a sword that can transform them into a powerful humanoid version of their hollow forms. The form I appeared to you as is my Espada forms, and that sword at my right side is called a Zanpakuto. Espada are hundreds of times stronger than the Arankar, and there is only 11 now, and we are all ranked with a single number. Can you guess what mine is? The number represents our strength. The lower the numbers, the stronger we are, 9 being far stronger than 10. You get the idea, don't you, King? Izuku, 0. Is that your number? Akuzi, you're one number off there, King, but that was a close guess. I am Akuzi Iardem Espada number -1 with my power. We can be the number 1 pro hero with no effort at all. In fact, the only thing that would force us to use our resurrection is a villain stronger than All Might. Izuku, Hisashi. Akuzi, I don't think he's still around, so there may be another strong villain we'll have to deal with. Now finish eating your 80 more servings of whatever meal this is and we'll go home. Izuku, is Overhaul's soul here? Akuzi, no, he's in hell, but I know why you wanted to know if he was here. You wanted to eat his soul, didn't you? Izuku, I was going to eat his soul to prove to our little whelp that he can't ever come back. Akuzi, I understand how you feel. Now let's get you that power up and go home to our queen and our whelp. Izuku continues to fly around the Minos forest, devouring the Jillians for about 30 hours in Mundo time, but only about 5 hours in the real world. After eating the final one, Izuku opens a portal back to his room and goes home. Once arriving, he drops his hollow form and meets his family at the dinner table where they enjoyed takoyaki balls and soba noodles before they went to sleep. Minetta, don't hurt me for this, but I have to know, on a scale from 1 to 10, how great is the booty? Izuku, remember her score on the quirk tests? Denki, which one? Izuku, the ball throw score. Minetta, infinity? Izuku, that's how great the booty is, and from now on she's off the radar. You know why? Denki, know why? Izuku, because when I win the festival, I'm going to transform the gold medal I get into an engagement ring and propose to her in front of everyone. Minetta, don't you need a diamond for that? Izuku, nope, I'm using emeralds and a bit of my powers to make a ring for her. I learned how to manipulate my fire from my hands, and I can make a fire that doesn't burn people. Watch this. I snap my fingers on my left hand and I ignite a small green flame like a candle above my fingers. Izuku, you can touch it, it doesn't burn people. Kirishima, sure, I'll touch the fire. That's the manly thing to do, I trust you. Kirishima puts his hand over the flame and I decide to mess with him a bit. I increase the size of the flame, suddenly making it look like a flamethrower. He immediately freaks out, screaming a bit girlishly at my prank, and pulls his hand out of it a second after realizing the fire suddenly got really big. I fall on the floor laughing with Denki and Shiro, who had walked over to watch the shenanigans. He looks over his hand and sees no burn marks, not even the slight hair on his arms was singed in any way. All the while, Denki, Minetta, Shiro and I are on the floor dying laughing, and in my case dying for a second time laughing. Kirishima, not cool bro, that was so unmanly. Denki, wheeze unmanly coming from the guy who just screamed like a little girl. Shiro, even Bakugo is laughing at your pansy-ass scream. Kirishima, Bakugo, wow, for being a useless shit, Deku surprisingly has found something to fall back on when his hero life inevitably fails. Me, inevitably fails? Says the guy who's only in it for money, and the same guy who bullied quirkless students, told me to end myself and then ended me personally. Bakugo, get to the point, zombie ass, and if I fight your beach, I'm going to destroy her. Me, you do that, and not only will I surgically attach your feet to your ass, I'm going to show you the truest definition of despair and use my newest transformation. If that forms comes out, not even Recovery Girl will fix what I do to you. Bakugo, we'll see where this bravado goes when we fight. Me, I'm not bluffing, throw your match with her or I will drown you in fire. I say to him, allowing my voice to become hollowified. This startles him a bit and he walks off muttering something about me bluffing about burning him. After apologizing to Kirishima for the prank, I left the room and went to the stadium where the festivities were about to begin. Meanwhile, Achiko POV. Izuku goes off to get changed and I run towards Mina and Tsuyu, who are walking towards the girls' locker room. I quickly catch up to them and the first thing out of Mina's mouth is something about Izuku. Mina, so Achiko, is your name Midoriya? Yet I heard you moved in with him. Me, not yet, I just moved in because I didn't like being alone at my apartment. Oh, did you know he adopted a little girl? Tsuyu, Midoriya already has a kid? Where did he find her? Me, we found her in Mustafar. She was being experimented on by a villain organization leader, the leader's name being Overhaul. Mina, what did he do to Overhaul? I feel like it wasn't pretty. Me, that was an understatement. Izu told me that he tore his arms off and shot a Shiro down Overhaul's throat, ending him. Tsuyu, he probably deserved it. What is Zuku's daughter's name? Karo. Me, actually she's our daughter. Her name is Eri Uraraka Midoriya. Izu labeled her as my daughter on the adoption form. Mina, that's so sweet. What does she call you and Midoriya? Me, she calls me Mama and she calls Izu Papa. Mina, when do I get to meet her? Tsuyu, yeah, when do we get to meet Eri-chan? Karo. Me, well, King and I have arranged an agreement with Principal Nedzu and we will be sharing a dorm. Eri will most likely be living with us. Mina, you two will be sharing a room? Me, don't yell, I'm right next to you. Mina. We quickly got changed and left to head to the arena. I meet with Izuku on the way and I hold his hand to try to take his mind off the speech he's about to make. Time skip opening ceremony and Izuku's speech. Izuku POV. After all the classes were introduced, Midnight and Present Mike had us line up in front of the podium that Midnight was standing on. I kept getting questioning looks from the students because I was topless, but I didn't care all that much. Soon Midnight stopped her speech on the festival ceremony and asked me to come up on stage to deliver my words of inspiration on the festival. Midnight? And now opening the UA Sports Festival with words of inspiration is the freshman representative, Izuku Midoriya. During Midnight's pause, Kaken tried to walk up to the podium but was stopped dead in his tracks when Midnight said my name. He turns to look at me as I walk to the stage and gives me this murderous look, to which I say just to him as I was walking, "Izuku, you can't end me again, Bakugo, even with that ugly mug of yours." I walk up the stage and Midnight hand me the microphone and I go into the speech I had devised over several weeks of planning. "Izuku, I am here to wish everyone good luck during the festival, but there is a very important issue that needs to be brought to your attention. Quirklessness. I am here to bring attention to the 4-year-old child that is crying into their mother's arms at the fact they found out that they won't develop a quirk. I am here to stop the thoughts of suicide that are going through the head of a quirkless student who's been bullied all their lives. I'm bringing this up because I was that kid who was told to give up on his dreams. I was that 15-year-old who was told to end myself because I didn't have a quirk. My quirk didn't manifest until I was 15, and the thing that caused it to activate was a training accident that would have resulted in my death if my quirk didn't activate. I am here to tell all the children who've given up on their dreams that they can become heroes too. I am here to tell those kids that they can be the hero of heroes. You know why? It is the quirkless people who are the backbone to this society. Without them, our hero society would collapse. The quirkless people are the most important people in the world. They are the heroes who save the pro-heroes. Who saves the heroes who get seriously injured in combat? Who are the people who bring you into this world? Doctors, firefighters, policemen. They are the true heroes. Without them, our society would crumble. You quirkless few who think that you are unlucky are actually the luckiest people in today's society, because you are the hero of heroes. I am not saying this as Izuku Midoriya, no. I summon my mask and the hole opens in my chest. I also hear a collective gasp from the crowd. I am here as the fledgling hero to you, the Dragon of the North, the future symbol of hope, peace and inspiration. I am here telling the quirkless among all of you that you too can be a hero. I shouted this into the mic at the top of my lungs, breathing heavily. I remove my mask and the hole closes. Then among the crowd I hear clapping, starting off from one person. Then it spreads like wildfire among the massive crowd. Soon everyone was clapping, giving me a standing ovation for my speech. From the people I could see, tears were present in their eyes. I turn around to see all the first-year students clapping, and Midnight was brought to tears. I walk back to my spot and I was given praises and compliments for my speech. After a few moments the crowd stops cheering and Midnight begins to announce the first event. Midnight, after such an amazing speech, let's get to the action. The first event is the obstacle course. All students will run a 4 kilometers long track around the arena. Please take your place at the entrance to the field and prepare for the starting gun. We all line up at the entrance and I stand by Ichigo because I have an ace up my non-existent sleeve. When Midnight fires the gun, I grab Ichigo by the hip and I open the scorer underneath us and warp directly to the finish line. As soon as we enter the portal, it closes behind us and we come out of a second one that opens a meter from the finish line, allowing us to walk to it. I get first and Ichigo gets second place. Present Mike proceeds to scream into his already loud mic that we won the event already. Present Mike. In first place is Izuku Midoriya, and in second is Ichigo Uraraka, winning the obstacle course within seconds of its starting. Ichigo. Why does he have to be so loud? Me, I can fly up and ask him. Ichigo, don't bother, I doubt he'll listen. Me, well, looks like we have to wait around for a while before the rest of them get back. I have a little surprise in store for you when I win this. Ichigo, oh, what is it? Me, it's a secret, and I also have a few new tricks up my non-existent sleeves. Ichigo, I feel like I'm actually going to start to feel bad for villains soon. Me, nah. You, the only thing you should ever feel bad about is not getting to sleep by my side, my queen. I need to warn you about a new power I have. I have the ability to consume souls now. Ichigo, why should I be warned? You'll only ever hurt or end villains, and they are probably going to go down there for what they've done, so you eating their souls isn't much of a big deal since they deserve it. Me? Oh, I thought you'd be weirded out that I eat souls. Ichigo, Izu, I've gotten used to a lot of things you do. Eating souls isn't the weirdest thing I've seen you do. Have you forgotten about the time where I walked in on you cleaning your hollow hole with soap? Me? Hey, I was sweaty. And I didn't know what would happen if I got sweat inside of me. Achiko, it's not like you can die. Me, touché. Achiko and I wait for about 20 minutes and the rest of the contestants come running off the exit like a stampede. Once everyone caught their breath, Shoto and Kaken came over to me and Achiko and began to ask what I did to finish so fast. Kaken, the hell was that shitty nerd? Are you and Roundface conspiring or something? Shoto, you used your portal trick, didn't you? Me, you hit it right on the head, Shoni. And Kaken, I'm going to say this once. Call her any rude name again and I will shove a flaming dragon wing up your ass. Kaken, I do what I want, damn Deku. If I get paired up with Roundface, I'm showing no mercy. I get up in his face, grab him by the collar of his shirt and I activate my mask, releasing a visible black and green aura that catches everyone off guard. Me, you so much as touch a single hair on her head and I'm going to smash yours into the ground so hard I'll send you to America. Got that? You overgrown Pomeranian with a grenade shoved up his ass. Kaken, we'll see. I throw him to the floor and Midnight announces the next event as a cavalry battle where we have to pair up and try to grab other people's headbands for points. Unfortunately, luck and the name Midoriya have never been said in the same paragraph, let alone sentence, and I get stuck with a 10 million point headband, causing everyone but Achiko to give me death stares. Midnight, the next event is the cavalry battle. Each student who has moved onto this event will be given a headband. The first place winner of our last event will be given a headband worth 10 million points. You'll be given 15 minutes to pair up for the battle. Good luck. Me? Well, this changes the game. Achiko, stick with me, I have an idea. Fumikich, mind if I join you? Midoriya? Midoriya. Let me team up with you, then I could show all the support companies my babies. Me, wait, you have kids? No, I mean my inventions. Achiko, personal space. King is mines. Me, alright, looks like we have a team. Question, are you guys afraid of heights? Fumikich, I'm a bird. Midoriya. I have a jetpack. Achiko, yes. Me, relax my queen, hug me tightly and close your eyes. You won't see a thing, I have an ace up my non-existent sleeves. Achiko, Izu, that's like the third time you've said that. Me, I don't have sleeves now, do I? Guys, when this starts I want you to grab onto my arms and legs. I have a plan. Midnight once again fires the starting pistol. The second it is fired, I transform to fly full hollow state and extend my wings, flying up in the air out of everyone's reach. Fumikage uses Dark Shadow's arms to defend us while we are flying, and Achiko removes the gravity form herself. Fumikage and Mei making my job easier flying about. I use my special fire that doesn't harm people to blow away Bakugo, who kept trying to fly up to us as we were flying about. The time slowly ticks down and we eventually win, moving on to the last portion, the 1v1 tournament. The only fights I looked at were my own and Achiko's. When I see who she's up against I feel my heart drop, despite the fact it isn't there right now since I'm still in the hollow form. Izuku Midoriya vs Hitoshi Shinso. Achiko Uraraka vs Katsuki Bakugo. As I walk to the waiting rooms with Achiko, I pass Kaken, who gives me this evil smile. There was only thought that was running through my head because I knew what he was going to do. If he hurts her, I am going to return her pain to him sevenfold. If he's stupid enough to think I'm bluffing, then he is going to go all out on her. Akuzu, you here? Could you lend Achiko some of our powers through the mask to keep her from getting hurt? Well, I could imbue the mask with our power and give it to her, but she won't get our fire immunity and instant regeneration. I can pour a large amount of power into it, but it'll be drained with every move she uses. Damn, I was hoping she would have the fire immunity. It was worth a shot though. He hurts her, we hurt him sevenfold. I think he'll enjoy our new form and his fire bath. He'll obey you like the beach he is. We'll show him that form and he'll do your every bidding. As much as we want to hurt him, if he does anything to her, don't end him. We need him alive if we are going to become heroes. Ending him would go against our moral code. Achiko and I get to the waiting room and I sit her on my lap and hug her as close as possible, dreading of what Kaken is going to do. Achiko, Izu, are you okay? I saw who you have to fight. It's Kaken, he's going to hurt you to get at me. I don't want you to get hurt, my queen. Ichigo, don't worry, I'll beat him, my king, you can count on it. Me, I can't help but fear the worst. I decided that if he hurts you, I'm returning it to him sevenfold. Ichigo, don't end him. Me, I won't, but I'm going to teach him what it means to prod the sleeping dragon. He thinks I'm bluffing about destroying him. Oh, he is so wrong. As soon as he sees my new form, he's going to shit himself. Ichigo, I want to see it too. It would be nice to see the power you hold. I hope our future babies will have your powers. Me, they'll defiantly have them, my Oka. Just whatever happens, just know I love you. Ichigo, I love you too, my king. Ojiro, Midoriya, there is something you need to know about Shinso's quirk. Whatever you do, don't respond to him. Me, alright, thank you, but I think I don't have to worry since I'm undead. I bury my face into her chest and she rubs her hand through my hair. Shoto and Mina walk over to us and Shoto taps my shoulder. He tells me that my fight is about to start and I get up and give Ichigo a kiss on the lips before I head to the arena. Once I arrive, Present Mike announces the fighters in the first match. Present Mike, our first fight is between the Dragon King himself Izuku Midoriya of Class 1A and the Zombie Master Hitoshi Shinso from Class 1C. I activate my mask and the hole in my chest opens up. I see Shinso's eyes widen when he sees the hole. Midnight, fighters, are you ready? Fight. Shinso, so, you seem pretty close to that Uraraka girl, is she your girlfriend? Me, yes. Shinso, gotcha. Turn around and walk out of the ring. Me. Nope, sorry, your quirk only works on people who are alive. I'm undead in this form. Now I don't want to hurt you, you have an amazing quirk and you can be an amazing hero. Shinso, thank you, no one has ever said something like that to me. I give up, Midoriya, you win. Midnight, Shinso has conceded the match. Izuku is the winner. The next match will be Ichigo Uraraka vs Katsuki Bakugo. Contestants, please come to the ring. I pass Kaken on the way back to the stands. I purposely smash my shoulder into his and I say in my hollowified voice, hurt her like you did me and they'll bury what's left of you in a soup can, and I walk off. Out of the corner of my eye, I see him with an evil smirk on his face. Their match begins and I watch in horror as Bakugo proceeds to send blast after blast at Ichigo as she tries to get close to him to try to use her quirk on him. I'm grinding my teeth in anger and I transform into my full hollow form slowly. My mask materializes slowly, my wings begin to grow out of my back and my flesh begins to melt off my arms. Ida pokes my currently melting shoulder to get my attention and try to console me. Ida, Midoriya, you need to calm down. He's doing this just to spite you. If you fly out there and attack him, you'll be playing into his hands. Save it for your fight and try not to end him. I also want to get him back for this. He's going out of his way to spite you and hurt my best friend, be the bigger person. Me, oh, he thinks I'm bluffing about doing 7 times the pain she's experiencing back on him. When I get down there, I'm going to drown him in fire. Ida smacks me and I drop out of my hollow form instantly and I look at Ida completely shocked. Ida, Midoriya, snap out of it. You're just playing into his hands. If you want to get back at him, humiliate him in front of everybody. Me, I'm still going to burn him for what he's done and then I'll humiliate him. Kaken proceeds to land a massive explosion in the ring and I see Ichigo get sent into the wall on the outside of the ring, becoming embedded into the wall. This throws me over the edge and I transform into my full hollow state and let out a massive roar before using a sonido to teleport directly to her and then teleport again to Recovery Girl's office. I tear the door off the hinges and I yell for Recovery Girl to come into the infirmary. I place her in a bed and I drop out of my hollow form as Recovery Girl walks into the room and sees Ichigo covered in burns and cuts, out cold in a cot. I am standing over her, running my fingers through her hair. RG tells me that she is going to heal her and that I should head back to the arena because my fight with Shoto will be starting in a while, and I open a Discorer to warp straight back to my seat. Once I get there, I turn around and I punch Kaken as hard as I can in the stomach, to which he vomits up his lunch and blood. I grab his hair and I stare soullessly into his eyes and I speak. Me, that wasn't even a fraction of what awaits you. You woke the sleeping dragon, prepare to be burned. I turn around after dropping him and continue watching the tournament. I watch Shoto trap Zero in a literal glacier of ice. Denki gets eliminated by a girl whose hair becomes vines. Ida wins against Mei because she gave up after demonstrating her babies to the support companies. Mina one-punches Yuga after melting his belt thing, and Kirishima wins an arm wrestling match with the metal version of himself. The quarter-finals begin with Kirishima beating Mina, Bakugo beating Fumikage, and Ida beating the vine-haired girl. Next fight is me versus Shoto, and we agree on a plan to reveal to the world the true endeavor. As I am leaving to fight my match, I find Ichigo walking back to the stands. I teleport straight to her and I plant a kiss on her lips. We duel with our tongues for several minutes before we were interrupted by someone coughing. We break our kiss and I turn around to see her parents behind us. Her father was almost 2 meters tall and her mother was around her height. Mr. Uraraka, care to explain why you are sucking face with my daughter boy? Me, she is my girlfriend and we've been together for a while. Mr. Uraraka, what is your quirk and what do you want with my daughter? Me, I have two actually. The first one is a strength augmentation quirk that gets stronger the more I use it. It stockpiles power. My second quirk I call symbiotic dragon hollowification. It allows me to become a dragon with a hollow hole where my heart should be, effectively making me invulnerable because in that form, I'm technically already dead. Mr. Uraraka, you expect me to believe that boy? I transform into the skeletal dragon with a massive hole where my heart is and I tower over him in my transformed state. He stares dumbstruck into the massive hole in my chest before he decides to also put his arm into the hole like Ichigo did. Me, I wouldn't lie to my future father-in-law, now would I? First impressions are everything. Terribly sorry we met in this manner, but I hope you approve of our relationship, Uraraka-sama. But I must request that you take your arm out of me, it feels uncomfortable. He takes his arm out of the hole sheepishly and I revert back to my human state before continuing our conversation. Mr. Uraraka? Oh, terribly sorry, your name? Me, Izuku Midoriya, sir. Mr. Uraraka? Ah, forgive my skepticism, Midoriya-kun, it's not every day that we meet someone who is making out with our daughter and has multiple quirks. Me, no need, Uraraka-sama. I apologize for our public display of affection. So, do you approve of our relationship? Mrs. Uraraka, yes, but tell me, how did you fall for him, Ichigo? Ichigo, remember the entrance exam? Well, I was going to be crushed by the giant faux robot, but Aiza destroyed it with one punch and I kinda developed feelings from there. Mr. Uraraka, well, I approve, especially after getting to see your powers and hearing that amazing speech. Me, thank you, Uraraka-sama, but may I have a word with you in private for a second? Mr. Uraraka, yes, what is it? We walk a few paces away from Ichigo and her mother and I ask the most nerve-wracking question I've ever had to. Me, since we are going to be heroes, our future isn't certain after high school, villains are attacking more frequently and coordinated than they once were, so I would like to have your blessing to marry Ichigo. With my powers, she will never be in danger, and in the unlikely possibility that she is in that situation, I will consume their souls as retribution for her pain. When I win, I'm going to propose to her in front of everyone here. Mr. Uraraka, you have two incredibly powerful quirks and seem more than strong enough to protect her. I give you my blessing, Midoriya-kun, and from now on you don't have to call me Uraraka-sama. Dad works fine. Me? Thank you. And please don't tell Ichigo that I am going to propose to her at the end of the festival. I want to surprise her. I pull the 2 small emeralds out of my pocket and I tell him what I was going to do when I win. As I finish talking, Midnight announces that my fight against Shoto will be starting and to head to the stage. I wave goodbye and I open a Discorer and warp to the arena. From their point of view, it looks like I just unzipped reality and walked out of this pitch-black warp gate right to my side of the arena. I look to Shoto and nod to him, putting our plan into action. We take our fighting stance and I summon my mask, then Present Mike announces us. Present Mike. This is a Matkyo, remember. On one side of the arena we have the cold and collected Shoto Todoroki, and on the other side we have the Lord of Dragons Izuku Midoriya. Me, ready? Fight. Shoto and I put our plan into action and we start a mock battle. He fires wave after wave of ice at me and I smash them with finger flicks with 100% of OFA behind them, all the ice shattering the glaciers. We continue our fight and I back Shoto into a corner. I begin to take breathe fire at him and he counters with a glacier of ice, but it wasn't able to stop the fire I put out. The glacier gets melted and he dives out of the way to avoid my breath attack. I begin to channel fire out of my hands and I send a wave of green flames at him. Before I sent the wave, I nodded to him and we started phase 2 of our plan. Shoto counters my fire with his own bright orange flames. As soon as this happens, we hear Endeavor scream from the stands. Endeavor, tsi-ho-o-ti-ho. You've finally put aside your petty rebellious streak and you've finally accepted my power and me as your father. This touches a nerve within Shoto and he loses it and shouts at the top of his lungs at his father said. He shot a massive wave of ice that traps Endeavor in it leaving only his head exposed. Shoto, SSSNGUTTTTTUUPPPPP. Me, timeout. Midnight stops the match because I called a timeout, and Shoto runs up the wave of ice with his left arm on fire and his right arm covered in razor-sharp icicles. Once he gets to Endeavor, he punches him in the face as hard as he can screaming at his father. Shoto, how dare you call yourself my father? The only thing you've ever done was beat me because I wouldn't do what you wanted me to, you bastard. You beat me since my quirk manifested, you hit my mother every time she tried to stand up for me. You drove her to insanity, you drove my sister to almost end herself and you caused my oldest brother to leave and turn to villainy. And you dare call yourself, Todoroki, a hero? You're more of a villain than the League of Villains leader. Shoto kept punching Endeavor all the while tears were streaming down his face like a river. I can't even imagine what he has gone through. Shoto, you see that man, the #1 hero All Might aka Yagi Toshinori? He has been more of a father to me in the literal weeks I've known him than you have my entire life. From now on I'm no longer Shoto Todoroki, my name is Shoto Toshinori. And if I ever see your bastard self again, I will end you like the villain you are. Security, take this villain out of here. Endeavor blasts his way out of the ice and channels his fire onto his hand to attack Shoto. I take the chance to transform into my full hollowification and teleport in front of him and charge a zero in his face inches away from his forehead and I speak in a murderous tone. Me, you have 3 seconds to stand down and leave, you so much as make a move to harm him and I will vaporize you where you stand. You're nothing more than a villain pretending to be a hero, a wolf in sheep's clothing. You have a choice: leave peacefully and never speak or look at Shoto again, or you can try to attack him, or me, and you will die where you stand and I will eat your soul. Your choice? Villain. Endeavor drops his fire from his hands and leaves the stadium. Shoto and I melt the glacier and head back to the stage. Everyone in the stadium was speechless. The #2 hero beat his wife and children relentlessly. A few moments pass and midnight lets us resume our fight. Shoto and I begin our fight again like we started it, with smashes, ice shelves and fire blasting about the arena. I Sonido right behind him and flick the air sending him to the other side of the arena. He stands back up and creates a massive wall of ice that he then proceeds to melt and turn into steam clouding the arena. What the audience can see is 2 glowing figures in the cloud, one glowing fluorescent green and the other a bright orange. We quickly charge each other going into the final attack. Suddenly Cementos creates massive slabs of cement in front of us as we throw our final attacks. The moment they connect to the cement, a massive explosion happens and I see Shoto get sent out of the ring out cold, leaving me in the middle of the ring. Midnight. The winner is the Dragon King Izuku Midoriya. I return to the audience and Achiko jumps into my arms when I return to the seats. We watch as Kaken destroys Kirishima with explosion after explosion. All the while I'm sitting with Achiko in my lap watching the match and rooting for Kaken to win. When he does win, I get to have my revenge on him for what he did to Maoka. Soon he wins the match by knockout when Kirishima hits his quirk's limit. I teleport to the arena and Present Mike announces our final bout between me and Kaken. Present Mike. In our final match of the UA Sports Festival we have the Dragon King, weighing in at 65 kilograms and standing at 165 cm is Izuku Midoriya. And our other fighter is the merciless Katsuki Bakugo. I walk up to the stage with an evil grin on my face. I tilt my head to the side and back slightly, allowing my black and green eyes to shine piercingly into him. My smile gets wider as I walk to the stage. I watch Kaken walk up the steps to the other side ready to fight. As we get to the stage we walk to each other only a meter away from the other, giving the other person the same evil smile. Me, ready? Fight. Kaken lunges as soon as she says the word fight and he sets off an explosion in my face. I stand there completely unfazed and I grab his arm and slam him into the cement floor, leaving a small crater. As he gets up, I begin release black and green racier in what looks like flames as I ascend to the mantle of Vasto Lord. I am the king of dragons who punishes the wicked and consumes the souls who are damned to hell. I am the dragon of the north, the immortal devourer of souls. The last of the Vasto Lords. Izuku Midoriya. Kaken. The hell does that mean? This? Suddenly the fiery racier that was surrounding me covers my entire body as I enter the transformation. My racier begins to swirl around me like a tornado of black and green fire. Dust from the sand and cement begin to swirl around as well and form mini satellite tornadoes around the one I'm in. The tornadoes vanish, leaving rings of dust around the arena, and everyone is left awestruck at my new form. I have 2 sets of dragon wings. The ones connected to my shoulders are scaly and have the flesh membrane between the long fingers of the wings. The second set is at the center of my back and they are made of bones. My arms had been transformed to be entirely dragon-like, covered in scales, and my fingers had been transformed into large razor-sharp talons. My hollow hole has changed to the shape of an infinity symbol and my mask has also changed. My mask now looks like a crown of dragon's teeth and bones with 2 large dragon canines coming down my cheeks. You thought I was bluffing about what I said? You went and did it anyways. Now it's time for your humiliation. Kaken, no, there's no way you can beat me. I will destroy you, howitzer impact. Kaken proceeds to blast himself up in the air and come down, increasing his speed by setting off explosions. He lands on top of me and sets off a massive explosion that destroys much of the ring. The dust begins to settle and it reveals me standing completely still without a scratch. Kaken's eyes widen when he sees I'm completely fine from that massive explosion. Kaken, there's no way you can still be standing after that attack. How did you manage it? I didn't feel it. Kaken, you fail to realize that in this form I vastly outpower you. I set myself on fire, allowing the green flames to crawl down my arms. It gets so hot the cement melts underneath my feet. I teleport right in front of him and I blast him out of the ring into the wall, and when I say into the wall I mean into the wall, with a massive fire breath attack burning him and embedding his body several centimeters into the wall. I drop out of the form and Midnight announces me as the winner while Kaken is getting taken to RG's office to treat his burns. And Present Mike screams into the mic that I have won the festival. Present Mike, Izuku Midoriya has defeated Katsuki Bakugou and has won the UA Sports Festival. The awards ceremony will be held in an hour. I return to the stands. Ichigo, Eri and my mom tackle me once I come around the corner. I greet them with a smile on my face and I see All Might talking with Shoto. All Might takes the papers that Shoto hands to him and signs them in a few seconds. Shoto walks over to me and Mr. Uraraka walks over to my mom and asks her for a moment of her time, and All Might follows her. Ichigo and I introduce our daughter to Shoto. Welcome to the family, Shoni. This white-haired little angel is our daughter Eri Uraraka Midoriya. Eri, this is Uncle Shoto. He's going to be living with us from now on. Shoto, just call me Uncle or Shoto. Eri, his hair is like mine. Ichigo, yes, it is, sweetie. Now Daddy and I need to go to the infirmary to check on Bakugo and see if he's awake so we can begin the award ceremony. Eri, okay Mama, can I go play with Uncle Shosho? Yes, you can, sweetheart. Ichigo, Shosho, she's too precious. Ichigo and I open a discorer to the infirmary and we see Kaken with a terrified look on his face when he sees me. Katsuki, you already humiliated me, what more do you want from me? I want you to apologize to Ichigo, and I want to apologize for overdoing it in our fight. Katsuki, I'm sorry Uraraka-san. Ichigo, thank you Bakugo-kun. I'm sorry for overdoing it. Katsuki, it's fine. I deserved it for what I did to you, woman. I guess this is a lesson in humility. I promise I won't mess with her again. Just please don't use that power on me. As long as we can go back to how it once was with us being friends like we were when we were kids, I won't use my powers on you. Katsuki, deal? Can I still call you Deku? Deku means you can do it, so yes. Just don't say it with so much venom in your voice like you used to. Kaken gets up and I shake his hand. After years of argument and bullying, we finally become friends. After we made up, we teleport back to the stadium where we wait around for the award ceremony to begin. I bring Kaken and Shoto over to me a second and I tell them what I am going to do. So, you guys know that the medals we are getting are made out of solid bronze, silver, and gold, right? Shoto, I do now. Kaken, I heard about that. Why'd you bring this up, Deku? Well, I'm going to propose to Ichigo when I get my medal. I'm going to use my fire to melt it into a ring for her. I wanted to know what I should make it look like, so I'm asking for ideas. Shoto, make it look like a dragon's head. Kaken, give it your own personal touch. Make it look like your mask or give it something that says you made it. Thanks guys. Come and let's go to the waiting room. Time skip brought to you by Shoto, Izuku and Katsuki eating a watermelon. Midnight, and now presenting the winners of the UA Sports Festival is All Might. All Might, I am here. Shoto Toshinori, you didn't. Amazing job in the festival, I'm proud of you son. Shoto, thank you dad. All Might awards Shoto with his bronze medal and moves to Kaken, who has a shit-eating grin on his face because he beat out Shoto for second place. All Might, congratulations Katsuki Bakugou, you have the potential of becoming a great hero. Katsuki receives his medal and thanks All Might for his medal before All Might then walks over to me and gives me my medal. All Might, you did an outstanding job out there young Midoriya. I am very proud of you, not only as my successor but my son. Thank you Dad Might, but can you give me the mic, there's something I want to say. All Might, go ahead my boy. Can Ichigo Uraraka come to the podiums please? It takes a few moments for Ichigo to come down from the stands, but she eventually gets to the podium and I step down off of it, taking off my medal in the process. She walks up to the podium I was on and I take out the 2 small emeralds out of my pocket and I remove the strap from the medal and hold them in my hands. I walk up to Ichigo and I take a step back onto one knee. Her hands instantly cover her mouth when she sees me do this. Ichigo Uraraka, we as heroes don't have a certain future, but we have a certain now. We haven't been together for a long time, but due to our uncertain future I want to ask you this. Will you make me the happiest man, no, dragon alive and become Mrs. Ichigo Midoriya by marrying me? I ignite the flames in my hands and I make the ring for her. When the flames die down, I reveal to her and the entire audience a solid gold ring with dragon scales carved into the sides of it. The centerpiece is the head of a dragon with its mouth ajar. Its eyes were the small emeralds and above its open mouth was an eternal green flame made from my rapier so it wouldn't burn her. Ichigo, Weiss, my king of dragons. A billion times yes. Ichigo tackles me and kisses me on the lips as a collective ah was heard around the audience. With that, the sports festival comes to a close. On the way back, Ichigo is surrounded by all her friends who want to get an eyeful of the ring. Momo and Mina are squealing with cheer, jumping up and down, while Jiro, Hagakure and Suyu were getting a long look at her ring. I was standing next to her with my arm around her waist. Suddenly I get tackle. I turn around and I see Eri, Shoto and my parents there to see us. Eri, Mama and Papa are getting married. Mina, gasp, this little girl is Eri? She is so cute. Ichigo, yep, this little bundle of joy is Eri Uraraka Midoriya, our first child. Momo, she is so cute. She's going to be living with us in the dorms. Me, yes, she will be staying in Ichigo and my room. Denki, you are sharing a room with a pretty girl? Minetta, no fair Midoriya, you bastard. I look directly into Minetta's eyes and I charge a black zero from the tips of my fingers. He sees this and sprints away at his top speed, screaming. Me? Well, now that the grapest rapist is gone, Eri will be staying with us on the weekdays and with my parents on the weekends. Nobody will curse or say anything lewd in front of my daughter, or else. We will be teaching her what she would learn in school, and we also will teach her manners. Any questions? Shoto, yeah, where's your house? I am your brother, so I need to know where we live. Mina, wait, didn't All Might adopt him? Why is he Mito's brother? Shoto, remember the guy at the infirmary? That is All Might, and from what I was told he was like that because of an injury, but Eri here healed him. Momo, Midoriya, your M is dating All Might. Me, well, she's actually marrying him because she's pregnant with his child. All of Class 1A, she's what? All Might. Well, I guess that cat is out of the bag. Eri, can I see the dorms? Me, you'll be living in the dorms during the weekdays, so yes, and you'll be in our class with us. You'll see the dorms today when we move our stuff over. Inko, well, let's go home. I'm sure you and your fiancé are very tired. Speaking of which, Achiko, can I see the ring? I open a Discorer portal to our house and we walk through it heading home. Mom and Eri are staring at Achiko's ring with amazed looks on their faces. Shoto, Dad, Might and I are talking about what we are going to do when we get back to school. After a couple minutes of walking, we arrive at our house. Achiko and I collect our things from my room and I create a Discorer for Shoto to get his things from his old house after I give him my phone number. Achiko and I finish getting our things rather quickly. We head back to the living room and wait for Shoto to call me. Achiko lays on my chest and we sit on the couch and watch television for a while waiting for Shoto's call. Soon my phone rings. Shoto tells me that he's ready to get picked up. Phone call. Shoto, hey, Izumi, I've collected my things and said my goodbyes to my siblings. Me, alright, how much do you have? I can make the trip a lot quicker for you by changing the gravity in my portal so you slide to me instead of having to walk. Shoto, actually, you head to UA and then open the Discorer there and just warp me straight to UA. Me? Alright, Aizawa will show us where the dorms are. I'll see you in a bit. Shoto, thanks man, later. I hang up the phone and I tell Achiko that Shoto is ready and we are going to go to UA. We get up and say goodbye to my parents and give Eri a kiss goodbye before I open a portal underneath us and we fall with all our stuff to the entrance of UA. After what feels like seconds, we arrive in the 1A classroom where everyone else is waiting for Aizawa to lead us to the dorms. Aizawa, where's Tashinori Shoto? Me, hold on a second. I open a Discorer and Shoto falls out of the portal and he falls out of it, taking me, Siro and Bakugo down in the process, as well as knocking over a desk, scarring Denki who was sleeping on said desk. Shoto, you need to work on that move, Izumi. Ouch. I landed on my tailbone. Aizawa, well, since you all are here, I have 2 new students to introduce you to. Coming you to. The door opens and in walks a girl with yellow eyes, vampire's fangs and untamable blonde hair in pigtails. The second person is none other than Shinso. The blonde girl instantly runs around the classroom and greets everyone with a massive grin on her face, and Shinso just stands by Aizawa and pulls a purple sleeping bag out of his backpack. Toga, hi everyone. My name is Himiko Toga. And I'm one of your new classmates. Shinso, Toga, you're so loud. And Izuku, thank you for what you said about my quirk. Me, don't mention it, man. Your quirk is amazing for interrogations and infiltration. It will also work very well for fights since you can turn our enemies on each other. What's your quirk, Toga? My name is Izuku, but you can call me Deku. Toga, I don't like talking about my quirk. People think it's villainous. Me, it doesn't matter if your quirk is villainous, it only matters what you use your quirk for. Just look at mine, for example. It turns me into an undead dragon, with skeletal wings and limbs. I transform into my full hollow state and remove my mask so she can see my face. She goes from horrified to amazed in an instant at my form. Me, my quirk is officially named Symbiotic Dragonoid Hollowification. What I like to call it is Achiko, Vasto Lord's Del Dragon. Ha, sorry king, I kinda stole your thunder. Me, it's fine my Oka, that's not my only form. The current one I'm in is my weakest form, but in this I can take All Might in a match and almost beat him. My next form is the Vasto Lord's Del Dragon. It's the one I used against Kaken in the festival. My last forms come from a different hollowification altogether that you all haven't seen, my Espada form or Swordsman form. In that form I look like my normal self, except my dragon crown is still visible and my hole is still present as well. The sword has its own powers called resurrections. I revert back to my human form where we continue our conversation, but Achiko is now clinging to my arm for some reason. Toga, wow. You're as strong as All Might? Me, stronger depending on what form I'm in, and All Might or Yagi Tashinori is marrying my mother because she is carrying his child. Toga, that's amazing, Mido-kun. Me, can you tell me about your quirk now? Toga, yeah, my quirk is called Vampiric Espionage. It allows me to drink someone's blood and become a total look-alike to that person. I got 2 questions for you, Mido-kun. Do you want to see it in action? And who is the girl clinging to your arm? Me, your quirk is amazing and I would like to see it. This beautiful woman here is my fiancée Ichigo Uraraka. Ichigo, hi. Toga, hello Uraraka, call me Toga. Can I have a volunteer so I can use my quirk? Denki, hey Bakugo, how about you volunteer? Me? Yeah Kaken, how about you give it a go? Kaken, whatever, I guess I volunteer. Toga, great. I need you to hold still or it'll hurt. Toga says that within a very seductive tone as she walks towards Kaken, swaying her hips as she walks towards him. She gets up close and tilts his head to the left and bites his neck, drinking his blood. She backs away, leaving Kaken a blushing mess, and she puts a hand in front of her face and she slowly waves it over her face, and once her hand is on the other side, she looks exactly like Kaken, clothes and all. When she talks, she even sounds like him, which is amazing. Toga, you know, I was told that if you drink the blood of your soulmate it will taste very sweet. Kaken, what did mine tea taste like then? Toga, exactly like honey. How about you and I go out sometime? I'd like to get to know you better Kaken. Kaken, I'd like tea to go out. Me good. I've known Kaken all my life and I've never once heard him stutter. Mina, why? Another class 1A couple. Aizawa, you done? You still have to get your things moved into the dorms. We collect our things and I decide to make our lives a lot easier, and I open a massive portal in the classroom allowing all 22 of us to collect our luggage and head to the dorms. It only took a couple of minutes to walk through the portal to the dorms, and once we arrive Aizawa tells us about the dorms. Aizawa, alright, this is the common area, gaming area and kitchen. The bathrooms are down the hall on the right, separated by gender. The building has cameras on the outside. You can have sleepovers, but lights out on the weekends are 3 a.m. and midnight on the weekdays. Your rooms have your name above the door, the only acceptation being Izuku and Ichigo's room they will be sharing because of Eri and the nature of Izuku's quirk. Nobody will clean the dorms but you all. Welcome to Heights Alliance. Aizawa, girls, let me know if Minetta is found on your side of the dorms or near your showers. That's all for today. Go get situated and hold your party. Don't make too much noise and the light are off by 3 a.m. Got that? Class 1A? Yes, sir. Aizawa. Good, and if you are wondering, Shinso is my nephew, his father is my younger brother. Good night. Aizawa turns around and leaves, leaving us to unpack out things and settle into our new home. Ichigo and I head up to our room to unpack our things. We get into the room, we see our king-sized bed, 2 desks with office chairs, a second twin-sized bed in the corner of the room, a small fridge, a master bathroom and a large television adjacent to the bed so we can watch it before we go to sleep. I open a box full of All Might merch and Ichigo laughs at the crazy amount of stuff I have. Then I turn to see Ichigo open a second box of her own filled with just as much stuff as I have about the Rescue Hero 13. She turns to look at me red-faced and all I do is just stare at her like it is normal. I mean, I have tons of merch of All Might, so I don't understand why she got all flustered. We finish getting everything set up and we make Eri's bed, leaving an All Might plushie on her bed. Ichigo and I head downstairs and everyone else was already down there. Mina had set up a punch bowl in the kitchen. Toga was sitting on the floor in the middle of the room with a glass bottle, telling everyone to come play spin the bottle. Specifically Kaken. Toga, come on. Let's play spin the bottle, I know you want to. Kaken. Mina, yeah, let's play spin the bottle. Toru, think we should invite Mei? Ida might like that. Me, I can go get her if you want me to. I have a new ability I want to try out. Toru, yeah, go get her. Ida needs someone so he won't be such a stick in the mud. Maybe he'll open up if he has someone. Ichigo, don't let her get too close, remember you are mine's Izuku. Me, I know. See you soon, babe. I open a Discord and walk through it. Once I'm inside I concentrate on the erasure in the outside world, looking for Mei's soul. After a few moments I find a ribbon made of white erasure. Looking into it I see her reflection in the ribbon and open a portal, appearing right in front of her and earning a monkey wrench to the side of the head, and it snapped the wrench in two like a twig. Mei, Mido. What the hell? You scarred me. Me, sorry about that Mei, I didn't mean to scare you. Mei, didn't mean to. Mido, you literally ripped open a portal inches away from my face and casually walked out. What do you want from me today? Do you want one of my babies? Me, actually no, I came to invite you to our party we are having at our dorms. Want to come? Power loader, get out of here Mei, school ended 5 hours ago and I want to go home. Mei, fine I'll go, And besides I have a party to go to. Question, is Ida going to be there? May, oh, no reason. When is the party? Me? Now, I can teleport us there if you want me to. May, can I study how you do it? I want to make something that can replicate it. Me, no, if you do this wrong you could be brought to a realm called Mundo. It is filled with beings like me, but unlike me they are evil and will end you, and you can't see them. May, how can you walk so carefree through them then? Me, simple, they're scared of my power. May, everyone is, you're insanely powerful. Me, let's go, they're waiting on you. I open a new portal and I walk into it telling her to walk through it. She enters after getting an eyeful of the portal. I close it behind us and we walk to the dorms. We arrive after a few minutes. All the while I was listening to May vomit out ideas like a machine gun about support items she could give me to make my fire more powerful. I open the portal right in front of Ida, to which he also freaks out at the fact I broke reality. May runs out of the portal and instantly tackles Ida, thanking him for his help with the support companies today. May, Ida, thank you so much for your help today. Ida, it's no problem. May, can you get off of me? No. Ida, why not? May, not until you agree to go on a date. Ida, a what? May, we're going on a date this weekend. And I'm not taking no for an answer. Mina, go with her. Ida, you need this, you're such a stick in the mud. That's mean. May, hey, what's that? Mina, oh, we're playing Spin the Bottle, it was Toga's idea. May, come and Ida, let's play. Ida, fine, we'll go out and I'll play this game with you guys. I'm putting a stop if things get too lewd. Me, that's why Minetta is banned from the game. Hey, I got an idea, let's play murder. Everyone, what? Me, it's a mystery game where we are like detectives, we're going to be heroes, so we may get involved with one of these cases, so this would be good practice. We could use a mannequin as a fake corpse and Momo could make us detective costumes, and Pipe we can be like Sherlock Holmes. Kakin, hey, that's not a bad idea, but who's going to be the alleged murderer? Ida, we draw straws. Mina, let's play Spin the Bottle and Truth or Dare first. Achiko, this will only end badly. There is a 1 in 22 chance I will land on my fiancé, so I don't feel comfortable doing this. Mina, you don't have to kiss that person if you don't want to. If it is your crush, then you have to. Kirishima, alright, I'm down. Me, even if it doesn't land on my queen, I'll kiss her anyways. You're joining to write Kakin? Kakin, yeah, I guess I'm in too. Toga, yay. Kakin is in. Toga instantly grabs the bottle and spins it. To her luck it lands on Kakin and his face turns bright red. Toga stands up and walks seductively to Kakin, grabs him by his collar and tongue kisses him in front of everyone, leaving Kakin wide-eyed in amazement. Toga closes her eyes and continues to swirl her tongue around his, and soon Kakin closes his eyes, snakes his arms around her waist, and Toga wraps her arms around his neck. This goes on for several minutes before Mina of all people coughs twice, brining them back out of their makeout session. Toga stands up and walks back to her spot, licking her lips, leaving Kakin with a dopey grin on his face and a slight nosebleed. The next person to go was Tsuyu, and her bottle landed on Fumikage. She doesn't get up, instead she spits her tongue out, grabs Fumikage and pulls him towards her. She unravels her tongue from him and kisses him, snaking her tongue into his mouth. Their kiss didn't last long and Fumikage was just wide-eyed through the entire time. Ida had the next turn, and when he spun the bottle it landed on May. She was elated to get to kiss Ida, so much so she ran straight into him and tackled. Ida let out an oof noise when she collided with him. May grabbed Ida by the back of the head and kissed him forcefully, tongue and all. Ida falls into it and wraps his hand around her waist and the other on the back of her head, running his fingers through May's hair. They stop after a few moments and everyone in the room was red-faced. Zero decided to tape up the bottle and we changed games to Spin the Bottle. Achiko, hey, King? Can you get me some punch, please? Sure. I flash step to the kitchen, pour 2 cups worth, one for myself and Achiko, and I flash step back to my spot next to her, handing her the cup. I take a sip and I notice it tastes a bit strange, but I dismiss it and polish off the glass. Mina starts off by asking Denki, truth or dare? Mina, hey, Denki, truth or dare? Denki, truth. Mina, who do you have a crush on? Momo, I knew this would happen. Jiro's thoughts. I hope he says me. Jiro, this is going to be a doozy. Denki, it's Keikyoka? I have a C crush on Jiro. Jiro, what? I mean why you are very funny and why you are good at looking? Denki, you want tea to go out some tea time? Jiro, sure. Denki, yash. Alright Kirishima, truth or dare? Kirishima, dare, it's the manly thing to do. Denki, alright, I dare you to make out with Mina. Mina, what? Kirishima, okay? Kirishima casually walks over to Mina, picks her up bridal style and walks away, leaving all 20 of us just staring at him as he walks down to his dorm holding Mina, who is covering her face blushing. 20-some odd minutes pass. Kirishima and Mina walk back to the common room. Kirishima had his hair all ruffled up, his shirt was slightly unbuttoned and he had Mina's lipstick all over his face. Mina wasn't much better, her hair was beyond messed up, her shirt was untucked, her tie was undone and she had kiss and bite marks all over her neck. We all just stare at them as they walk back to us with Mina wrapped around Kirishima's right arm. Kirishima, well, now that we got to do that, thank you Denki. Now Mito? Truth or dare? Truth. Kirishima, do you really share a bed and room with Uraraka? Achiko, Midoriya. Kirishima, right, sorry, it slipped my mind. Me. Yes, we do, we've actually been sharing a bed for a few weeks now. Minetta, before you even think of asking, we haven't done anything lewd. We have a child that stays in our room with us. Minetta, I wasn't thinking that. Achiko, yes you were. Minetta, alright I was. Me, alright Kaken, truth or dare? Kaken, truth, I'm afraid of what you might come up with Deku. Me, are you going to date Toga? Kaken, are you stupid or something? Of course I am, you saw how she managed to make me stutter and even blush. She is mine. Toga, I wouldn't have it any other way, and Mito-kun, don't call him Kaken anymore, that's my name for him now. Me, okay, what should I call him now? Bakugo, my last name is Fine Deku. Siro, anyone notice that Bakugo is no longer hissing Deku's name? Me, that's because of our agreement, I won't burn him to death for hurting my queen and we go back to being childhood friends. I told him that he can call me Deku still because to means you can do it. Bakugo, alright Great Beach, truth or dare? Minetta, first off rude, second off dare. Bakugo, I dare you to keep your shitty mouth shut for an entire week. You will say nothing or I will destroy you. Minetta. Bakugo, good. Tsuyu, well Bakugo has now ruined the game, how about we go with Midoriya-chan's idea and we play Detective Karo? Momo, I'll make the costumes. Achiko, hey Momo, can you make a plushie of Deku's hero costume for Eri? Momo, of course, I'm sure she'll love it. Momo creates the old-timey detective trench coats and makes a pipe for me. Achiko and I drink a couple more glasses of punch, she downs hers in seconds and I finish mine. Momo finishes making my costume and she made me the head detective. Ida grabs straws and cuts one of them, marking it as the murderer straw. Momo then creates a mannequin and we fill it with fake blood that May had made. We take a break to cook and eat dinner before we start the game. All the while I was breathing smoke out of the pipe to make me look like I'm actually smoking. Ida begins to scold me, but I just laugh and tell him that I can literally breathe for so it's not tobacco. We draw straws and Momo tells all those who are innocent to go into our rooms and wait for 10 minutes to allow the murderer to harm the dummy as they want and then set up the crime scene. I head to my room and I'm shortly joined by Achiko. Not a few seconds later we hear a fake generic movie scream from down in the common room and we wait for the time the murderer has to run up. Momo sends out a group text saying time was up and we all head into the living room. All 22 of us, yet one is the fake murderer. Achiko walks over to the punch bowl again and drinks another cup before returning to us. We look at the fake crime scene in the common area. It was staged to look like a suicide. The dummy was against the couch with a single mark in the dye of its head like a gunshot wound would be, but the whole room looked like there was a struggle. Things were knocked over. The dummy had strangled marks on its neck. There was no murder weapon in the room and there are no places where one could be disposed of because everything was turned over. Me, this wasn't Bakugo. It's way too subtle to be him. Bakugo, yeah, defiantly not me. If it was me, there wouldn't be anything left. Someone is trying to frame me? But who? Me. Whoever it is, they're not clever. Siro, it couldn't have been me. I'm not smart enough to pull off something like this. Ida. We didn't even pin the blame and you already have an alibi? Denki, no, It wasn't him, he walked with me towards our dorms. Momo, before we start blaming each other, let's look for clues. You all should have a magnifying glass in your trench coat pockets. All of us walk about the room looking for clues, but we are interrupted by All Might and Nedzu enter the dorms and just stare at us. All of us wearing old detective trench coats with Sherlock Holmes hat, and me with a fake pipe out of my mouth that is leaking actual smoke due to my quirk. All Might, I'm going to regret asking, but what are you all doing? Nedzu, Midoriya, I trust that pipe doesn't have actual tobacco in it. Me, we are doing a murder mystery game, and no, there's no tobacco in it, I'm just breathing out smoke with my quirk. All Might, oh, we just came along to see how you guys were settling in. Shoto, hey Dad, we were having a party. Mr. Aizawa said that we can have sleepovers and that lights had to be out by 3 a.m. Nedzu, this is a bad idea. How about you all just watch a few movies before going to bed? You guys need to clean this up. Everyone, oh, all right. We quickly cleaned the common room and I incinerated the dummy out in the backyard. After everything had gotten cleaned up, we relaxed in the living room and Ichigo and I continued to drink the punch. The punch had a strange yet very addicting taste to it, and I figured it was some weird recipe for it. We all sat in the common room and we had a quick discussion on what movies to watch. We ended up settling on a Dragon Ball movie, The Little Mermaid, Shoto's idea, The Winter Soldier and Pacific Rim. Narrator POV. Walking around Mustafar with his pregnant fiancée, Izuku Midoriya was having an all-too-bland and normal day, though he didn't much care. His fiancée Ichigo Uraraka was in her 5th month and the couple were heading to the local hospital to discover the genders of their unborn children. Izuku had activated his hollow crown in case there was a villain that had tried to attack, and the couple continued their stroll to the hospital. It was a quiet morning. They had gotten permission from their school UA Hero Academy to leave campus for the doctor's appointment. When Izuku first found out that his fiancée was pregnant, he would wear his hollow dragon crown 100% of the time during her first trimester with their children. Everyone in their class was excited for the couple and the arrival of their cinnamon roll babies, as coined by Mina. Ichigo of all people was elated at the fact that she would be having a baby with her dragon king Izuku, and Izuku himself was ecstatic for his children's arrival. Izuku would write down any idea he had regarding his children's quirks, appearances, and personalities. The couple had arrived to the hospital and were called into the back room where Ichigo was given the ultrasound to see the children's genders. When the doctor rubbed the special jelly on her swollen stomach, she flinched at the cold temperature but quickly got used to it after grasping Izuku's hand. The doctor used the machine to rub around her stomach, showing the children on the computer screen. Dr. Takeo, well, it seems that I should be congratulating this young family. You are expecting twins Uraraka, a girl and a boy. They appear to be very healthy. Ichigo, thank you, doctor. We are very happy about this. We've already decided on names as well. Dr. Takeo, if you don't mind me asking, what have you decided on? Izuku, Izuka and Reiko Midoriya. Izuka is a contraction of the kanjis in our names and Reiko means beautiful girl. Dr. Takeo, those names are very appropriate for your twins. Congratulations you two, and I will see you again in 4 months to deliver them. Ichigo, thank you Dr. Takeo, we'll see you soon. Dr. Takeo, goodbye, and congrats again Mr. and Mrs. Midoriya. The couple left the doctor's office and began to walk back to the UA dorms. Along the way, Izuku caught something in the corner of his eye. A man with a white shahakusho with orange hair was standing on top of one of the buildings looking down at them with an inquisitive expression on his face. Izuku puts his arm around Ichigo's waist before using a sonido to teleport to the dorms and drop her off. After he knew she was safe, he teleported back to where the man was. Izuku walked vertically up the building's wall to talk to the man who was watching them so intently. Once Izuku had gotten to the top of the building, he came face to face with the orange-haired man. He had a massive chef's knife-like sword wrapped in fabric on his back, and he was staring at Izuku with a very confused expression. Izuku, take a picture, it'll last longer. So tell me, why are you watching me and my fiancé, and what is your name? Ichigo. My name is Ichigo Kurosaki, Soul Reaper Captain of Squad 5, and I was watching you because your powers feel like beasts that are called hollows. More specifically, you feel like an espada. Izuku. Well, my name is Izuku Midoriya and I am a half-human half-hollow, kinda like how you are. I know because I can sense the hollow inside your inner world screaming at you while we speak. His name is Shirasaki Akigo, am I mistaken? Ichigo. No, that's his name alright, so tell me, why does a hollow pretend to be a human? Izuku, I could ask you the same question about pretending to be a soul reaper. I am human and hollow, though I'm not dead. I can use hollow powers and espada powers like you can if you focused on improving your relationship with Shirasaki. Ichigo, what do you mean? He's been trying to end me since he has manifested. All he wants to do is take over my body permanently. Izuku, well, I didn't know that. My hollow Ukuzi Iridim is more of a symbiote than a hollow. He saved me from dying and he also helped me get together with my fiancée who is pregnant with our children. So, Mr. Kurosaki, are you here to fight me since I'm a hollow and I end villains? Ichigo, not necessarily. What do you do to their souls after you end them? Izuku, if I see the hell gates open after I end them, I will eat their souls because they don't deserve an afterlife, and besides, they will just be in hell forever, so they can't be reincarnated as humans after getting sent to the Soul Society. Ichigo, well, would you like to fight? I'm not going to end you because you are just a teen that is expecting a family. Are you an espada? Izuku, yes, I am. I am Izuku Midoriya Espada -1. I haven't used that form to fight in. I just train in El Bosque de los Minos. I would like to have a match if you would oblige. Ichigo, alright, where would you like to fight, seeing as we can't do it here because we might harm civilians? Do you have a Zanpakuto? Izuku, actually yes, and it has a range of abilities along with 3 resurrections. Follow me, we'll go to Mundo and you won't have to worry about hollows distracting us as we spar. They all fear El Vasto Lord's Del Dragon, so they won't interfere. Izuku opens a Discorer and the pair travel to Mundo. The walk fall rather was fast as Izuku transformed into his full hollow form on the way down. Then the Discorer opens into Mundo and the pair exit to land above Las Noches. Ichigo draws his massive sword and Izuku begins to transform into his espada form. His crown materializes in place of his dragon helmet, his solid white and black hero suit forms replacing his clothes, and 2 Zanpakuto form at his left and right sides. The one at his left had 2 dragon skulls as a hand guard, the other at his right had a hand guard that looked like 2 mirrors in the shape of an infinity symbol. Izuku's hole in his chest shrinks to 1/4 of its size and a -1 appears on his left wrist. Ichigo, well, I've never met an espada with 2 swords, they all just have one. Izuku, that's because this one is a Shinigami Zanpakuto, and before you ask, I didn't end a Soul Reaper, it is mine and it only answers to me like my other sword does. See? Counter and replicate. Jisoshimu. Izuku unsheathes his sword at his right side and says its Shirkai release. The short sword is surrounded in white erasure before revealing a 35 cm long sword breaker with a blade so polished it looked like a mirror. The back of the blade had diamond-shaped grooves in the spine and the hilt looked like an infinity symbol with a rapier's handguard. Ichigo stares in amazement as Izuku releases his sword into its Shirkai. Ichigo, I've never met an espada with a Shirkai. Do you also have a Bankai as well? Izuku, yes, I assume that your sword is naturally in its Shirkai state? I've never seen one like that before. What is its name if you don't mind me asking? In return I'll teach you how to use Zeros on command. You can fire one, right? Ichigo, no, I only ever used one when my hollow controlled my body. Izuku, well, focus on gathering your erasure in one spot in front of your hand or fingers and imagine firing a blast. That's how I do it at least. Come on, we came here to fight, didn't we? Let's go. I'll use my Bankai when you use yours. Ichigo and Izuku lunge at each other and clash blades, causing a massive shock wave to destroy most of the pillar they are standing on. Izuku charges a small Zero and fires it at Ichigo, who flash steps out of the way and towards Izuku, swinging his sword at him. Izuku flips his blade around and catches Ichigo's sword in one of the diamond-shaped grooves, stopping the blade instantly. Izuku flicks his wrist sharply and cracks Ichigo's sword's blade, taking out a large chunk of the edge. Ichigo backpedals a bit and swings his sword downward towards Izuku, yelling out the name of one of his techniques. Ichigo, Getsuga Tensho. His sword releases a massive amount of blue erasure that lights up the sky of Mundo as if it was day. Izuku slashes similarly when the attack connects with his sword. As the Getsuga connects with Izuku's sword, the wave is cut in half and goes around him. Then Izuku uses the same technique back on Ichigo, but this time it was black and green instead of a blue-white color. Ichigo managed to evade the attack and the wave cuts a pillar in half. Ichigo stares in shock at the fact this young hero-to-be and Espada just copied and sent back his own attack at double strength. Ichigo, the impersonator, your sword is very impressive, what else can it do? Izuku, use your Bankai and find out. To be honest, I've never gotten to use my Bankai yet. Ichigo, alright, I'll go Bankai and I want you to also use your resurrection during our fight. This is getting fun. Izuku, indeed it is now. Ichigo and Izuku, Bankai. Black racier engulfs and swirls around the two as they release their Bankai against each other. Ichigo come out his black smoke first, revealing a form-fitting shahakusho and kimono covering his torso that looks tattered at the base. His sword had taken on the form of a long black katana with the symbol of the protector protecting the hand. At the base of the handle was a small black chain that could be used to spin the blade on. Izuku then comes out of his smoke tornado, revealing an all-white version of his Gamma hero suit. His sword had changed to have two blades on opposite ends of the hilt. Both blades looked like mirrors and also had the diamond grooves in the spine of the blades. The handguard had become a full ring around both blades, allowing the blades to spin around it at will. Both blades extended to 100 centimeters from the handle. Ichigo, Tensa Zangetsu. Izuku, Jisosha no Ikara. Ichigo, I'm impressed your Zanpakuto looks impressive as well as powerful. It's called the Impersonator's Bane. I'm curious to see what it can do. Izuku, let's go then. Gran Rei Getsuga Tensho. Izuku charges a Gran Rei Zero and fires a black Getsuga at the same time, only for Ichigo to slice through both attacks. Ichigo then flash steps in front of Izuku and slashes downwards, only for his sword to get caught in the horns of Izuku's crown. Izuku punches him backwards and uses a Sonido to appear behind Ichigo before cutting him in the chest, but not deep enough to seriously hurt him. What happened next caught both of them off guard. As soon as Izuku's sword made contact and cut Ichigo's skin, he healed instantly. Ichigo, that's new? Izuku, well, it means we can still fight. I'm curious about seeing your hollow powers. What can you do with them? Ichigo, I can materialize my hollow mask. It amplifies my powers greatly. Izuku, you mean like this? Izuku then swipes his hand over his face in a clawing motion and summons his mask. He takes it off his face and shows Ichigo his own visored mask. Ichigo then summons his own skull-like mask and leaves it on his face. They then proceed to continue their duel slash after slash and blast after blast. Ichigo hit Izuku with a point-blank Getsuga and it causes Izuku to go crashing into a nearby pillar. Izuku flash steps back and engages in a blade lock with Ichigo. Both fighters not budging and their blades creating small sparks from the friction of the weapons. They are interrupted when two more Soul Reapers appear holding a girl. Ichigo, Byakuya? Rukia? Why you here? Who's the girl? Izuku, Achiko. Rukia, we sensed that you were fighting an Espada and we also found her. She has been marked by the same Espada. Izuku, let go of my Achiko, or I will be forced to use lethal actions. We were just sparring, not trying to end each other. I am a human/hollow hybrid, not your enemy. Now bring her back to the real world. She's done nothing wrong and she is pregnant with my children. Byakuya, you're no human and you are the enemy. We must dispose of the hollows within her before they are born. Ichigo, whoa, we do not hurt humans. What do you think you are doing? I order you to let her go. She has nothing to do with this and neither do you. Byakuya grabs the hilt of his sword and pulls Achiko close to him by the hair. Izuku, you so much as draw your sword to harm her, you will die where you stand. Rukia, you watch your tongue. Hollow, there are 3 of us and one of you. Even if you use your resurrection, you won't be able to defeat all of us. You don't stand a chance against Nisama. Izuku, try me. I have 3 resurrections and I'm also in Bankai right now. If you haven't noticed yet, I still haven't drawn my second Zanpakuto yet. I'm thousands of times stronger than any Espada you've faced. I'm not bluffing. Hurt her and you die along with all of the Soul Society. Rukia, there is no way you possess that much power. Izuku, really? Look down. Izuku creates a black Zero and fires it into Las Noches and vaporizes the entire small country with a blast that isn't even a cm in diameter. The blast is so large it sends all of them flying. Izuku takes the chance to grab Achiko and teleport her away from them to safety. Izuku then comes back to the 3 who are getting up, form the rubble. As they get up, They see Izuku draw his other sword. He uses a sonito and holds his blades executioner style in front of Byakuya, who was mortified at Izuku's speed. All of the other captains just stare at the fact that the Espada had created an afterimage and is about to execute one of the other captains. Rukia draws her sword and smacks Izuku away from Byakuya. Byakuya then draws his sword and drops it, activating his Bankai. Byakuya, Bankai? Senbensakura Kgi Yoshi. Hundreds of massive swords come out of the ground behind Byakuya and then turn into cherry petals flying about the air. Izuku stares at him with hatred, then he takes his second sword and places it in his mouth before biting the blade and breaking the sword into pieces, activating his resurrection. Izuku, consume all of reality. Devorador Dalmas. Izuku combusts into flames and enters his new form. His wings materialize as bones, the skin on his arms and legs melt, revealing dragon-like bones. His fingers extend into dragon claws, and from his left wrist, 2 massive scythe blades 2 meters long protrude from the metacarpals. His other sword now begins to spin in his hand, the blades circling the handguards so fast it looks like a solid ring that was also a mirror. The crown that is on his head has changed, adding a dragonoid jaw like a chin strap connecting from both sides of his face. His eyes had gone from an innocent green to a blood-lusting crimson color that glows eerily at his soon-to-be victims. His shirt had been vaporized, revealing his rib cage and hollow hole where his heart should be. A massive skeletal tail grew from the base of his spine with razor-sharp bones across the vertebrae. The air around Izuku was practically on fire, and it was setting near by dead plants on fire from 200 meters away. Byakuya, a petty transformation, prepare to die Espada. Izuku, says the one surrounded in pink cherry petals, you have awoken the sleeping dragon, and that was your last mistake, Soul Reaper. I was here sparring with Captain Ichigo, having a friendly bout, but it was interrupted by your bastard self, kidnapping my soon-to-be wife and threatening my unborn children. You the short black-haired Soul Reaper. Leave us, I am not going to fight a woman, much less a pregnant one. Look at your soul ribbons, you have 3, I suggest that you head back from where you came. I'm not going to fight you, and I'm going to allow you to leave. Ichigo, you can sense soul ribbons, right? Tell her that what I said was true. Ichigo uses his ability to sense souls and gazes at Rukia, who had 3 red soul ribbons coming from her. 1 was from her chest and the other 2 were in her lower stomach. Ichigo, Rukia Kurosaki, you need to leave. You indeed are pregnant with twins, so please listen to him. Rukia, he threatened my brother. How am I supposed to leave when he threatened to end him? Ichigo, because your brother is an idiot and decided to mess with his family. Byakuya, whose side are you on, Ichigo? It seems you are taking his side. Ichigo, that's because I am for now until you leave. You threatened a man's family, are you stupid or something? He could be an extremely powerful ally. Izuku, choose your next words very carefully, Soul Reaper. I could be a great ally or an unbeatable enemy, your choice. Rukia, is it? Please leave, I don't want you to get involved with this, especially since you are expecting twins of your own. Izuku opens a discorer and Ichigo once again tells Rukia to leave. She obliges and walks out the portal back to the Soul Society, leaving Izuku and Ichigo to face off against the arrogant Byakuya. Once the discorer closes, Byakuya sends a wave of the petals at Izuku only for them to get incinerated before they get anywhere near Izuku. Byakuya then changes tactics and creates hundreds of swords that float around the trio. Byakuya then sent sword after sword at Izuku, trying to hit him, but to no avail, as each sword would either pass through the spaces in Izuku's exposed bones or be deflected by Izuku. Ichigo flash steps out of the circle of swords and sheathes his own, allowing Byakuya and Izuku to continue their duel. Izuku catches a sword and breaks it with his hands like a twig as if to antagonize Byakuya. Izuku flash steps in front of him and Byakuya slashes the sword he put in his hand at Izuku, only for it to get caught by Izuku in his mouth and bitten in half. Byakuya's eyes widen at the action and Izuku proceeds to ounce Byakuya so hard he gets sent into the ground and threw it into El Bosque de los Minos below the level they are on. The force of the impact sets off a massive earthquake, shaking the entire realm of Hueco Mundo. Izuku flash steps right above the massive crater and does the unthinkable. He breaks off one of the bones in his hand and uses it to create a Zero attack that is pitch black. The beam was absorbing the light from the very air. The beam grows to the size of a small moon and then Izuku fires it into the crater at Byakuya, who is standing up. Izuku, Legendario Gran Rey Zero. Izuku set off the blast and it careened towards the ground. From Byakuya's point of view, it was as if an abyss was blotting out the sky and slowly getting bigger coming towards him. He managed to just flash step out of the way, but he lost his arm in the process. The blast had leveled an area the size of America, leaving Ichigo and Byakuya speechless with shocked expressions on their faces. Izuku flash stepped in front of the again and raised his sword to Byakuya's throat. Byakuya was clutching the place where his arm used to be with, for the first time in his life, a mortified expression on his face. Izuku, why is your asinine reason for attacking my pregnant fiancée and threatening my unborn children? Speak, worm. Byakuya, she had your erasure emanating off of her. We found out that she was expecting a Hollow's children and we captured her. Izuku punches him in the face with enough force to snap someone's neck, then he continued to shout at him. Izuku, I told you already I am human, I just have hollow powers. How come you haven't attacked Rukia like you did my Ichigo? The father of her children is a hollow, so why not attack her? Ichigo is a vasto lord like myself, and yet you have no quarrel with the fact that Rukia is pregnant with his children. What makes Ichigo's pregnancy so different from Rukia's? Nothing. Now get out of my sight before I eat your soul. Izuku opens a discorer to the Soul Society and picks up Byakuya by his throat. He takes his sword and throws it through the portal and then throws Byakuya in with it before closing the portal behind him. Izuku then turns around to Ichigo and drops out of his resurrection and sheathes his sword. Izuku, well, congratulations Ichigo, you are going to be a father. Now let's get back to our fight, shall we? Ichigo, let's get to it. Ichigo and Izuku lunge at each other and begin to slash at each other savagely with powerful blows, and Ichigo fires a Zero that catches Izuku in the side, vaporizing his arm. Izuku teleports back to Ichigo and regenerates his arm in seconds, then he fires a green Zero back at Ichigo and it strikes him in the chest. Ichigo gets sent into the last standing pillar of Las Noches and Izuku teleports to him to see if he is alright. As Izuku gets to Ichigo, he sees that he is letting off a massive amount of a Hollow's erasure. As Izuku lands on the pillar, Ichigo lifts his head up from the rubble with half a hollow mask materializing on his face. Then Hollow Ichigo begins to laugh and talk to Izuku. Shirasaki, well, hello Ukuzi. So, tell me, why does a Hollow like yourself not do away with your host and take control of his body? Ukuzi takes over Izuku's body and begins to talk to Shirasaki. Ukuzi, simply because that if he dies, I die. You do realize that if you end Ichigo's soul, you will die as well? That's why I haven't ended my host. We are the same person after all. Ukuzi is Izuku and Izuku is Ukuzi. Shirasaki, I don't get it. What do you mean that if I end that orange-haired idiot that I will die too? Ukuzi, it's because your souls are linked. If you were to end him, you would also die and your body would become a mindless hollow attacking everything and everyone. Shirasaki, so, what you're saying is that we are the same person and that Ichigo is Akigo and Akigo is Ichigo. What bullshit do you expect me to believe that? Man, you are just as stupid as that Soul Reaper whose arm you blew off. Ukuzi, then I'm going to have to beat it into you. I'm telling you, you will die if you end your host. Just look at the other hollows around here. They can't speak and they only act on pure instincts. We are supposed to help our host, not destroy them. I guess I'm gonna beat that into you, Shirasaki. Shirasaki, we'll see. Ah. Shirasaki begins transforming Ichigo into his Vasto Lord form, starting with the helmet and melting a hole in Ichigo's exposed chest. Similarly, Ukuzi transforms into his Vasto Lord state as well. Both of them fully become their Vasto Lord and instantly lunge at each other, slashing and hacking savagely at the other. Both of the two Vasto Lords charge Zeros and fire them at each other. As the Zeros collide, they set off a massive explosion that destroyed what was left of the ruins of Las Noches. Shirasaki grabbed his sword by its chain and spun it on his finger extremely fast, and Ukuzi spins his dual blade just as fast, and the pair slashed the swords at each other, clashing with such force it caused a massive shockwave to be felt all around Mundo, sending sand and small hollows who couldn't get out of the way flying. The sand that was thrown in the air created massive tornadoes. The pair continue their savage duel, teleporting around Mundo, firing Siro after Siro and Getsuga after Getsuga, practically tearing the realm to pieces during their fight. Shirasaki had managed to land a blow on Ukuzi's shoulder, cutting his arm off, but Ukuzi had also landed a massive blow on Shirasaki, cutting him in half and causing the pair to drop their swords. They both quickly regenerate the missing limb and retrieve their swords by simply opening their right, Shirasaki, and left, Ukuzi, hands. The pair decide telepathically to end the fight and charge in for one final attack. They both fly at each other at supersonic speed and clash with a massive Getsuga Tensho that could have been seen from space. The blast had connected with the two of them. It tore off their horns and masks, reverting them back to their base forms, ending their fight. Ichigo comes to and gazes at Izuku, who was sitting cross-legged watching over him. Izuku helps Ichigo to his feet and opens a discorer, allowing him to return to the Soul Society and Izuku the human world. Before they had left, they had a short conversation as friends and not enemies. Izuku, that was fun. I haven't had a good fight in some time since I'm so much stronger than my friends. Ichigo, I know what you mean. I'm one of the strongest captains in all the Soul Society and it's hard to find a challenge. How about we fight again sometime? Izuku, if you want to get your ass handed to you, then sure, you know where to find me. Ichigo, nobody won our match, man. It was a tie. Izuku, tell the Soul Society that they have the strongest espada on their side. If they don't threaten my Ochiko, I won't destroy them like I did this dump. Ichigo, alright, and I'll tell them that you have Shinigami powers as well. See you later, Izuku. I can't wait for our next fight. Izuku, hope we can fight again soon, my friend. Small Might, it's official, everyone. Cinnabuns in the oven. I'm going to be a mom. Green Queen, congrats, you too. One Punch Pikachu. I need to add 2 people right quick, and congrats. One Punch Pikachu has added users Himiko Toga and Hitoshi Shinso to the group chat. Nuclear Pomeranian changed Himiko Toga's name to Vampire Temptress. Manly Boy has changed Hitoshi Shinso's name to Zomboy. Zomboy, what have I been dragged into? Vampire Temptress, thanks for the name, Katsusama. Nuclear Pomeranian, no problem, babe. Icy, get a room. Vampire Temptress, where do you think we are? Manly Boy, I have a picture of them. I saw this when I went to get Bakubro's notes, thanks by the way. Mama Momo, Fruity Boy, degree. Invisalign, why is the grape still here? Duck Boy, I got this. Thought begone no jutsu. Ducked Boy has kicked Fruity Boy from the chat. Scion Boy, thank you. He tried to sneak a pair of Turu's panties out of her room before. Small Might, was that why I found him unconscious and in the ceiling? Scion Boy, don't underestimate detail, my guy. Diabetes, it almost makes you feel bad for him. Ship Queen, we are getting cinnamon roll babies. Cinnabuns in the oven. Yep. And Izuku is going to be super overprotective of me and our babies. Icy thought. That's an understatement. He's wearing the crown of his Vasto form right now. Mama Momo, and I thought he was clingy when you weren't pregnant, Uraraka. Cinnabuns in the oven. It's Midoriya now. Nuclear Pomeranian, you two haven't gotten married yet, so no, it's Uraraka. Small Might, don't correct her. Remember, she now has a literal dragon at her beck and call. Manly Boy, I think it's manly that he protects his woman and his unborn babies. Small Might, whoops. A dragon's children are called whelps, and that's what I'm going to call them. The Chicken of Darkness. Has anyone else noticed that they are using plural terms for their kids, or is it just me? Green Queen. I noticed that too, but I thought nothing of it. Mr. President. Me too, Midoriya. Is there something that you aren't telling us? Small Might, Ida, you're going to have to start referring to me as Izuku or Deku from now on. Cinnabuns in the oven. There is a reason. King said that he sees 2 souls, not 1. We are having twins. Earphone jack you up. That's amazing. Congrats, Ochiko. Animal Whisperer. Congrats, you too. Baguette Boi. They will be more fabulous and beautiful than yours truly. Small Might. Thank you, Aoyama. Upper hands. So, in other news, have you seen what Shinso is doing? Zomboy, leave me out of this shoji. Manly Boy, nah fam, it's too funny. Diabetes, what's he doing? Is he pulling an Aizawa? Earphone jack you up. Did you just turn Aizawa into an action? One Punch Pikachu, that was me babe. The Chicken of Darkness, you did say he's your idiot. Icy Thought, not as much of one as Bakugo. Nuclear Pomeranian, what you say Icy Thought. Small Might, he said you're a bigger idiot than Denki. Denki isn't that stupid, cut him some slack. Green Queen, Midoriya, he thought it would be a great idea to take a bath with a toaster because he's immune to electricity. We were out of power for 3 days and I was scarred by him running naked through the common room. Ship Queen, I bet Kyoko would have wanted to see that. One Punch Pikachu, what exactly was scarring? Green Queen, seeing a naked pervert run through our home. Small Might, Jirodexy is not responding, she's sitting perfectly. Still in the living room, with her face a shade of red I've never seen before. Cinnabuns in the oven. Wow, she's really red. Invisalign, what is Shinso doing? Scion Boy, Shoji? Upper hands, we laying on the dining room table in his purple sleeping bag, slowly sipping down one of those drinkable applesauce packets, staring at me, making eye contact. Small Might, he's a spy for Aizawa. Vampire Temptress. Momo, let's make him some butterfly wings, he looks like a purple caterpillar. Mr. President has added May Hatsum to the chat. Small Might has changed May Hatsum's name to Personal Space Invader. Personal Space Invader, hey Tenny. Hey Mito. Cinnabuns in the oven, stay away, King Deku is mines. Small Might, I don't know whether to feel loved or owned. I see that, both? Mama Momo, just roll with it. Small Might. Cinnabuns in the oven. You should feel both, 1 because I love you and 2 because I am clingy. One Punch Pikachu, get a room. Earphone jack you up, they already did you dunce. One Punch Pikachu, oh yeah, I was wondering why Achiko was looking a bit fat. Mama Momo, facepalm. Icy Thought, it was nice knowing you. Cinnabuns in the oven, Deku? Small Might, yes? Cinnabuns in the oven, make him apologize. Small Might, okay. Denki say you're sorry or you and Okuzi are going to have a nice little chat. One Punch Pikachu, go Manasai. Small Might did. Nuclear Pomeranian, I'm surprised he didn't pull the Okuzi card on me this time. Small Might, I've embarrassed you enough, though if you want, we can go for round 2. Nuclear Pomeranian, Icy Thought, can I get 2 ringside seats, a large popcorn and a soda with 2 straws? Green Queen. The Chicken of Darkness, I like how Shinso isn't averse to the whole butterfly wings deal. Zomboy, that's because I think it's funny. Surprise, I have a sense of humor and chronic insomnia. Uncle Aizawa used to have a pair of wings, he would wear them for me when I was little. One Punch Pikachu, don't you mean insomnia? Zomboy. Small Might, leave the dad jokes to All Might and I. Icy Thought, what's a dad joke? Mama Momo, wow. Deku? Small Might, yeah? Mama Momo, dad joke him? Cinnabuns in the oven. Please do I want to see his reaction to them. Small Might, hey Shoni. Icy Thought, what? Small Might, why do ghosts like elevators? Small Might, because it lifts their spirits. Mama Momo, oh my goodness, he's actually laughing. Nuclear Pomeranian, holy shit, he's in tears laughing. Deku, tell him another one. Small Might, so, I hit Kirishima with a soda can before. Mr. President, why would you do that? You're trying to be a hero. Kirishima, relax Ida, I'm fine. Small Might, yeah, he's lucky it was a soft drink. Mama Momo, he just spit-taked his water all over the place in the common room as soon as he understood the joke. Icy Thought, this has been missing from my life. Small Might, mine too, that's why I'm so good at them. The Chicken of Darkness, dark? Small Might, Shoto, do you think I should trust glue salesman? I did. Small Might, I think I should, he really sticks to his word. Boy, crash. Diabetes, please stop, my sides are hurting. Earphone jack you up. Tashinori is crying laughing and Momo is wiping down the table in the common room. Upper hands, update, Shinso just pulled a switch out of his sleeping bag and is now playing Skyrim. Guess what race his character is? Manly boy. He's definitely a Nord, they are the manliest bois in all of Skyrim. Green Queen, Argonian? Small Might, elf? Zomboy, you're close Midoriya, I'm a dark elf. Nuclear Pomeranian, figures his emo ass would play the most emo race in that game. Small might, says the one who headbangs to pierce the veil and has listened to crawling in my skin at least 1,000 times. The chicken of darkness, and he calls me emo. Green Queen, Toko listens to super upbeat pop music. Small might, that's unexpected. Green Queen, the whole dark and brooding thing is a facade. Cinnabuns in the oven, how could a hero be so bipolar? Small might, look at Kaken. Vampire Temptress, you can say that again. My Katsusama can go from a big softy to blowing your face off in 3 seconds. Small might, who wants to hold Eri? She just woke up. Mama Momo, me. I have the Nico onesie for her. Small might, Aizawa agrees. Cinnabuns in the oven, she is going to be so cute. Baguette boy, not as cute as me. Green Queen, keep dreaming Aoyama. Invisalign, the only thing that would be cuter than Eri is Achiko's babies. Mama Momo, agreed. Ship Queen, they surely will. Earphone jack you up. I'm surprised that Nedzu doesn't care about Achiko's pregnancy. Small might, that's because I had something to do with it. Mr. President, Ukuzi. Small might, damn right. It's me in the flesh. Nedzu is easy to persuade, all it takes is a little incentive. Cinnabuns in the oven. By incentive he means he will. Refurbish his office for him. Okuzi doesn't have the greatest eye for interior decorating. Small might. You're not wrong, my queen, but my version of interior decorating can be summed up in one word that starts with the letter F. Nuclear Pomeranian. F-I-R-E. Manly boy, speaking of fire, what is in your curry? I tried some while you weren't looking and my face is M-E-L-T-I-N-G. Nuclear Pomeranian. You can pry the recipe from my cold, dead hands' shitty hair. Icy thought. His curry isn't all that spicy. Want some of mine? Manly boy, sure. Manly boy. R-E-G-R-E-T. Mama Momo. Did anyone notice Deku walk by with a bowl of curry that was on fire? Cinnabuns in the oven. Don't tell me he's eating his lava curry again. Small might. Cinnabuns in the oven. Izuku, the last time you ate that you set off the sprinkler system in the school. Nuclear Pomeranian. I think that's because the one Big Hands Beach from Class 1B Beach slapped Monama into the bowl of flaming curry and his hair caught on fire. Deku, what's in that monstrosity anyways? Small might. Well, there's beef, coconut milk, ghost peppers, Carolina Reapers, cilantro, vegetable oil, chipotle powder, salt, pepper, chicken stock, tempura fried pork cuts and rice. And a bit of sake that I light on fire to burn off the alcohol, and for the presentation that's why it's on fire. Or I just blow fire on it. Manly boy, how many of those peppers do you use, Deku? Small might, 3 of each. Cinnabuns in the oven. How his bowl doesn't melt is beyond me. Diabetes. Does he even have a stomach? Icy thought. Hold on, I want to see something. Izumi, take your shirt off and open the hole on your chest. I want to see if my theory is correct. Cinnabuns in the oven. You know I've been living with Izu for 3 months now and I still haven't seen this yet. Mama Momo, you have piqued my curiosity. Manly boy, I hope you aren't going to do what I think you're doing. Small might, I haven't even tried this myself. Mama Momo, where does it go? Cinnabuns in the oven. Another dimension maybe? I see it. I've never been more intrigued and disgusted at the same time. Vampire Temptress. That is so weird. Can you put things through the hole? Cinnabuns in the oven. Yes. Shoto POV. I took 1 sip of the punch and instantly knew what was in it. The punch had been spiked. My brother and his fiancée were downing cup after cup of the stuff while we were watching our movies. They eventually stopped when there was none left and they began to get very clingy and handsy towards each other. They began making out on the couch while we were watching The Winter Soldier, and Mina had the most brilliant idea of telling them to take their makeout session to their room. When my brother responded he was slurring all of his words, I knew then and there he was totally wasted. Mina, get a room you too. Izuku, sure thing Mina. Come on Osha lesh go to our room. Achiko, all white Izuku lesh go. Me, oh my god, they're drunk. Someone spiked the punch. Mina, who did what now? Denki, I forgot we did that. Minetta, we were the ones who spiked it. Me, Izumi is going to end you too when he wakes up. Izuku POV. I wake up late this morning with a massive headache. I notice Achiko is not in my bed this morning. I get up, throw on some clothes, and I brush my teeth. I head downstairs and I see Achiko wearing one of my shirts like a dress. I walk over to the kitchen and I grab some bacon that was already cooked and left on the counter for us. I walk into the common room and I see some of my classmates on the sofa. Katsuki was sitting in the recliner with Toga sitting in his lap. His arms were around her waist and he was resting his head on top of hers. I take a seat next to Achiko and she instantly hugs me, then she says something that causes everyone in the room to look at me. Then I realize what we did last night and why I have a headache. Achiko, you were amazing yesterday, Izuku. Everyone. What? Midoriya. Anyone want to tell me why I have a migraine this morning? Shoto, it's no migraine, you have a hangover. Minetta spiked the punch bowl with sake last night. You got very drunk and carried Achiko to your room bridal style. I guess you already know what happened from there. Me, Minetta. I figured this had something to do with him. Can't say I'm all that mad though. In all honesty, I actually want to start a family with Achiko. Looks like it will happen sooner rather than later. Hey Mido. Want to try out one of my new babies today? You sure? Did you stay the night? Ida, yes, she did and she was with me. She also got very drunk because of the punch bowl was spiked. May, thanks for the food, Tenya. Achiko, if I'm pregnant I'm keeping the baby. I want to have a family with my King Aizu. Katsuki, I didn't think you had it in you, Deku. I'm impressed. Siro, congrats man. Me? Has anyone seen Denki? Denki comes into the common room carrying Kyoka on his back, and she looks just as sick as me. Denki slowly makes his way to the kitchen and grabs a handful of bacon for Kyoka, who was slumped limply over his back. Denki then walks over to the couch, shifts Kyoka to his chest and he sits down. He feeds her the bacon as she massages her temples with her earphone jacks. She slowly but surely eats the bacon that Denki is putting on her lips. He runs his fingers through her hair in an effort to alleviate her hangover. She finishes eating it and she buries her head into Denki's chest to shield her eyes from the lights. Ida, Midoriya, how come you're not complaining about a hangover anymore? Me, my instant regeneration fixed it for me. I'll go grab the antacid tablets for everyone who's hungover. This was the last time we invite Minetta to our parties. Everyone who's awake, minus Minetta, agreed. Me, and I will also report this to Aizawa if we find out that Achiko is pregnant. I will know first because I can detect souls. Ida, what do souls look like when you see them? Me, like ribbons of white silk. My mom has two because she is pregnant. If Achiko has more than one, then I will know for sure that she is expecting. Mina, since you two are engaged now, when is the wedding? Achiko, probably after finals. Minetta, morning girls. What I miss? Katsuki, oh, he's so dead. Shoto, his casket will be very small and no one will show up to his funeral. Ida, that's very rude, he's one of our classmates, we should be nicer. Me, why would I harm the grape? After all, he was the catalyst for Achiko and I to start a family. Minetta, wait, you actually? Me, yes, but don't say it out loud. Mina, yeah. We may be getting small, more adorable and pure cinnamon roll babies. Achiko, I can't wait, my child is going to be adorable. Toru and Tsuyu, who's pregnant? Me, Achiko might be. We got drunk cause Minetta spiked the punch and you know what happened from there. Ida, we won't know for at least 2 weeks' time, that's when the heartbeat or heartbeats can be discovered. Me, actually with my powers I can detect souls. If there truly is a new life developing within her, I will be able to detect it first. Shoto, how about we not dwell on this until Izuku knows it's true? Let's just relax and enjoy our weekend, and I'm going to contact Aizawa and tell him what Minetta did and the fact he had alcohol on campus. Ida, I was going to report it anyways, but I guess you can do it. Shoto gets up and leaves the dorms, allowing us to continue with our rough morning. Jiro had finally gotten over her hangover and was cuddling with Denki on the couch. Achiko was laying on my chest. And Ajur put on an episode of Dragon Ball Super on the television with no disagreements with it. Hagakure was sitting next to him and he had his tail wrapped around her. His arm was bent in a weird position, but I assume it's because Toru is holding his hand. Not 10 minutes later, Aizawa and Shoto come into the dorms and Aizawa calls me, Achiko and Minetta to him, and we walk outside. Aizawa, do you two remember anything from last night? Me, nope, only what I've been told by my classmates. Achiko, all I remember is getting carried to our room and that's it. Aizawa, Minetta, what do you have to say for yourself, and what possessed you to spike Mina's punch bowl? Minetta, I thought it would lead to something funny and I just wanted to liven up the party. Aizawa, if Achiko is indeed pregnant, Minetta, you will be expelled for possession of alcohol on campus and intoxicating your fellow students. I'm going to go inside and see who else was drunk and hangover this morning. One more thing, Achiko, if you are pregnant, 1, tell me, and 2, are you keeping the baby? Achiko, it's a human life that I and nurturing I will have the baby or babies. Me, and I will be right there with her to raise our child/children together. Aizawa, alright then, come, let's go inside. Aizawa walks into the dorms with us following behind him. He sees Kyoko with her hair over her face laying on Denki, Mei with her sunglasses/visor thing over her eyes, and both Fumikage and Kirishima still passed out in weird positions on the couch. Kirishima was asleep laying along the headrests and Fumikage was on the floor with his legs on the seat of the couch, and his cape was covering his face minus his beak. Aizawa just stares at us in our nightwear with a bored and unamused expression on his face until he sees Shinso sleeping in his purple bean bag on the dining room table. Aizawa cracks a smile when he sees his nephew and it catches everyone in the living room off guard. Aizawa, well, it seems he has taken after me and instead of his father, alright, clean this mess up and go back to whatever it was you were doing and be ready for class Monday. You will be starting your internships soon, so be ready. That's all, goodbye. Achiko and I walk over to the recliner after Aizawa left. I get in the chair and Achiko takes her spot on my lap. I summon my crown and I place it on her head as well as placing my right hand over her stomach. Time skip Monday. Achiko and I enter the classroom with a discorer and we walk over to my desk. I still have my crown on my head. The rest of our class walk in and notices the fact that I still have my crown on and they start asking questions, but they were all cut off by Aizawa walking into the classroom. He then pushes a button on his desk and a ton of random numbers appear with our names next to them. Shoto, hey, Izumi, why do you still have your crown on? Mina, Yamido, I just noticed you haven't taken it off since Saturday, with the only time being when you gave it to Achiko. Toru, didn't you say her ring has some special powers with it? Why do you keep giving her your crown? Aizawa, alright, shut up, I have the offers from the pros for your internships. In previous years it's been more spread out, but this year that's not the case. Midoriya, you don't have any because you have already been assigned thanks to All Might, so go talk to him after class. The rest of you choose your internships. Class dismissed. I start to leave after collecting my things and Achiko jumps on my back as I open the door. We are scared by All Might, who comes out of nowhere yelling, Tim, I am here in a bizarre position. Achiko and Izuku, All Might. You two want to have lunch with me? Achiko, Fta, you sound like a schoolgirl. All Might. Achiko, please call me Dad. Might, you are engaged to Izuku. Aizawa told me what happened this weekend involving Minetta and the spiked punch bowl. Your mother already knows and she's as ecstatic about Achiko's possible pregnancy. We walk down to the teacher's lounge and I give my crown to Achiko again to make me feel reassured. We grab our bento boxes and walk inside and sit at a table with Dad. Might. He drops out of his buff form into his normal one and puts his hands over his face in a thinking-like pose. Well, Izuku, you have been assigned to be a sidekick to an old pro hero by the name of Gran Torino. He was one of my teachers while I was at UA. He wants to have you as a sidekick for the duration of the internships. Don't worry about pay, I will be the one to pay you. He lives in an old apartment building in Huso City. He also knows about One for All. Me. How come I didn't get any other offers from the pros? You did, but I had already assigned you to him because I felt like he could teach you a lot about your quirk. He was the one to teach me. Achiko, you should train with him. Izuku, I'm going to pick Gunhead for my internship. That's all I needed to tell you. Run along and go talk to your friends. Let me know if you think of any baby names. Me, will do. By Dad. Achiko and I walk back to the cafeteria and we sit by Shoto, Momo, Ida and Mei, who were eating lunch waiting for us to return. We sit down at the table after I get some more food for us, and then Shoto asks me what kind of powers Achiko's ring has. Shoto, hey, Izumi, you didn't get to answer my question from this morning. You mentioned that the ring Achiko has possesses some powers, and why do you keep giving Achiko your crown? Me, the ring acts as a link between her soul and mine. This allows me to know if she's sick in danger or if something is troubling her. It gives her the abilities to use my moves. She can shoot fire from the ring and use my zeros on command. I keep giving her my crown because she looks cute wearing it and it makes me feel assured in case she is pregnant. Momo, well, she does look cute wearing the crown. Achiko? Do you know how to use the Zero Blasts like Izuku says? Achiko, nope, this is the first time I have been told that I could use his powers. How do I do it? Me, well, think about creating a ball of light in front of the ring and then say the word, but don't do it in here, you might hurt someone. Achiko, okay King, I won't. The rest of the day goes by rather quickly and we head to the dorms to get packed for our internships and I take Eri to my mom's house to drop her off. Achiko comes along and as soon as we get there I get tackled by my mother who was excited to see us. Inko, Izuku. Toshi told me that Achiko might be pregnant and when I found out that I'm going to be a grandma I couldn't contain my excitement. Come, I have something to show you. Me, well, we don't know for sure if she is or not but we are excited as well. We would have waited until we got married and became pros but Minetta, one of our classmates, spiked the punch bowl at our dorm warming party and we got drunk, you know the rest. Inko, well, I have something to show you. Come, I renovated your old room. Achiko and I walk into our house and we set Eri into the living room in front of the television. We walk to my old room and we notice that it had been repainted to a baby blue color. It has a crib and a changing area for the baby and the ceiling fan had a mobile with All Might's face and mine from my hero costume. I turn to my mother who is smiling at us and I ask the question that is on both Achiko and my minds. Me? I'm getting a little brother? Inko, yes, I found out yesterday that we are having a boy. We have decided on Yanko Koro Shimura Tashinori for his name. Achiko and I walk into our house and we set Eri into the living room in front of the television. We walk to my old room and we notice that it had been repainted to a baby blue color. It has a crib and a changing area for the baby and the ceiling fan had a mobile with All Might's face and mine from my hero costume. I turn to my mother who is smiling at us and I ask the question that is on both Achiko and my minds. Me? I'm getting a little brother? Inko, yes, I found out yesterday that we are having a boy. We have decided on Yanko Koro Shimura for his name. Achiko, that's amazing, Mrs. Midoriya. I already had come up with baby names on accident when I was sleep-talking according to Izuku. Inko, Achiko, please call me Mom, and what were their names again? Izuku, Izuka and Reiko Midoriya? Izuka for a boy and Reiko for a girl. Inko, Reiko huh? If she is anything like you too, that name will surely fit. Izuku, we came by to drop off Eri before we head out to our internships. Inko, wow, you two are going to intern as heroes? Who did you pick? Izuku, Dad might picked for me. I'm working as a sidekick to an old pro that taught him named Gran Torino. Achiko, I'm interning with Gunhead to learn martial arts. Izuku, I'm going to tell him that you are expecting so he will go easy on you. Inko, my little boy looking out for his queen and his unborn children. You grew up so fast, Izuku. Izuku, I grew up, died, came back to life, got a girlfriend, then got engaged and now I'm going to be a father. Something tells me I did that in the wrong order. Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head, causing Achiko and his mother to laugh. Time skip. Izuku POV. After I dropped off Achiko to Gunhead's dojo and I spoke to him regarding her pregnancy, I head off to the train station. I board a train headed for House City and after an hour ride, I depart for the address that All Might gave me. After walking about for around 20 minutes, I come upon an old rundown apartment complex that the old pro apparently lives in. I walk to the entrance and I open the door and I'm greeted with the sight of the old man laying on the floor apparently dead. I proceed to freak out and then he sits up, causing me to then proceed to freak out again. Me? He's dead. Gran Torino, I'm alive. Me, he's alive. Gran Torino, I had made myself a plate of sausage links and ketchup but I tripped and spilled it before you walked in. Sorry for the scare. Now who are you? Me. My name is Izuku Midoriya. All Might said that you would be the hero I'm doing my internship with. Gran Torino. Oh, Tashinori sent you. What is your quirk and how much of one for all can you use? Me. My quirk is called Symbiotic Dragonoid Holification. It allows me to take the form of an undead dragon with a hole through my chest. In that form I am invulnerable, and I have the powers of a dragon. And I can control 100% of one for all because of the instant regeneration my first quirk gives me. Gran Torino, so, you are dead. May I see this form you speak of?
Sure.
I take off my shirt revealing my chest and then I summon my mask, instead of my crown, and a large hole appears in my chest where my heart should be. From there I ascend to my full hollowification, my skin melts off of my arms and chest, I grow 2 large skeletal dragon wings from my back and my legs change to develop another joint making me half a meter taller in the process and a long skeletal tail grows from my lower back. I then transform even further still ascending to the Vasto Lord level. My skin reappears on my arms in the form of ash that catches on fire before becoming a scale on my body and my wings shift down to the middle of my back as I grow a second set that is even larger than the first and then my mask changes into the crown and I stop my transformations and look at Gran Torino who just stood there dumbstruck at the forms. Gran Torino, well, Toshinori seems to have chosen a very powerful successor. You will be number 1 for sure. Me? Thank you. And I have to become number 1 because my fiancé is expecting. I didn't show you but I have a form above this one, it's called the Espada, which means swordsman. In that form I look almost human except for the mask and crown and the hole in my chest shrinks to be a fourth the size of it is now. I drop out of the form and put my shirt on. Gran Torino. Alright, I hope you do, now fight me. Me is. Gran Torino, fine then I'll attack you. Gran Torino begins to bounce off the wall insanely fast. So fast I have to activate my mask to be able to track him. He then starts throwing kicks hitting me in the head in random attack patterns and I dive under the sofa to evade his strikes. Gran Torino, I can see you Midoriya. I quickly sneak my hands under the couch and I turn around underneath it and throw a smash attack under the couch when I think he is directly above me. The attack destroys the couch but misses Gran Torino. He then flies at me again and I turn to land another smash attack but he isn't there. Instead he lands a hit on my head knocking me down before he stops and lands in front of me. Gran Torino, you're trying to emulate M too much, your reverence of him is getting in your way. Now, let's go pick up a new microwave so we can have dinner. Just as he says that we hear a knock at the door, I deactivate my mask and then I walk over to it and open it to find a microwave box at the doorstep. I take it inside and then set it up after throwing out the broken one. I place a plate of the frozen fish cakes that Gran Torino gave me and I hit start. Once it finishes, I take the plate out and then walk over to the table. Gran Torino takes a bite of the fish cake and then immediately spits it out saying it was too cold and that the plate I used was too big so it couldn't rotate properly. I have a moment of realization and then say something that causes Gran Torino to deadpan in response. Gran Torino, it's ice cold. The plate you used was too large to rotate in the microwave properly so it didn't cook all the way. Me, I'll reheat it and use it. Wait, I just got it. This fish is me. Gran Torino, son, are you okay? Me, and no, that's not what I meant. I need to focus on using OFA throughout all of my body. I was just turning on one switch but I need to be turning on all the switches. Gran Torino, that's the idea. Now do it and attack me. Me, hollowification. 1 for all full cowling. I activate my mask and then focus on using 100% of OFA all throughout my body. Hollow powers allow me to instantly heal any strain that OFA puts me through. Gran Torino bounces off the wall behind me and I instantly turn around and I dodge his attack and swat at him sharply grazing his cheek and destroying the roof of the apartment on accident. Me? Oops, sorry about that Gran Torino. Gran Torino, it's fine, we won't be staying here for long. We are heading to the other part of Hausu tomorrow for patrolling so we'll just stay there while I have this place fixed up. Now let's eat dinner. Time skip, Tuesday evening the next day. Gran Torino puts on his hero costume on and I ascend to my Espada form donning a solid white version of my hero suit with a sword down the right side of my hip. The hilt has 2 dragon skulls facing away from the blade and the pommel of the sword was a dragon's claw gripping a green gemstone. We head to the train station heading for East Hausu. After 20 minutes on the train it suddenly stops and I grab Gran Torino by the collar to keep him from flying away. Suddenly the car we are in explodes and a gray-winged, four-eyed Numu appears tearing a hole in the side of the train car. It attempts to grab one of the passengers but I instantly sonido in front of it and I punched it in the stomach sending it flying out of the tram with me jumping closely behind it attempting to finish it off before it flies away. I see a massive explosion off in the distance and I use a Sonido to arrive straight there. When I arrive, I see 2 more Numu and then I sense a familiar faint spiritual pressure and I instantly teleport to its location. When I get there, I find Ida and a blacked-out figure with 2 sets of headbands and a chipped and serrated katana in its hand. I draw my own sword and I notice the figure hasn't noticed me and is attempting to strike down Ida. He raises the sword above his head and then slashes downwards, only for the blade to be caught between my thumb and index finger. When I teleported in front of Ida and catch the blade, I instantly recognize the man who is standing in front of me. The villain and hero Ender. Stain. Someone actually worth PF my time. Tell me, hero, what is your name and what is your ideal? Me. I am the hero Deku, the dragon of the north. The only reason I am a hero is so I can save people with a smile on my face and save you villains from yourselves if you can be saved, that is. Stain. Oh, and what do you do to those who are to corrupt to be saved, boy? Me. Simple. I consume the souls that are damned to hell, and I'm no mere boy, huh? I am a dragon. I finish my sentence and I flick my wrist sharply, snapping his blade like a twig. Stain lunges backwards and grabs a second katana from his scabbard. I tilt my head to the left and point at my neck. Stain lunges and then slashes at me. When his blade connects with my neck, the blade shatters like glass into several shards on the floor. Stain then grabs another knife and starts to slash at me repeatedly, and then Ida shouts out my name. Ida, Deku, don't let him cut you. If he drinks your blood, you won't be able to move. Me. Who says he has even made a scratch? He just tried to take my head off and his sword shattered like a pane of glass. Stain, I like you. Our ideals are the same. You follow All Might like I do, but he is the only hero that I will allow to end me. Me. Who says I'm going to end you? I'm just going to bring you in. You have ended heroes and that's something I just can't ignore. I use my sword and I slash at him with the back of the blade. I hit his shoulder, breaking his arm, causing him to drop the serrated American combat knife that he was holding. Inhale a ton of air and then I exhale a torrent of green fire that engulfs the majority of the alleyway. Stain then draws another knife and throws it at me, to which I comply by catching it with my index and middle finger before throwing it back at its owner, coming an inch away from his head, taking off a part of his ear, and then becoming embedded all the way to the hilt in the wall behind him. Stain jumps back at me with another sword he seemed to have pulled out of nowhere and swung over his head at me, only for it to get trapped in ice. Shuto, well, it seems I couldn't let my brother have all the fun now, can I? Next time when you text someone, don't just send your location, Deku. Me, it's fine, go help Ida, I got this. Stain, another fake hero who seeks death. Me, you are starting to bore me. Stain jumps off from the fire escape he was crouched on and then lunges at Shuto. I teleport in front of him and I create a fireball in my hand and punch him with it in the stomach, launching him out of the alley and into a power pole, knocking him out. I walk over to Ida and Shuto and I see that Shuto had cauterized Ida's large gashes on his arms and shoulder. I was about to speak, but the same winged Numu from earlier swooped down and grabbed me and attempted to fly off with me in its talons. I raise my free hand up and I fire a Siro through its head, decapitating it and causing it to drop to the ground dead. Izuku POV. As the Numu crashes to the ground, I am released from its grasp, also crash landing in front of Ida, who had managed to stand back up, and Shuto, who is currently tying up Stain. Endeavor comes around the corner trying to see what all the commotion was, only for me to start screaming for him to get out of the way because I'm not able to summon my wings in time. Get out of the way! I can't stop in time! I screamed before barreling into him at terminal velocity, leaving a small crater in my wake and knocking him out on accident. That had to look like it hurt? Sucks to be him, Shuto said, stifling a laugh at Endeavor's expense as I climb out of the hole. Note to self: pro heroes don't make good landing pads. You good, Ida? Yeah, aside from almost becoming anemic from lack of blood and the broken bones, I'm good. Ida groans out sarcastically, oh, glad you're okay. Shuto replies. Shuto, he was being sarcastic? I say, giving him a deadpan expression. Oh, well, let's get him bandaged up and Stain to the police. I already alerted them, they'll be here soon. Soon the police arrive and Ida is taken in an ambulance. Gran Torino arrives shortly after seeing Stain get taken into the back of a police cruiser. GT then starts shouting at me and hitting me over the head with his cane before a detective comes over and talks to us. You fool. What were you thinking? Thunk ow thunk ow thunk ow. Quit it. Ida was in trouble. What was I supposed to do? Let him get stabbed. Stop hitting me with that stupid cane already before I snap it. You should have rescued him. Not go off and fight the anti-hero Stain. Ida could have bled out in the time it took you to beat the tar out of him. Fine thunk stop it, I yell trying to snatch the cane from him but getting hit again. Excuse me, Gran Torino, and in turn, I am Detective Tsukachi, mind filling me in on what has happened here? No problem detective, but Deku here is my temporary sidekick. GT responded to Tsukachi, I was chasing after a Numu that had destroyed the train. I sensed Ida's life force with my powers and I found Stain attempting to end him. I fought and defeated Stain without being scratched and I defeated the winged Numu and crash landed of Endeavor here. I said motioning to the unconscious, fake, hero on the ground. Well, let's continue this at the hospital so I can get Ida's point of view on this. Tsukachi said as we headed to the hospital to talk to Ida. As we arrive at the hospital, we find Ida out cold in one of the cots after going through several blood transfusions and hundreds of stitches to stop the bleeding from his deep lacerations. Well, it seems I will be having to wait until he gets up. Oh well. Midoriya, you probably should stay and wait until the chief of police arrives. He would like to speak with you. He told me while I was driving over here. Sure, I'll let my mother know in Ochako that I will be staying here overnight and that I fought and defeated Stain. I say before pulling out my phone and making a couple of calls. Time skip. Good morning gentlemen, I am Tsuragami Kenji. Woof, I would like to speak to you about yesterday's events and I have some special news for Deku regarding the defeat and capture of Stain and the winged Numu. Ida, can you please tell me why you tried to fight Stain by yourself? The chief of police who has the head of a dog asks Ida and myself shortly after we had woken up this morning. Stain attacked my older brother and now he's paralyzed from the waist down and he has to retire from hero work. I just wanted revenge? That's only natural if someone hurts a family member. Tsukachi adds, cutting off Ida mid-sentence. Sir? What do you want to talk to me about? I asked, trying to resist every urge. I have to pet him and the cat policeman that had walked in the room as well. Ah yes, Midoriya-kun. As a token of appreciation for taking down the anti-hero Stain, the Hero Association has decided to award you with a pro-hero license and salary amongst pros. Congratulations. Woof, you are the youngest pro in history and have done us a great service in taking down Stain. Tsuragami says, pulling out his wallet and handing me a license with my hero name and description on it. Professional license of the pro-hero Deku. The Dragon of the North was written on the front of the card with a picture of myself in my Espada form that I have no idea as to how they had gotten a hold of a picture since the Stain fight was the first time I used the Espada form. It's probably because the author is lazy and didn't want to go back and write how they got the picture. Ida-kun, we are covering all medical fees that you or your older brother Tensei may have. We are sorry for what the anti-hero has done to your family, and as such you and the now pro-hero Deku will be getting credit along with Shudo Toshinori for the defeat of the anti-hero. Tsuragami says kindly to Ida as Ida attempts to stand up and bow only to be told not to by the nurse in the room changing his 4-unit. Soon the policemen leave, allowing Ida to thank me for saving his help and then congratulated me for getting my hero license. Midoriya, thank you for saving my life. I was being stupid giving into my rage against him for hurting my brother. And congratulations on becoming a pro-hero. Don't mention it, Ida. I want to surprise everyone at the dorms and saving you? What are friends for? You weren't stupid for wanting revenge against him. Hell, it took every ounce of willpower I had not to flat out incinerate Kaken at the sports festival. Like Tsukachi said, it's only natural to want revenge against someone who hurt your family. True, but I'm supposed to be a hero. Going for revenge isn't something heroes do. Dude, we're only human, and besides it's not like heroes get that much backlash for ending villains because A, we are making the world a better place destroying evil, and B, that's exactly what heroes do. They vanquish evil to protect the innocent. Which is why when I fight my biological father is All Might's nemesis, I won't be showing him mercy. He hurt my mother and made her care for me alone. Not to mention how many people he's ended or worse. I destroy evil so that my children can have a peaceful world to safely grow up in. That's it. Noble, 'cause my friend, I wanted to become a hero so I can be like my brother. He was the inspiration for me to become a hero and now I'll be the inspiration for him. I got an idea. You're dating Hatsum, correct? How about we tell her that Tensei was attacked by Stain and have her develop some tech so he can walk again. Hearing this, Ida smiles as widely possible. Thank you. I'll call May and ask her if she can get started on something that can assist him in walking. Don't mention it, Ida. Now I'll see you at school. I'm going to let you recover. Besides, I need to check and see if Ochako has more than one soul now, since we got wasted at the dorm party due to a certain grape-haired midget. I say, waving goodbye and opening a Discorer to head home. As I arrive, I'm greeted to my mother knitting a baby's onesie and All Might on the couch reading a newspaper. Hey Mom, hey Dad, So, last night Ida was attacked by the hero Ender, Shudo, and I defeated the hero Ender and the chief of police has given me a professional hero license. I say, showing off the license to my mother. You took on Stain and won? All Might asks. How, are you hurt? Did he cut you? My mother asks, all worried. Relax, he tried to cut me but his sword shattered when it made contact with me. I also snapped one of his knives in half and broke his arm with the back of my sword. I reply, wait, you have a sword? Is it linked with your powers? Dad Might asks. Yes, it is part of my highest form called the Espada. With the sword it gives me access to 3 new forms, each exponentially more powerful than the last. The forms are called resurrections that I can access with a phrase. For instance, consume all of reality, the eater of worlds, is the translation of one of my resurrections. I say, summoning the weapon and ascending to the Espada form to show my parents. Papa's home. Eri yells as she jumps from the stairs onto my back. Hey there, Eri, have you been behaving for Grandma and Grandmight? I ask as she shakes her head yes. Where's Mama? She still has her internship at ending in a few days and you'll see her soon. Plus you may be getting little siblings soon, so how does being a big sister sound? Eri gasps at hearing this and then squeals in excitement. I'm gonna be a big sister. She yells right in my ear. My mother just chuckles before putting her hand on her stomach and then turning on the television. Time skip. Ochako and I get ready for school this morning back in our dorms. Eri is still asleep holding the plushie version of my hero costume that Momo had made for her. I turn my gaze to Ochako and activate my powers to look at her soul ribbons and I see something that surprises me. Ochako has not 1 or 2 soul ribbons, but she has 3. The first of the ribbons is quite prominent and is coming out of her chest. The other 2 are very small but they are coming out of her lower abdomen. I walk over to Ochako and Yuji her from behind and I place my hand over her stomach where the soul ribbons are coming from. Oka? I just looked at your soul ribbon. You don't have just 1, you have 3. We're going to have twins. I say with my head buried into her neck as I'm holding her. I'm going to be a mom. She says as she sheds a single tear. I can sense that she isn't sad but very happy as she turns and hugs me in full. When I told you about my Stain fight, I didn't tell you everything. The Chief of Police and the Hero Association has officially recognized me as a pro hero. I'm getting a full hero's salary for defeating Stain. What's your hero rank, Izu? She asks me. I'm number 50 and the youngest pro hero in history. Our children will grow up in a society protected by me. I say, breaking our hug and kissing her on the lips. We finish getting ready and walk hand in hand with Eri to the classroom, and as soon as we arrive I get swarmed with people asking about what happened between me, Ida, Shudo and Stain. Midoriya. That was so manly. You defeated the hero Ender. What was it like fighting the anti-hero? Did you get in trouble for using your quirk in public? Kirishima and Denki ask, getting in my face. He was a pushover when I was in my new form but his sword skills aren't to be scoffed at. About getting in trouble, actually the opposite happened. The Chief of Police and the Hero Association have awarded me with my Pro Hero license. See? I reply, pulling out my wallet and showing off my hero license. The two of them stare at it as if it was made of solid diamond before shouting to the rest of the class that I am a pro hero. Everyone, come here. Midoriya is a pro hero. He's what? Everyone except Ida and Ochako yell in unison before swarming me. You're a pro? Midokuen is the hero Deku. Aren't you number 50 for defeating Stain? Let me see. Hold it lower, Midoriya, I can't see it from here. Wait, Deku's a pro? How did that happen? Mina, Toga, Minetta and Kaken say, getting really close. I show them the license and their jaws fall on the floor. You're higher than Eraserhead. Denki says as Mr. Aizawa comes into the room. I know, and it's good too, now he can deal with the press from now on. Mr. Aizawa? I checked Ochako's soul ribbon this morning and she doesn't have one but she has 3. We're expecting twins. I say, causing everyone to freeze in place. Minetta, you're expelled, and Midoriya, congratulations with the salary that comes with being number 50 or above. If you continue work, caring for your kids will be very easy. Narrator POV. Minetta grabs his things, slightly crying as he walks out of the classroom. You gotta feel bad for the guy. Denki says, watching his friend leave dejectedly with his head down. As much as he was a pervert, I'd say he deserves this. Momo says with disgust in her voice. I'll go talk to him, Izuku says as he runs after Minetta. Well, I hope Izu says the right thing to him. He may be a pervert but he's still human. Ochako says, watching her fiancé leave after the grape-haired child. Minetta, wait up. Izuku yells, causing him to stop in his tracks. Yes? He says with a face full of tears. Listen, don't take this the wrong way. What you need to do is take this on the chin, turn around, and become the best hero you can be. To rub it in Aizawa's face. You have potential to be a great hero, maybe even top 10. You just need to train your ass off and try to be less perverted, or at least hide it. I'll admit I do look at Ochako like you do with all the girls from time to time, but you need to learn restraint. Tell you what, how about I train you to be a hero like All Might train me? That way you can be the best damn hero you can be. To rub it Aizawa's ugly zombified face. What do you day? You might grow taller as well. Izuku says, putting his hand on Minetta's shoulder. Thanks, Deku. I'll take you up on that offer and train with you every week. I'm going to talk to the general education teacher about getting into that class, and I'll turn down the perverted stuff. That's the spirit. Be ready to train on Saturdays at 6 a.m. sharp, comrade. Izuku says as Minetta nods and heads down the hall to the Gen Ed department. Izuku gets back to the classroom and his classmates surround him, asking what he had said to Minetta to improve his mood. What you say to him, Aizu? Ochako asks as she hugs Izuku's arm into her chest. I told him to take this setback on the chin and be the best hero he can be, and that I'd also train him on Saturdays to get stronger. Izuku responds before they leave to their next class. Time skip. Izuku and Ochako were asleep in their bed. Izuku had his arm over Ochako and it was placed in her lower abdomen to feel the building spiritual pressure that his unborn twins had. Since that morning, Izuku had not taken off his Vasto crown and still refuses to take it off. As the couple sleep peacefully, a different event is taking place within the inner world of Izuku's soul. His inner world had changed and now it incorporates his new home of Ue High, and outside it, the duo of Izuku and Ikuzi are standing at the entrance in front of a new being that has appeared. So I'm not the only one who sees this guy, right? Ikuzi asks, turning to his counterpart. No, I see him too. Where'd he come from? Izuku says, looking at his ghost white doppelganger. Don't know, but since he showed up a few days ago he's been asking for you and not me. King, I think this guy is up to something. I say we attack him. First off, calm down. If he's been asking for me, then how about we have a subtle conversation then? Izuku and Ikuzi then walk up to the entrance where they come face to face with this mysterious man. He is clad in a suit similar to that of All Might, and it was merged with a pinstripe jet black suit. The chest area of the suit was pitch black, and as it reached the limbs it changed to look like the red, white, and blue of All Might's hero costume. He had a skull-like apparatus over his head with 2 holes at the top where large blonde and green bangs shot towards the sky. Greetings, young Midoriya. My name is Jaiso. And I am your Zanpakuto spirit, the man says as he draws the sword at his left side. The blade had rows of diamond-shaped grooves along the spine and the edge dropped to a clip point similar to that of a caber fighting knife. The handle was elegant and reflective, looking as if it was made from a mirror that shaped an infinity symbol which protected the hand. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm supposed to be the only guy here, old man. I don't know who you are, but you're not me. I'm the only one who is in here. Ikuzi says as he draws his sword and attacks the man, much to the protest of Izuku. Wait, Ikuzi. He's not our enemy. Wait, what did he say his name was? Jaiso. Jaiso Sha? I got it. Ikuzi. His name is Jaiso Shamaru. The impersonator. That is interesting. Izuku says, causing both spirits to stop dead in their tracks. Wait, you heard his name? I didn't hear him, I thought he was just an idiot that got lost. He's actually legit? I have no reason to lie, I ired him. I'm telling the truth, I am Midoriya Izuku's Shinigami Zanpakuto, and seeing as you know my name you may now wield my powers. Jaiso says as he sheathed his sword and throws it to Izuku, who catches it and attaches it to his right side. Izuku, you need to get up, our queen is waking up and you should get up as well. When the twins are born tell them Uncle Ikuzi says hello. Ikuzi says as Izuku fades from his inner world and returns to the real one. Izuku POV. I wake up to Ochako, who was stirring as well. I take off my crown and set it on the nightstand as Ochako rolls over to look at me. Morning, Zuzu, sleep well? She asks as she hugs me close to herself. Yes, I did, my queen, and I have some new powers that I will be showing today in heroics class. I say as her face lights up, you have even more powers. What do they do? Ochako asks as she jumps onto my stomach excitedly. I have a new sword, it is called the Impersonator, meaning it probably can replicate anything used against it, but we'll see it in action soon enough. I say as we get up to get ready for class. Ochako goes to take a shower and I brush my teeth before getting my uniform on and heading downstairs. When I get down there, Shudo is cooking breakfast and Mr. Aizawa is standing in the entrance. Midoriya, Nedzu would like to talk to you, and Ochako, after you get ready go talk to him in his office, he says before leaving. I turn to head to the kitchen where Shudo is now looking at me before I take a bar stool and sit down. That can't be good. Nedzu might say she can't continue in the hero course since she is expecting now, he says as he hands me my breakfast. Thanks bro, but yeah, I think Nedzu wants to talk to us about that, and if he tries to take Ochako out of the hero course then, I will have to persuade him. Izuku says before he is interrupted by Ukuzi. What? Oh, I forgot to mention I have a date tonight. Shudo says, catching my attention. Oh, who's it with? I ask as I eat my food. It's with Yayarozu, we're going to karaoke and a restaurant tonight, he says as I decide to make a joke. Well, you better behave yourselves because I don't want to be called Uncle Small Mite for a while. I say, causing his left side to catch on fire because he was blushing thinking about having a kid with Momo. My kids will definitely call you that. That name is amazing, he says with a slight chuckle. Time skip. Ochako and I get to Nedzu's office and enter before taking a seat at his desk before the mouse creature thing turns around in his chair. It has come to my attention that you two had a night together after getting drunk from a spiked punch bowl. It pains me to say this, but I must ask that Uraraka does not continue on in the hero course due to her pregnancy. Nedzu says, causing my heart to drop in my chest. Then I feel emptiness, meaning Ikuzi has decided to rear his head for this. I'm going to stop you right there. You see, Ochako is going to continue in the hero course, or I'm going to redecorate your office my favorite color of fiery orange. Do we have an agreement? Why, sir? He says in fear, looking into the draconic eyes of Ikuzi. All right then, I do apologize about him, he does have a mind of his own after all. You see the ring on Ochako's finger? That is a soul link between her soul and mine, meaning as long as I am alive she will also live as well. She will not age, not to mention that she no longer feels pain. Every injury that may happen to her will instead be afflicted onto me. I say, regaining my control over my body as I feel Ikuzi leave after giving me the thumbs up. The soul link also applies to our twins. There is no way they will be injured in the womb since they are effectively immortal, since they are linked to Ochako's soul and by extension mine as well. Lastly, there is no weapon that a human has access to that can end me. The only thing that can is the sword I have in my highest form, and said weapon can't be wielded by humans. I finish as we get up to leave to our class. We get back to the room and the first person to greet us is Shinso, who comes over and asks, what did he say? He tried to kick Ochako out of the hero program, but Ikuzi persuaded him not to. I respond, and by persuade he means Ikuzi threatened to paint his office with fire if I didn't continue on in the course. Ochako says as she deadpans at me. Maybe I should try that when I ask for a raise. Aizawa says with a laugh as we start class. The day goes by rather quickly until we get to heroics, then it took a turn for the weird. Dad Might tells us to get our hero costumes on and then meet him at the training field Gamma. We get ready and head over to the field where we start the training exercise. I notice that Ochiko's hero costume is a bit tighter than it used to and the lower part of her stomach was larger than it once was. I walk over and hug her from behind, putting my hands over the baby bump on her abdomen. Today we are breaking off into groups of 4 and your mission is to find me in this entire facility. I will set off a distress signal when I am ready for the exam to begin, then you will try to get to me as fast as possible, and to make this fair, young Midoriya, you are not allowed to use your Sonido ability but your wings can be used, he says as we take our positions to get ready for the exercise. I decide I'm doing something different. I don't holofy but instead I activate full cowling at 100% before we get the signal. Once we receive the signal I instantly take off, and within 4 seconds of it starting I find Dadmite finishing the training exercise. Time skip. With the date of the final exams nearing, the students of Class 1A have been either panicking or preparing for the upcoming exams. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the students, the teachers were dividing them into teams to fight their own teachers in the practical portion of the exam, but let it slip that their exam would be facing robots. Mina and Denki were terrified about the final, seeing as they had scored the lowest on the class midterm, and if they didn't pass the final they would fail the semester, and God knows what Aizawa would say if that was to happen. Ochako was now nearing the end of her first trimester with the twins and had noticed a peculiar thing with her quirk. It no longer had a drawback and she could use it for however long she pleased, but she would have extreme morning sickness the next day. If she didn't use her quirk at all she had no morning sickness. Man, I need to pass this test. If I don't Aizawa is going to have my head. Denki complained, with Mina adding in with the complaint. I know. If we don't pass we're screwed. Mina says as Momo chimes in, adding becoming their savior they needed and offered to help them study. You know I could help you too study, it won't be that much of a problem for me to help the two of you. I can have mother prepare tea for everyone and we'll study in the grand hall. Momo says in her bubbly tone, getting excited about helping out her classmates with studying. Really? You'll tutor us? You're the best, Yamamo. Mina says, throwing her arms in the air, smiling triumphantly. If you're offering to help, I could use some help in math. There's still some things I don't understand about quadratics. Ojiro says, asking if he could join in as well, making Momo's smile even larger. Meanwhile, Izuku is furiously scribbling down notes on a new ability he's been developing and its possible applications in combat. While that's going on, and what everyone else doesn't notice is that Izuku has been keeping a close eye on Ochako and the 2 soul ribbons within her stomach that have been maturing over the past 3 months. He had felt that his twins have an extremely high spiritual pressure. The alarming thing is that they are still developing and their powers have been doubling every week. Izuku had thought that his children could possibly conquer all of Mundo by the time they're teething. Izuku finishes in his notebook before he sets the page on fire with the speed of his pencil and puts the book in his backpack before walking over to Ochako and picking her up and placing her in his lap. Every day since finding out that Ochako was pregnant he has not dropped out of his visored hollowification since, with the jagged crown still present on his head. You know, when I first met Midoriya, I never figured he would be this overprotective of people. He came off as a bit of a wimp, but now seeing his powers in action I have to say that he's pretty damn manly. Kirishima says, noticing Izuku holding on to Ochako. He's always been like that. Even when I used to bully him in primary school he would still try to mend our relationship and help me when things went wrong. I once fell into a creek and he climbed down to help me even though I didn't need any. Katsuki says, noticing Izuku's dragonoid eyes study something in the air that is invisible to the human eye. Hey Aizu, what are you planning on doing for your training before the finals? Same for you all? Ochako asks as Izuku puts his hand on the prominent bump on her stomach. I'm going back to Mundo to fight some Vasto-class hollows to get stronger. There is a move I have developed and want to try out. What about you, Katsuki? Izuku asks, looking at Katsuki and Toga sitting in a similar position to the one he's in with Ochako. I'm probably going to just study. If what I've been told is true, it's going to be a bunch of rust buckets like the entrance exams, so it'll be a breeze. He responds before Toga goes back to biting his neck. What about you, Ida and Shudo? Izuku adds, turning to the two of them. I'm going to train with Dadmite and visit my mom in the hospital. Shudo responds with some emotion to his voice, but it's still coming off as pretty cold. I'm going to visit my brother Tensei in the hospital. The last time I saw him was when he was in intensive care after the stain incident. Ida replies before Ochako has an idea. Ida, we never told you of Aries' quirk, have we? She can heal your brother. She can rewind a person back to a previous version of themselves. Ochako says, causing Ida's face to light up with hope. You serious? Are you even sure the doctors will even let Eri use her quirk on Tensei? Ida asks as Izuku lets out a hollow chuckle signifying Akuzi is in control. I'm sure they'll let our little whelp heal your older brother Ida. All it takes is a little persuasion. Akuzi says with a smile causing the others to shiver slightly. Akuzi, I love you but you come up with the worst possible ways to do things and your definition of persuasion is what we call intimidation and extortion. Ochako says as Izuku regains control. He says you hurt his feelings but also says he's flattered you love him though we could persuade them to let us at least try since I'm a pro but let's not use Akuzi's method. Izuku replies before collecting his things and opening a desk or heading back to the dorms. With classes dismissed for 2 more weeks until the exams, the class heads back to the dorms to relax off the rest of the day before they start their training for the finals. Izuku and Ochako swing by Izuku's home and are met with a 6 months pregnant Inko, Eri in a Deku onesie and All Might covered head to toe in baking flour making him look like a ghost. After a quick conversation about Yanko's due date and what had happened that day in school, Izuku and Ochako take Eri down to meet up with Tenya to head to the Hosu intensive care unit where Tensei is being held. Upon arrival, Tenya leads them to Tensei's room where they see him in a wheelchair talking to one of the doctors before turning to see the young family. Are you Ida Tensei? Can we have a word with you? Izuku begins as the doctor wheels him over to the 4 of them. That's my name, yes. What do you need? Tensei asks as Tenya adds into the conversation. Brother, their daughter Eri has a quirk that can heal you back to the point before the incident. Midoriya explained to me that her quirk is called Rewind. He also said that she can use it to heal people. Tenya says alerting his brother and the doctor. As much as it pains me to do this, I cannot allow you to have the child use her quirk on my patient the doctor begins but is cut off by Tensei raising his hand motioning for the doctor to stop talking. If there is even the slightest possibility that I may be able to walk let alone do hero work again, I'll gladly take it. Tensei says as Eri walks over to him timidly as Ochako walks her through what she needs to do to heal him. Eri, you need to make his scars go away just like you did. With Grandpa okay sweetie? Ochako asks in a calm tone as Eri places her hands on Tensei's legs. Okay mama. Eri says as her horn starts to put off lightning and glow vividly as she begins to heal Tensei's wounds restoring his feeling to his legs and then his strength. Eri takes her arms off of Tensei's legs before stepping back allowing the prematurely retired pro hero to stand up on his own. Tensei pushes himself up from his wheelchair before wobbling a little bit as his legs get used to his weight again but soon he regains full control and is now able to bow, squat, stretch, walk and run again. Tensei looks to Eri and then hugs the small child thanking her for healing him and so that he can go back to saving people. This causes Eri to smile the brightest smile anyone has ever seen from the little girl causing hearts to melt and people to say within the same 20 meters of her without having to look at Eri herself. The small family say their goodbyes after several hundred thank yous from all the members of the Ida family before heading home to begin their training. Time skip. After 2 weeks of grueling training, the members of Class 1A return to school but are told to meet up at the false cities that they took the entrance exam at. The class suit up in their hero costumes and make their way to the city where they are met with their teachers standing there in their full hero suits which confuse the class. So as you may have heard, you all have been led to believe that the finals will be like the entrance exam. Aizawa began as Ida speaks after he does. Yes, it's a robot fight like the entrance exam, correct? Ida asks as Nedzu pops out of Aizawa's scarf correcting them. Nope, you all will be fighting us. The teachers. Nedzu says as all the class screams, that's right kiddies. And a pair of you have to fight me. All Might exclaims as he lands in front of the class surprising them and freaking the class out at the fact they have to fight him. We're boned. Bakugo says as everyone deadpans seeing their teachers have now become their adversaries. Due to young Midoriya's power, you will be facing all of us after you take on me with young Bakugo. All Might begins as Bakugo starts laughing. Haha, we're so screwed. Bakugo Katsuki and Izuku Midoriya vs. All Might. Ochako Midoriya and Yuga Aoyama vs 13. Momo Yaoyorozu, Shudo Yagi and Himiko Toga vs. Bracered. Hanta Siro and Hitoshi Shinso vs. Hagakure Turu and Metso Shuji vs. Ojiro Mashireo and Tenya Ida vs. Power Loader. Denki Kaminari and Ishido Mina vs. Principal Nedzu. Fumikage Tokoyami and Tsuyu Azui vs. Ectoplasm. Kyoka Jiro and Koda Kuji vs. Presumate. Ijiro Kirishima and Rikido Sato vs. Cementus. Izuku Midoriya vs. All Pro Heroes. The class stood in shock staring at their teacher's turn's adversaries, but the person who was the most nervous was Ochako. She was up against her favorite hero whose quirk is the complete opposite of her own. 13's quirk is black hole and Ochako's is zero gravity, the first being absolute gravity itself and the other is the lack thereof. Unbeknownst to the rest of the class, she had an ace up her skin-tight sleeve and it came in the form of a solid gold ring with the shape of a dragon's skull breathing an eternal seemingly harmless green flame adorned on her left ring finger. Her soon-to-be husband Izuku had mentioned the fact that the ring gave her a link to his soul, effectively making her immortal and giving her access to most of his powers that he allows her to use. Some of his abilities could be very harmful to her. Even though she was immortal, she could still be hollowified if she was attacked by a Vasto-class hollow. The class breaks into their respective teams and heads to their fake cities that they have to fight their pros in. Ochako's ally was Aoyama, whose hero costume made him look like a 17th century knight in shining armor that also wore a pair of fancy sunglasses. She couldn't tell if it was the twins in her stomach or if it was her nerves, but she was starting to feel uneasy and it wasn't her normal morning sickness. The feeling of uneasiness grew as she began to walk with her ally into the training facility with Aoyama to take the practical portion of the final exam. Izuku watched as his pregnant fiancée walked into the training facility and began to channel his spiritual pressure through the link to Ochako to try to calm her nerves, feeling his erasure right there with her. The rest of the class heads to the observation room where all the pros are waiting for their turns to fight the students. They activate the surveillance system, allowing them to view the battle before telling them to begin. 13 versus Team Enlightened Gravity. Felling Izuku's erasure with her, Ochako and Aoyama quickly attempt to formulate a plan behind cover about the task at hand. Their monologuing is cut short and abruptly, so when 13 makes themselves known by activating their black hole quirk, tearing down their hiding spot, causing the two to try to make their escape away from the rescue hero. 13 walks at a leisurely pace after the two, periodically using their quirk to pull them back towards the hero. Aoyama turns to face off against 13, shooting his naval laser at the hero trying to strike them, but the beam of light is sucked into the black hole that 13 creates, rendering his quirk useless against 13. Eventually, Ochako and Aoyama end up getting cornered by the rescue hero and hanging on for dear life on an arm rail near a staircase, while the rescue hero turns up the force of the black hole that they are using through their fingertip. Realizing that they against a rock and an eternal black void, Aoyama turns to Ochako, who is muttering to herself before asking about Izuku. So, you're probably thinking what Midoriya is doing in this situation, right? Aoyama asks, looking at Ochako as his glasses are taken off his face and sucked into 13's black hole. Yeah. Izuku would be able to come up with a tactic against anyone, so I was thinking, what would he do? Ochako answers, looking at the ring on her left hand. You're very lucky to have someone to give you everything in this world. He's already a pro, and has given you two undoubtedly adorable children. What else has he done for you? Aoyama asks, gazing at the ring on her hand. I don't know how this helps out with our problem, Aoyama, but he did give me this. Ochako says, letting go of her left hand and making a fist at 13. Suddenly the green flame burning atop the ring vanishes and a red light starts to swirl into a large sphere in front of the mouth of the dragon skull. The sphere grows to almost a meter in diameter, humming with the sound of its pure erasure. When it finishes growing to its max size, Ochako makes a slight punching motion with her left hand, causing the Ceroblast to be fired at 13, striking the ground in front of the rescue hero, sending them flying several meters backwards from the explosion, allowing the pair to run over to 13 and cuff them with the detainment cuffs that they were given before the exam began. Present Mike announces that they have passed the exam before having them return to the observation room. Getting back to the observation room, Ochako gets swarmed by the class asking how she can use Izuku's powers. In response, Ochako lifts up her hand and shows them the ring on her left ring finger. Izuku just cracks a smile before hugging Ochako from behind and placing his hands on her stomach. The other members of the class give him an inquisitive, Look before he explains what the soul link does. Remember that said the ring was special? The ring links her soul and my children's souls with my own, giving them immortality and unlimited access to my powers. She can breathe fire, create zeros, and even use the sonido, but the one thing I cannot allow her to do is use my resurrections or use the discord. Izuku explains, showing off some of his abilities. What was this new technique you were talking about the other day? Shudo asks, walking over to them with a raised eyebrow. It's a secret, but you'll see when I have to battle all the pros and have Yamamo make some special glasses that allow you all to view a solar eclipse. Izuku says in a cryptic manner before heading down to see Bakugou so that they may begin their exam. All Might vs. Team Nuclear Smash. Izuku and Bakugou make their way down to Test City B where they had the battle training just 6 months ago. Passing by the same building where they almost ended each other gave chills to Katsuki as they passed the building. Once they were in the middle of the street, Midnight fired the starting pistol and without warning a massive gust of typhoon force winds comes barreling down the street toward the pair of them. Bakugou gets blown back quite a ways, but Izuku just stands there with the debris flying past him with a bored expression on his face. The wind dies down and Izuku says the immortal word, "Okay," before continuing to walk down what's left of the highway. At the very end in front of the exit with Ned's face on it is All Might standing there doing a JoJo pose. Who cares about the city? You two are supposed to be stopping me. Has Nedzu told you which quirk you're allowed to use? All Might asks before getting ready another punch. You know exactly which one. Izuku says before green lightning torrents off his body and into the surrounding air. Before either of them could do anything, Bakugou comes flying in at the pair of them screaming like a psychopath before setting off an explosion in All Might's face. All Might backpedals slightly before grabbing Bakugou's arm and throwing him back at Izuku, who had lunged at All Might once Bakugou started the attack. M essentially used Bakugou to smash into Midoriya before throwing said blonde boom boi through a building. Izuku reactivates his full cowling, going to 50% matching All Might's power before coming back into the fray. Izuku throws a Detroit smash from a distance, sending that same gust of wind from the beginning back at All Might before kicking up his percentage even higher to 60%, going on the offensive, not giving All Might any time to recover from the Air Force. Bakugo manages to get back to the highway, but this time his gauntlets are charged. He pulls the pin on his left on, sending a massive explosion at All Might, who is forced to evade but gets hit by Izuku on his left, sending him flying into the steel wall of the fake city. Bakugo makes a break for the exit thinking that All Might was down for the count. Manages to free himself from the steel wall before leaping back down to stop Bakugo from escaping the arena. Bakugo gets trapped by a metal guardrail that All Might ripped out of the ground to pin him against the pavement, but he doesn't remain pinned for long. Izuku activates 100% of his power and practically vanishes, delivering a thunderous punch to All Might's jaw, sending him flying to the other side of the arena, allowing Izuku to free his old friend and the two to exit the arena together. Deku the Dragon of the North vs. All UA Pros. Izuku makes his way into the Gamma City surrounded by the massive jungle of metal tubing and concrete. He begins to channel his Raisher, ascending into his Espada form before the announcement is made for the battle to begin. Wasting no time, Izuku spreads his skeletal dragon wings and draws his sword from his left side before flying high into the sky so that the sun is exactly at his back. He looks down at the 15 pro heroes he has to fight for his final exam before raising the katana high into the air. With Black Raisher surrounding him, he utters one simple phrase. Dawn of the endless night? Kaikishoku, infinite eclipse. Izuku says as suddenly the moon can be seen darting across the sky, following the point of Izuku's index finger until it covers the sun, turning day into night. Izuku makes his way into the Gamma City surrounded by the massive jungle of metal tubing and concrete. He begins to channel his Raisher, ascending into his Espada form before the announcement is made for the battle to begin. Wasting no time, Izuku spreads his skeletal dragon wings and draws his sword from his left side before flying high into the sky so that the sun is exactly at his back. He looks down at the 15 pro heroes he has to fight for his final exam before raising the katana high into the air. With Black Raisher surrounding him, he utters one simple phrase. Dawn of the endless night? Kaikishoku, infinite eclipse. Izuku says as suddenly the moon can be seen darting across the sky following the point of Izuku's index finger until it covers the sun, turning day into night. In the observation room. Holy shit. Did he just? He turned day to night. Look. The sun is blocked out. He moved the moon. Kaminari and Kirishima exclaim, looking at the screen that shows Izuku clad in his white Espada armor and in front of her eclipse that he made just by speaking. Did you know he could pull something like this off? Momo asks Ochako, who's looking at the screen with undivided attention with a hand over the bump on her stomach. No, I had no idea he could do this. I'm just as surprised as you are, she answers, watching Izuku draw one of his swords, and then he vanishes from sight. What? Where'd he go? He just vanished. Jiro asks, shocked at seeing him disappear and chasing around the screen looking for Izuku, who's nowhere to be found. Ochako gives her a look for a moment. He is confused as to what she said and asks her what she means. What do you mean? He's right there, she says, pointing to the moon on the screen where Izuku is floating in the middle of the sky. No, he's not. He's gone. I understand being pregnant makes smell seem off, but it doesn't mess with vision, right? Mina asks, looking at Ochako, who just sits in disbelief that they can't see him. No, it doesn't. But why can't you see him? He's in the middle of the screen, she declares as they shift their attention to the pros who are standing in the middle of the street as if they were frozen. In the testing site, Izuku had gone to his soul form, his truest hollow state, and to the people who didn't have enough spiritual pressure to see him, he's invisible. He stares at the heroes on the ground and begins to devise a plan on how to deal with them one by one. The heroes on the ground frantically search the skies for Izuku, not seeing him float directly above them. Izuku draws his sword and spreads his skeletal wings before landing on the ground directly in front of the heroes. From their perspective, it looks as if the dust on the asphalt just got moved aside from something landing there. Snipe, being on edge, takes 3 shots from his revolver at the dust and misses completely. Aizawa activates his quirk, causing his scarf to levitate as he stares at nothing in front of them. Then Snipe is snatched. He was grabbed from behind with an invisible hand covering his face and was gone before the others could even react. Izuku knocked out Snipe with a chop to the neck and cuffed him with the quirk, canceling cuffs he was given before the exam. 1 down, 7 to go. Stay close together. He's trying to single us out and take us down one by one, Aizawa declares as the heroes huddle up back to back with each other in their fighting stances. Seeing them huddle up together trying to avoid being taken makes Izuku laugh to himself before he decides to toy with them a little bit before going back to being visible. Who just touched me? Midnight shouts in fear, feeling a sudden poke to the side of her body. The other heroes turn to face her and then looking around the street of the fake city. No one touched you, Midnight, Power Loader shouts with his voice riddled in fear. Izuku manifests several feet from them, laughing out loud and holding his sides from laughing so hard. You should see the looks on your faces. Haha, I can't tell you how funny it is to see you all trying to fight a ghost, Izuku says through laughter before the heroes try to attack him, only for him to vanish again without a trace. Damn it. He's toying with us. He can win and he knows it. We're just sitting ducks out here. We can't split up because he will just snatch us, and we can't just stand here either. Nedzu yells, trying to come up with a plan on how to deal with this situation. Then Midnight lets out a sudden scream before silence as she disappears as well, leaving 5 left. 13, Eraserhead, All Might, Blood King and Nedzu stand in the center of the testing facility, shaking in fear. Izuku becomes visible standing in the center of all the heroes and looks around with them for a moment before asking All Might a question. Hey All Might Sensei? What are you looking for? He asks with a smile on his face, wanting for All Might's response. We are looking for young Midoriya. We have to defeat him before the time runs up, he says as all the pros turn to face Izuku in the center of them before Izuku gives them his response. I hope you find him soon. You only have 4 minutes to do it, he says before the pros turn and attack him. Izuku extends his wings and takes off from the ground, blasting the other pros away with the downdraft of his wings. Aizawa tries to snag Izuku out of the sky with his scarf, only for it to be grabbed by Izuku and then yanked upwards, taking Aizawa with it. Aizawa is quickly wrapped up in his own scarf and plopped down next to Midnight and Snipe, who were cuffed on top of a building near the exit to the fake city. The 4 remaining heroes prepare to fight against Deku, who lands on the other side of the street with his skeletal wings spread out as far as they can go and his 2 swords drawn and at his flanks. Deku's mask over his face hides a wide, confident smile underneath. The heroes on the other hand backpedal slightly, seeing the masked number of 50 heroes standing before them confidently. Deku takes off sprinting toward the heroes at full speed, dragging his wings and swords on the road, creating sparks. All Might starts by throwing a Detroit smash at Izuku, which generates a massive gust of wind down the street that Izuku. The gust of wind does nothing to stop Deku as he continues to sprint at the heroes and lunges at Blood King using his tail like a third sword, trying to incapacitate the hero. All Might lunges at Izuku, who simply flash steps away from him with Blood King ensnared in his tail and then cuffed. Nedzu and All Might remain waiting for Izuku to attack before a green beam flies directly past their heads, slamming into a garbage bin, causing it to explode into shrapnel. The 2 pros spin to see Izuku with one of the swords close to All Might's face and his razor-sharp tail pointing at Nedzu. Both pros put their hands up in the air, and present Mike in the observation room announces Izuku has completed the exam with 1 second to spare. Midoriya: Izuku completed the exam. You had 1 second to spare. Come on back to the observation room and tell us how you did it. Present Mike says as he unties the pros and heads back to the observation room. Getting inside, Deku is swarmed by the class, badgering him with questions on how he did it when the moon parts from the sun and Izuku drops out of his transformation. Midoriya: how the hell did you manage to do that? Kirishima asks as Izuku tries to catch his breath. That's what I call a workout. What do you want to know? Izuku asks after catching his breath and standing up straight. Izuku turns around only to get hammered with questions as if he was in an interview as to how he took out the heroes. How the hell did you do that? Katsuki asks in an angry manner as Izuku stretches a little bit and wipes the sweat from his face. I used my soul form. Basically, if you don't possess Raisure, you can't see me or hear me. I don't even show up on infrared and thermal cameras. As for the eclipse, that's a new move I wanted to try out that Akuzi had taught me, he says with a smile on his face. So you can become totally invisible? What are you, a ghost? Kaminari asks in a joking manner but gets an answer he wasn't expecting. Yes, that's what hollows are, we are ghosts. Technically I'm not a ghost since I'm still alive, so I'm somewhere in between the two, he explains as the rest of them go quiet for a moment. Well, that concludes your final exams. All of you passed the written portion, but there were some who didn't pass the practical portion. You weren't expected to beat us since we have years of experience on you lot, but good job nonetheless. Head back to the dorms, you guys earned your break. In a few weeks you will be going to a training camp for a month to work on your quirks and super moves. Nedzu says as the pros head back to the main campus to change out of their costumes and head to the teachers' dorms on the other side of campus. A week after the final exams, Ochako has begun her 2nd trimester of her pregnancy. This has led to all sorts of strange cravings and mood swings that the others in the dorms either thought that it was hilarious or scary. Izuku is over the moon about their twins, and so is Akuzi, who's taken it upon himself to declare that he is the one who will be training them to harness their powers when they are born. But that's quite some time away, and now we find Ochako and Izuku in their dorms enjoying the Saturday when Izuku gets a text from Shinso and Kaminari about heading to the pool. Izuku kisses Ochako on the forehead and gets up from their bed and heading downstairs to see what his friends want. Getting down there he finds Kirishima being held back by Katsuki, Kaminari, and Siro from attacking Minetta, who had come by the dorms to train with Deku that morning. Minetta had made an off comment about Mina's booty shorts, causing Kirishima to go off at him. Izuku stares at the 5 of them with a deadpan expression on his face. Putting an end to the escapades of that morning, Deku walks over to Minetta and grabs him by the head before walking off and outside to tell him that to meet him in the gym at 3 that afternoon to train. He walks back inside to see Kirishima holding Mina in his arms and petting her hair, glaring at anyone who got too close to her. So, that happened. Anyways, Kaminari, what did you want to see me about? Izuku asks before heading to the kitchen to prepare Ochako one of her morning cravings, which consisted of pretzels and mustard, cheesecake and pickles, and Chinese cabbage with mochi. Well, I was thinking that since it's summer we could go spend some time training in the pool outside the gym. We want you to help us get the okay from Aizawa to use it. Kaminari responds with a cheeky grin with a secret plan to see the girls in their swimsuits. Well, it would be a good exercise for training, but you do know that there are school-issue swimsuits for everyone, right? And whatever, it'll be fun and Ochako would enjoy it as well. Izuku says before heading upstairs to his room to give Ochako her cravings for that morning. Wow, he shot down your plan without even knowing that was your entire motive behind it. Kirishima says, laughing at Kaminari, who now looks disappointed that his plan has been foiled. Between you and me, it makes their ass look great, so keep your eyes on Kyuko while we're out there, he says, elbowing Kaminari's shoulder with a wink. Time skip. After talking with Aizawa about using the pool, the members of Class 1A head down to the Olympic-sized pool to begin their fun. Izuku heads down holding Ochako's hand as they walk to the pool with most of their classmates with their significant other. Once there, they begin to stretch before entering the pool. Kaminari was late and Minetta had come along since Izuku had told him that they were training at the pool. The catch for Minetta was that if Izuku caught him looking at the girls, he was going to blindfold him. That being said, it didn't stop the two perverts from running up to the pool expecting to see the girls in bikinis, but were actually in their school-issue swimsuits, which Minetta still liked. Ah, there you two are, we've been waiting for you to get here. Come on, we need to stretch before getting in the water, Ida says as he walks up to the pair and drags them to the guy's side to finish their stretches before they enter the pool. No! They scream, being quite literally dragged over there by the human race car. After playing within the pool for quite some time and playing pool volleyball, Mina had an idea for another fun activity that they can do. Hey, I have an idea. Let's have a race. Since we're at UA, we're allowed to use quirks, so this should be fun, Mina exclaims happily as the others cheer in agreement to the race. We need to set up some rules first. Ida begins but is cut off by Kaminari, Minetta, Aoyama, Siro, and Bakugo lining up to the first end of the pool and Mina counting down for them to start. Ready? 3, 2. Mina shouts as the racers take off. Turbo boost. Katsuki shouts, using his explosions to propel himself along above the water. Aoyama tries to shoot himself across using his laser, and Siro uses his tape to swing to the other side. Halfway across, Aoyama has a cramp from overusing his quirk and falls, taking Siro out with him. Katsuki lands on the other side first as the others surface in the water and yell at him. You didn't even touch the water. Kaminari and Kirishima yell at him, to which Bakugo sets off explosions in his hands and snaps back with, "It's called freestyle," he exclaims, setting explosions off in his hands. Next up, Izuku, Ida, Sato, Kuda and Shuji take their spot on the diving boards and await Mina's shout to jump into the water. In this time, Izuku activates full cowling at 20% as to not go all out with his power and give his friends a slight chance to win. Go! Mina shouts as the 5 of them take off, jumping into the water, aside from Ida. Recepro! Burst! Ida exclaims as he jumps onto the buoys that separate the lanes and starts to glide across with ease. Izuku in the water proceeds to use his insane speed to swim across at record-breaking speeds, making it to the edge and surfacing several seconds before Ida manages to get there. Midoriya is the winner, Mina exclaims as the next 4 line up for their turn, Shuto, Tokoyami, Shinso and Kirishima getting to the water's edge. As soon as Mina says go, Shuto lunges out into the pool and uses his ice to surf his way across to the other side, again not touching the water. And at last, here's the final 3. We have Bakugo, Yagi and Midoriya for the finals. On your mark, get set, go! Mina says as the 3 of them lung off their platforms and then belly flop into the water, having their quirks cancelled out by Aizawa. It's 5 o'clock, get back to the dorms, Aizawa says before walking off back into the school, leaving the students to dry off and head back to their dorm building. A couple weeks later. All right, everyone up. We're going on a field trip, everyone get ready and be down here in 30 minutes. Aizawa yells into a megaphone standing out in front of the dorms at 6 a.m. Soon enough, the 20 groggy members of Class 1A head outside with their belongings in duffel bags, with the exception of Ochako, who is being carried by Izuku while she is draped over his back, sound asleep, being held up by his wings. They load their bags into the bus and load in. Most of them fall back asleep laying on each other's shoulders, and Ochako still out cold lying on top of Izuku. The trip to the training camp would have gone smoothly if Ochako hadn't woken up to a violent spell of morning sickness, causing Aizawa to pull over and allow her to throw up, with Izuku holding back her hair. After her sick spell, they get back onto the bus to head to their training camp. Most of the students make subtle conversation with each other until Aizawa suddenly pulls the bus over on a cliff and a limousine pulls up to the edge as well. "All right, everyone off the bus," Aizawa says in a bored tone as everyone gets up and walks to the exit. As they exit the bus, a few of the more perceptive students look around, noticing that they are in the middle of nowhere and on the edge of a cliff. Look on with these sparkling gazes. "We've come to lend a helping paw." Coming out of nowhere. Surprisingly cute and cat-like. The Wild Pussycats. The team of 4 cat-like heroes, Mandalay, Ragdoll, Pixie Bob and Tiger, exclaim as they jump out of the limousine supposed to be nowhere. Audible gasp, "It's the Wild Pussycats. The #1 rescue team for the past 12 years. Izuku exclaims, holding his hands up to his face before getting grabbed by the face by Pixie Bob, who glares at him saying, "We're 18 at heart?" In a menacing manner. "We are here to whip you whelps into shape and train your quirks. You will be developing super moves in this camp, but it won't be easy. We are going to work you all to the bone," Tiger says, flexing his muscles as Mandalay talks with Aizawa. "So, who's the student that we are taking to the lodge?" Mandalay asks, looking about the class of 20 soon-to-be heroes. "Her name is Ochako Uraraka Midoriya, and you're bringing her to the lodge and not having her do this exercise because she is pregnant." Sparing the details, one of the former students in this class spiked a punch bowl, leading to her and Midoriya Izuku to consummate their relationship that night and conceive their twins that she is carrying. Midoriya Izuku is the number 50 hero Deku and is by far my strongest student here. He got his rank after defeating Stain. Aizawa explains. "Okay, I'll let the others know before we have them trek through the forest of monsters." Mandalay says as Aizawa gets on the bus and closes the door. "Uraraka Midoriya? You're gonna come with us?" Pixie Bob says as Ochako walks over to the pros after giving Izuku a parting kiss. "As for the rest of you, see that lodge over there? You all have until noon to get there or you won't eat. It takes us 2 hours to get there. Have fun," Pixie Bob says as she places her hands on the ground, causing the cliff face to collapse and bring the 19 others down with it into the forest below. Having gotten dropped off a literal cliff face, the remaining members of Class 1A start collecting themselves off the ground and making sure the others are all right. Suddenly a voice is heard in their heads. It's Mandalay's. She explains that they are to make their way across the forest of monsters and to do it before lunch. "You all have to make it across this forest in 3 hours if you want to eat. It's called the Forest of Monsters. Get here by any means necessary. Good luck." Then she goes dark, allowing the class to start their 5-kilometer journey to the lodge where they are staying. Guys? Remember she said that this is the Forest of Monsters?" Kaminari asks in a fear-laden voice, staring into the woods behind him. "Yeah, why?" Katsuki asks, looking to Kaminari, who is shaking in fear, now pointing at a winged monster in the forest that is glaring at them with crimson red eyes. "WH have TT to F fight that?" he asks, almost ghost white in color. That is until a fluorescent green laser shoots past him and slams into the head of the monster, turning it back into the sand that it was made from. Shiro Izuku says calmly as the other turn to see him standing there with his index and middle fingers smoking from having shot the blast at the monster. "Oh, we have Midoriya. With him this'll be super easy," Shiro makes the mistake of saying with a closed-eyed smile. Izuku smirks slightly before spreading his wings and taking off from the ground and flying high into the sky and away toward the lodge. "You just had to say something, didn't you?" Mina says, smacking Shiro in the back of the head. "Thanks, shitty elbows. Now we have to do this the hard way," Katsuki says before a black zipper opens up a rift in front of them, allowing them to walk directly to the lodge with ease. "You guys didn't think I'd just take off and not help you? I came here so I knew exactly where to open the Dasakura portal. Come on. The food is gonna get cold," Izuku says with a smile on the other side of the portal, allowing his friends to walk through with ease. The wild pussycats were surprised to see a rift open in thin air and the entirety of Class 1A walk through the portal. Izuku at the front with a smile on his face, having been the one to create said portal. He closes the garganta behind them and they await instructions on what to do next. Aizawa just sighs knowing that the pussycats had no idea that Izuku was capable of not only flight but pretty much every other transportation type ability under the sun. Ragdoll, Mandalay and Pixie Bob just stare slack-jawed as Izuku walked over to Ochako and wraps her up in his arms. What was that? We expected it to take you guys 3 hours minimum to get through the forest, and you did it in 10 minutes. We literally just got here, and as soon as we get out of the limousine a black portal rips open reality and you lot walk out of it. Tiger says staring at the class looking for answers. The only answer he gets is Izuku manifesting his mask in his left hand before it disappears. I forgot to mention that problem child Midoriya Izuku has a very strange quirk he calls draconic hollowification. It basically turns him into the ghost of a dragon and he's capable of all sorts of otherworldly shit. Aizawa explains as the others just stare at him in amazement. Mama likey, Pixie Bob says biting her bottom lip staring at the green-haired cinnamon roll. Izuku you say? Why don't you give me some little kittens? She says causing Ochako to get mad. Pixie Bob control yourself. He is the father to Uraraka Ochako's children and has proposed to her. Now you all are here to train your quirks. Your bodies have adapted to the difficulty of the hero course but aside from Midoriya's none of your quirks have broken past their limits. Bakugo? Throw this. Aizawa says as he goes from scolding Pixie Bob to addressing his class and unceremoniously throws Bakugo the same ball from the entrance exam. Our quirks haven't gotten stronger. Bullshit. Not counting Dragon Boy Deku, I'm the strongest in the class, damn it. I'll prove him wrong. Bakugo thinks to himself as he rolls his shoulder before throwing the ball with a massive explosion towards the horizon leaving a smoke trail behind it as it disappears in the sky. Like I said, your quirks haven't broken their limits and that's what we're here to do. Yours only increased in power by 4% from your original score of 728 m. 757.12 meters, you all have some serious work to do. Aizawa says with a sly grin as Katsuki's face shows a look of shock. I have a question then, who's the brat? Katsuki remarks getting most of the class including little Eri to face palm hearing this. The kid that he is referring to is a young boy that looks around Eri's age with a similar hairstyle to Bakugo's just with black hair and brown eyes. Similar to Bakugo he has a scowl on his face seeing the heroes in front of him. His name is Koda, and I take care of him here, he's my nephew. Mandalay responds as Izuku makes the mistake of trying to shake his hand but ends up getting punched in the D by the small child. Ida starts yelling at Koda with Ochako sighing to herself. Well, we are already having 2 kids and I think that's enough. She says under her breath seeing her fiancé get punched. Good kid. Bakugo replies before shouting at Todoroki for a response he said to the Explodo blonde. Well, you all might as well get settled in and we will start to prepare food for you all but this is the only meal we are making for you guys so for the rest of the time here you are on your own. Well aside from Uraraka and Eri. Ragdoll says as the students make their way inside the facility they have out there. After lunch the students begin a light training session seeing as the main session starts tomorrow for them. Some are jogging around the facility, others are practicing with their quirks, and Izuku is practicing using his sword in combat as Ochako watches. He draws his blade slightly from his sheath before putting it back as a pine tree is reduced to logs in less than a second. Ochako claps seeing him do this as he collects all the logs and moves them aside to be used later. Out of the corner of his eye, he sees Koda glaring at the other students for some reason and makes a mental note to ask why that is the case later. At one point he even heard the boy mutter something about them being stupid for wanting to be heroes which raised a red flag for the 9th user. After the training session is all said and done, the students retire to the hot springs the facility has for them. Eri being allowed to go first before everyone and then going to go play with Koda and try to cheer him up. It's a good thing we don't have Minetta here, he probably would have tried to climb the wall by now. Kirishima says as he looks at the large wooden fence that separates the men's and women's bathing springs. Wouldn't doubt Bakugo or Kaminari trying to climb it to peek at their girlfriends on the other side either. Though Midoriya has been staring at one spot in particular for quite some time now. Todoroki says seeing Izuku look off at a specific point on the wall that's in the water on their side. It's probably where Round Face is, he's got all sorts of freaky powers so I wouldn't be surprised if he could see her through that fence. Effin' perv. Bakugo remarks before a green Siro is fired towards his direction, skimming his hair, leaving it singed. This sends a very clear message to him, telling him to shut up. I wonder what the girls are doing over there. They're probably commenting on Ochako's pregnancy and how it's coming along. She's entering her 3rd trimester here soon, and I'm starting to get nervous. Izuku says, still staring at the specific point on the wall. Dude, you've been staring there for like 20 minutes. What's so interesting about wood? Kirishima asks as he follows Deku's line of sight to a knot in the wood. On the other side where I am staring is Ochako. I felt something waver in her spiritual pressure, and I was watching to make sure that she is okay. It feels like she is nervous for some reason, perhaps a bad omen of sorts. He replies as he stares at the 3 soul ribbons coming from Ochako's body, the 2 from her abdomen being clear and defined but still forming. She's probably feeling that way because she can feel you staring at her. You do have that soul link, right? Then that's why she's nervous, because you can't keep your eyes off her, even when she's taking a bath. Sero teases, causing Izuku's face to turn red hearing this as he tries to deny it. Here, if it makes you feel any better, I'm gonna go to the top and ask if she's doing okay. Kaminari says as he gets out of the pool, wraps a towel around his waist, and then goes over to the wall before staring to climb it. Wait a second, how is he able to climb a flat surface like that? He's too skinny to be doing it with sheer muscle. Todoroki asks as Ida starts hand chopping and shouting at Kaminari. It's because of his quirk. He controls electricity, right? That means he's a constant battery with it coursing through his body. Even though wood isn't a conductor of electricity, water is, and he's using the residual moisture on the wood to cling to via static electricity. You know how plastic sometimes sticks to your hand even when you're not touching it? It's the same principle. Izuku explains as the others nod in agreement before realizing something. Did we just let the other class pervert climb the fence separating our side from the girls' side where our girlfriends are bathing naked? Todoroki says just as Kaminari reaches the top of the wall. Learn to be a good person before leering to be a hero. Kota says as he smacks Kaminari off the wall. Thanks, Kota. Mina exclaims. He turns around and sees the girls on the other side before promptly passing out. Before anyone can react, Izuku had vanished and caught him before he could get hurt. I think it's time I head back inside. I need to tell Mandalay what had happened. Izuku says as he brings Kota back inside the facility. So, did any of you even see him move? Bakugo asks, looking at where Izuku was once sitting and noticing the water isn't even disturbed. Nope. They all reply in unison before returning to their conversations with one another. Having made a poor decision in staying up late the previous evening, both classes 1A and B were extremely tired at their 5:30 a.m. training meet. Aizawa and Vlad King stand in front of both classes waiting for the Pussycats to begin their training. On cue, the quartet of cat-themed heroes pop out of a bush and strike a pose announcing their arrival that morning, causing some to grimace at the volume. Good morning, Ragdoll announces in a song-like voice, getting a monotone greeting in return. Did all you little kittens not get enough sleep? Don't worry about that, we're going to fix that right up, she exclaims. Are you letting us go back to sleep? Because I am in favor of that, Siro says before yawning. The Pussycats laugh at this before their faces turn serious and they look at all of the students as a whole. Today we are going to be training your quirks. Though your bodies have adapted to the physical demands of the hero course, your quirks, save for the local dragon over here, have not adapted. We are going to be putting you through the physical ringer to force your body to increase the potency of your quirks. I will be fighting students with strength-based quirks, and it ends when you manage to knock me out, Tiger says, motioning to Izuku, Kirishima and Sato doing a strange dance, pumping one hand in the air and bringing up the opposite leg. Welp, don't just stand there, hop to it. We have special training areas for each and every one of you kittens, and remember you have to go plus ultra. Pixie Bob shouts with enthusiasm as the students break into their class groups. Katsuki glares angrily into a cauldron of boiling water where his hands are submerged up to his elbows. His face contorts to show an even angrier expression before he throws his arms out of it and towards the heavens. A massive blast akin to that of a rocket's flame rips from his palms, firing harmlessly into the sky. Katsuki Bakugou, quirk explosion. Plunging his hands into boiling water to expand his sweat glands and creating explosions repeatedly to increase the scale of his attacks. Mike narrates as Katsuki shouts, "Damn it!" towards the sky with each blast. Todoroki is seen sitting inside a boiling tub of water and out of breath, panting for air. Sweat drips from his forehead. He slaps a hand onto the side of the tub, creating a massive field of ice in all directions around himself. Todoroki Shuto, alternating between ice and fire to make the temperature of the bathwater uniform. Training to get his body used to freezing and have him try to control the temperature of his flames. He might even be able to use both of his quirks at once eventually. Mike once again says as Todoroki slaps the side of the tub with his left hand, creating an inferno that quickly evaporates the ice. He repeats the process and extinguishes the flames with another blast of ice. Zero looks to be in excruciating pain, sitting on his knees at the top of a mountain as miles and miles of tape sprays from his elbows. He shouts in pain with visible bruising and scrapes over his face and arms. Zero. By having him producing tape continuously, his training will increase his capacity and tape strength and shooting speed. Below him on the mountain, Kirishima and Mashireo are sparring one another. As Ida runs past, Kirishima is knocked backwards by a tail swipe from Ojiro. "Come at me," Kirishima declares, rehardening his arms for another attack. Ojiro Kirishima and Ojiro Mashireo. Having Ojiro hit Kirishima with his hardening activated, they can increase the strength of each other's quirks. Ojiro jumps off one foot, bringing his tail around and swiping several times fast enough to create the crack of a whip upon making contact with Kirishima's hardened body. Poor Denki is clad in his yellow electricity, holding onto a wire feeding from him to a generator. His brain is already fried and his face is in his dopey yay mode. Denki Kaminari, by running his electric current through a large capacity battery, he's training his body to be able to handle large amounts of electricity. Kaminari moves sporadically where he stands as if he is being tossed, his motions violently spasming in different postures. Koji Kuda, in order to increase the reach of his ani voice, he is doing vocal exercises to build up his vocal cords. It's also helping him become less shy. Koda has his hands forming a funnel over his mouth and is screaming towards the heavens, blushing from the embarrassment. Aoyama stands facing the sky with his hands behind his head, his navel laser blasting from his stomach being so powerful it dims the light around him. Yuga Aoyama, training his body to get used to his navel laser, so he can keep using it even if his stomach hurts. Aoyama fires it towards the sky several. They're probably commenting on Ochako's pregnancy and how it's coming along. She's entering her 3rd trimester here soon and I'm starting to get nervous. Izuku says, still staring at the specific point on the wall. "Dude, you've been staring there for like 20 minutes, what's so interesting about wood?" Kirishima asks as he follows Deku's line of sight to a knot in the wood. "On the other side where I am staring is Ochako. I felt something waver in her spiritual pressure and I was watching to make sure that she is okay. It feels like she is nervous for some reason, perhaps a bad omen of sorts." He replies as he stares at the 3 soul ribbons coming from Ochako's body, the 2 from her abdomen being clear and defined but still forming. "She's probably feeling that way because she can feel you staring at her. You do have that soul link, right? Then that's why she's nervous, because you can't keep your eyes off her, even when she's taking a bath." Sero teases, causing Izuku's face to turn red hearing this as he tries to deny it. "Here, if it makes you feel any better, I'm gonna go to the top and ask if she's doing okay." Kaminari says as he gets out of the pool, wraps a towel around his waist, and then goes over to the wall before staring to climb it. Wait a second, how is he able to climb a flat surface like that? He's too skinny to be doing it with sheer muscle. Todoroki asks as Ida starts hand chopping and shouting at Kaminari. "It's because of his quirk, he controls electricity, right? That means he's a constant battery with it coursing through his body. Even though wood isn't a conductor of electricity, water is, and he's using the residual moisture on the wood to cling to via static electricity. You know how plastic sometimes sticks to your hand even when you're not touching it? It's the same principle," Izuku explains as the others nod in agreement before realizing something. "Did we just let the other class pervert climb the fence separating our side from the girls' side where our girlfriends are bathing naked?" Todoroki says just as Kaminari reaches the top of the wall. "Learn to be a good person before leering to be a hero," Koda says as he smacks Kaminari off the wall. "Thanks, Koda." Mina exclaims. He turns around and sees the girls on the other side before promptly passing out. Before anyone can react, Izuku had vanished and caught him before he could get hurt. I think it's time I head back inside. I need to tell Mandalay what had happened, Izuku says as he brings Kota back inside the facility. So, did any of you even see him move? Bakugo asks, looking at where Izuku was once sitting and noticing the water isn't even disturbed. Nope. They all reply in unison before returning to their conversations with one another. Having made a poor decision in staying up late the previous evening, both classes 1A and B were extremely tired at their 5:30 a.m. training meet. Aizawa and Vlad King stand in front of both classes waiting for the Pussycats to begin their training. On cue, the quartet of cat-themed heroes pop out of a bush and strike a pose announcing their arrival that morning, causing some to grimace at the volume. Good morning, Ragdoll announces in a song-like voice, getting a monotone greeting in return. Did all you little kittens not get enough sleep? Don't worry about that, we're going to fix that right up, she exclaims. Are you letting us go back to sleep? Because I am in favor of that, Ciro says before yawning. The Pussycats laugh at this before their faces turn serious and they look at all of the students as a whole. Today we are going to be training your quirks. Though your bodies have adapted to the physical demands of the hero course, your quirks, save for the local dragon over here, have not adapted. We are going to be putting you through the physical ringer to force your body to increase the potency of your quirks. I will be fighting students with strength-based quirks, and it ends when you manage to knock me out, Tiger says, motioning to Izuku, Kirishima and Sato doing a strange dance, pumping one hand in the air and bringing up the opposite leg. Welp, don't just stand there, hop to it. We have special training areas for each and every one of you kittens, and remember, you have to go plus ultra. Pixie Bob shouts with enthusiasm as the students break into their class groups. Katsuki glares angrily into a cauldron of boiling water where his hands are submerged up to his elbows. His face contorts to show an even angrier expression before he throws his arms out of it and towards the heavens. A massive blast akin to that of a rocket's flame rips from his palms, firing harmlessly into the sky. Katsuki Bakugou, quirk explosion. Plunging his hands into boiling water to expand his sweat glands and creating explosions repeatedly to increase the scale of his attacks. Mike narrates as Katsuki shouts, "Damn it," towards the sky with each blast. Todoroki is seen sitting inside a boiling tub of water and out of breath, panting for air. Sweat drips from his forehead. He slaps a hand onto the side of the tub, creating a massive field of ice in all directions around himself. Todoroki Shuto, alternating between ice and fire to make the temperature of the bathwater uniform. Training to get his body used to freezing and have him try to control the temperature of his flames. He might even be able to use both of his quirks at once eventually. Mike once again says as Todoroki slaps the side of the tub with his left hand, creating an inferno that quickly evaporates the ice. He repeats the process and extinguishes the flames with another blast of ice. Ciro looks to be in excruciating pain, sitting on his knees at the top of a mountain as miles and miles of tape sprays from his elbows. He shouts in pain with visible bruising and scrapes over his face and arms. Ciro. By having him producing tape continuously, his training will increase his capacity and tape strength and shooting speed. Below him on the mountain, Kirishima and Mashireo are sparring one another. As Ida runs past, Kirishima is knocked backwards by a tail swipe from Ojiro. Come at me, Kirishima declares, rehardening his arms for another attack. Ojiro Kirishima and Ojiro Mashireo. Having Ojiro hit Kirishima with his hardening activated, they can increase the strength of each other's quirks. Ojiro jumps off one foot, bringing his tail around and swiping several times fast enough to create the crack of a whip upon making contact with Kirishima's hardened body. Poor Denki is clad in his yellow electricity, holding onto a wire feeding from him to a generator. His brain is already fried and his face is in his dopey yay mode. Denki Kaminari, by running his electric current through a large capacity battery, he's training his body to be able to handle large amounts of electricity. Kaminari moves sporadically where he stands as if he is being tossed, his motions violently spasming in different postures. Koji Kuda, in order to increase the reach of his ani voice, he is doing vocal exercises to build up his vocal cords. It's also helping him become less shy. Koda has his hands forming a funnel over his mouth and is screaming towards the heavens, blushing from the embarrassment. Aoyama stands facing the sky with his hands behind his head, his navel laser blasting from his stomach being so powerful it dims the light around him. Yuga Aoyama, training his body to get used to his navel laser, so he can keep using it even if his stomach hurts. Aoyama fires it towards the sky several more times with his face turning progressively more green. In a cave on the side of the cliff, two large golden eyes peer out towards the light. Tokoyami Fumikage, training to keep dark shadow under control even if it is going wild in the dark. A warning sign is posted at the front of the cave as a roar is heard from inside and Tokoyami's voice screaming at dark shadow to remain in control. Ochako is watching the others train, holding a hand over her swollen belly, being careful to allow the twins growing inside her to remain safe. Ida sprints past her, waving hello again on this past her. Tenya Ida, doing long-distance runs to increase his leg strength and stamina. He spirits by her making a right at the cliff of another hill. On the side of the cliff, Tsuyu is seen with her tongue shot to the peak of the mountain and is climbing up the face of the rock wall. Tsuyu Azui, training to work out all the muscles in her body including her long tongue. Tsuyu pants and rib bits at the same time as she continues climbing the face of the mountain. At the base of a mountain, Satu and Momo are standing at a table filled with sweets. Satu is eating a piece of cake and lifting weights at the same time. Rikidu Satu, working out while eating sweets. He needs to activate his quirk to power up. His face showing slight sickness as he stuffs his mouth with a piece of strawberry cake and lifts a dumbbell with his free hand. Momo Yayarozu, also eating while using her quirk to amplify her creations and shorten the amount of time needed to make them. Momo stuffing her face with chocolate bonbons and creating Russian nesting dolls with her offhand that she has pressed to the table for support. On the opposite side of a van, Kyuka and Mina are repeatedly striking the rock face. Kyuka Jairu, increasing the quality of sound from her quirk by strengthening her earphone jacks. Jairu shouts in anger as the jack hits the wall, chipping off bits or rock. Mina Ishido, intermittently creating acid to increase her skin's durability. Mina has croc tears in her eyes from the burning sensation her quirk creates upon overuse. Toru Hagakure and Mizo Shuji, increasing the strength of both of their quirks by having Shuji create multiple dupli arms to look for Hagakure as she continues to hide her presence. Shuji switches from an ear to an eye to a mouth on two of his dupli arms, looking around him for any subtle disturbance of dust. Hitoshi Shinso, by having him work on his mental barrier and mind control against Mandalay, he is increasing the potency of his brain washing in hopes of having to just look at an opponent instead of speaking to them. Hitoshi is holding the sides of his head from the pain as he tries to drown out the noise of Mandalay listening to several different songs at once, each of them clashing with the other in notes, creating a cornucopia of a musician's worst nightmare. Izuku Midoriya, shifting between his Vizard, Gilline and Vasto forms to decrease the times between the transformations for when the power is needed most in battle. Training sword play and speed with his dual Zanpakudos and Wings of Bones. Izuku is seen with both Kaikishoku and Jiso Shamru, with the longer blade in his right and the shorter dagger in his left. He flies high into the sky before shifting into his Vasto form, growing a second pair of wings, fully turning into a dragon and firing his breath weapon harmlessly into the air. Hours later, the sun is starting to set below the horizon and the class is exhausted, each of them showing scapes, bags under their eyes and dirt covering them. Izuku with only half of his mask having hit his limit with his abilities hours ago. One eye is still white and green, with the other being black and green behind the dragon-shaped eye socket of the mask. He walks over to Ochako and flops down in her lap, his bony wing on the left side falling limp onto the ground from the exhaustion. "Remember, kiddies, you all are cooking for yourselves." Pixie Bob chimes, getting a collective set of groans from all of them. Ochako sighs as she makes Izuku weightless, allowing her to stand up. She walks over to Bakugo and motions for him to wake Izuku up. Bakugo unceremoniously grabs a bucket of water and dumps it on the poor dragon. Izuku's hair falling flat to his head as he deadpans through the soaking wet follicles at his fiancée and friend. "Wow, Bakugo, I didn't expect you to be so good at that. It's so unexpected," Ochako comments, seeing Bakugo cut carrots at breakneck speeds. What do you mean its unexpected round face? He bellows with the speed of which he is cutting the carrots dramatically. Izuku and Todoroki set fire to the wood-burning ovens as they prepared the meal for that evening. The fireplaces where Izuku had lit burning far hotter than Todoroki was and with green flames instead of orange. Nevertheless, the students soon complete their meal of curry and rice before taking their seats on the benches. Due to the training that day, the wooden benches felt like the finest silks as their tired bodies rested on the wooden planks. Izuku wastes no time in downing several bowls of curry but still feeling hungry. Despite the taste behind subpar, the students ate it with little to no complaining and soon rushed off to go to wash up and to sleep, for tomorrow had twice as much in store as the day they just survived. Another grueling day of training had most of the students in both classes totally burnt out, Ida having to work on the engines in his legs after having burnt out the transmission in his left leg. Izuku had tried to help him, but seeing as he doesn't have the first clue as to what an engine even looks like, and even less of one when it is an engine making up a human calf muscle, he leaves Ida to fix it. Granted, he apologized about being unable to help, but Ida said it was no issue and tinkered with the engine in his leg. Kota seemingly is indifferent to the heroes in training, not so much as making a simple noise. His eyes always in a scowl on his face, seeing them training and focusing on being a hero. That evening, he walked off to his little hiding spot that Izuku had brought food to him the previous day. Aizawa and Vlad King gathered the students in rows in front in the courtyard of the lodge the Pussycats owned. Within 2 days I can already tell you have improved a bit. It's not a huge margin, but it is clear that you have gotten better. Tonight we have a different exercise for you all to take part in. The Trial of Wills. One class will go into the forest and the other will go in groups of 2 into the forest. Your goal is to go through the entire hiking path without being scared by the other class. Sounds fun, right? The class with the least scared members gets tomorrow to relax from training. Ragdoll exclaims in a bubbly tone, getting some of the other students to celebrate. Don't start celebrating yet, Aizawa says, causing the majority of the Baku squad to halt their proceedings. The ones who failed the practical portion of the exams have intensive courses with me. We have to do what? Mina screams with an expression of pure dread enveloping her. You heard me, Aizawa says, wrapping up the people who failed the exam and walking off with them, struggling to get out of the capture gear. Alright, let's break off into teams for this, and Class B will do the scaring on the first go. Pixie Bob shouts, dividing the 1A students into groups of 2. Unfortunately for Izuku, seeing that there is an odd number of students, he is on his own for this. Kota sits on the edge of a cliff overlooking the forest as the sun starts to set behind the mountains. Unbeknownst to him, a large ominous figure stands overlooking the mountain towards the camp. A portal closes behind, several more figures appear, a man with burns covering most of his body, another holding what looks to be a part of a pillar, one that looks like an iguana, another in a top hat and vest with a strange white and black mask over his face. A man in what looks to be a straitjacket mixed with dentistry torture gear with only his mouth exposed. Lastly, a man with a gas mask meets Darth Vader helmet with glowing red circular lenses. A couple Numu and a man in a full black bodysuit and a white face mask follows them as they turn and face the portal. Remember the mission, capture Bakugo and the pregnant one, Kurojari says with his eyes appearing for a brief moment before the portal closes behind them. You heard the man. Let's begin. The man covered in scars says as a blue flame manifests in his hand. With the students, Kikikikiki. Did you see Bakugo's and Todoroki's reaction? That was hilarious. Hananuki explains with his head just barely sticking out of the ground. Yeah, as soon as you popped out, both of them had the same reaction. Awaze laughs along with Kamakiri. It went like this, ready? Kamakiri says, emulating a popping sound. Oh, before they start laughing again. Wait a second, do you smell that? Awaze asks, looking around, the air around them starting to feel thick and hot. Yeah, that's smoke. Hananuki says, hoisting himself from the dirt. The 3 of them look around the forest for any signs of light from a fire. We should head back and let them know there's a fire. Awaze recommends, with the others nodding and running into the forest. The 3 of them rush off into the forest, heading back towards the main cabin area. Deep in the forest behind them, the trees see a blue fire burning away at the trees and what looks like a figure starting the flames. A night that was supposed to be a simple game for the students quickly becomes a nightmare for them. The three of them run right into a purplish fog before quickly passing out due to the miasma. Meanwhile, at the main campground, Mandalay is looking for Koda and can't seem to find him anywhere. She calls for his name, repeatedly searching around before a sudden scream catches her attention. Mandalay whips around to see a brown-haired man in an orange button-up shirt holding Pixie Bob to the ground with a concrete beam pressed to her head. Midoriya. Find Koda, we're under attack. Mandalay shouts to Izuku. He nods, knowing a place where he might be, and Flash steps away. Tiger, Vlad King, Ragdoll and herself get in their fighting stances ready to battle the villains attacking them. Greetings, we are the League of Villains Vanguard Action Squad. I am Spinner, the disciple of Stain. The lizard-like man shouts, drawing a massive weapon from his back. This weapon looks like an assortment of random bladed weapons crudely duct-taped to a stick. I am Magna, it's a pleasure to end you. The brown-haired man says, applying more pressure to the concrete rod on Pixie Bob's head. You're a fool is what you are. Tiger declares, rushing forwards and punching the crude weapon Spinner has, sending him flying backwards with the hero in hot pursuit. With Izuku. Flash steps to the same cliff he had brought food to Koda on the previous day. He appears behind him and sees a large hulking figure in a black cloak looking at the young boy through a single glowing eye under the hood. The figure drops the cloak, revealing a man in a red wife beater. The cloak seems to have been connected to the pants he is wearing, with it resting around his waist and the extra sleeves dangling at his sides. A large scar over an artificial eye on the left side of his face and spiky unwashed blonde hair on top of his head. Izuku thinks of a slight resemblance between this villain and Bakugo but dismisses it. As soon as the villain notices Izuku, his attention changes from Koda to him. Ah, a perfect weakling hero to crush before I play babysitter. This couldn't get more perfect, he says in a low and intimidating voice. Says the meathead trying to strike fear into a 5-year-old. Izuku replies, glaring into the single eye of the villain. Attacking children is a good way to get yourself vaporized from the waist up. What do you call yourself? Izuku asks as the power of One for All flows through his veins, causing electricity to arc in the air. Muscular. I am the one. To end you. He shouts as his arms suddenly bulk up with exposed muscles. He lunges at Izuku, throwing a punch towards him. In an instant, Izuku vanishes, grabbing Koda and bringing him somewhere safe. Stay here, I'll deal with him, Izuku says, hiding Koda in a cave on the side of the cliff. It is a short distance away from where Muscular is searching for Izuku. As the villain searches the surroundings, suddenly he is broadside by a kick to the neck, sending him flying into the cliff face. The impact slammed the villain head first into the side of the cliff and cracked the rocks up from the plateau they are on up to the peak. Muscular pushes himself free of the rocks before spitting out chunks of rock and a tooth. That's all you got? Your quirk is pathetic. He taunts, lunging back at Izuku with a punch. What the villain wasn't expecting was for his massive hand to be stopped by one of Izuku's fingers. The punch stops dead in its tracks but has enough force to create a small gust of wind from the blow that merely rustles Izuku's hair and some sand on the plateau they are standing on. Izuku locks eyes with the villains before pulling his left hand up to his face. He presses his index, middle, ring and pinky fingers to a spot on his forehead before clawing at his own face. A black and green miasma appears from his hands, covering his face with an all-too-familiar draconic mask. The sclera of his eyes having turns black and the irises now glowing a vibrant green. You're the pathetic one, murdering heroes and attacking defenseless children. There's a place for villains like you, Izuku says with ire in his voice, the otherworldly echoing of his words inflicting fear into Muscular. Oh yeah? Well then where is this place then? Muscular asks before rearing back and trying to punch Deku with another blow. Really? You have to ask where this place is? Well, when it comes to brains versus brawn, you surely don't have either. Deku replies, standing on the shoulder of Muscular. The villain reaches both engorged arms up and grabs Deku, who simply allows it with his arms folded. Got you, you little shit, he says before trying to squeeze Deku to death with his giant muscle-wrapped hands. Nope, I got you, Zero, Izuku says. The mouth of his mask opens wide and lights up with a vibrant light green aura. Muscular stares wide-eyed at the ball of energy, and before he can react it blasts forwards, enveloping his entire torso. When the light dies out, Izuku is floating in the air with what remains of Muscular's arms still grabbing onto Deku. Muscular's legs smoking from what remains of the waist before falling over, Izuku removes his mask before shaking the disembodied arms off himself and teleporting back to Koda. He is, or well was, the villain that ended your parents' water hose. I'm sorry you had to see me do away with him. Izuku apologizes. What are you talking about? You saved me. Gone. Koda replies. This wasn't the response he was expecting, but nevertheless Izuku picks up Koda and flash steps back to the main camp. For the nightmare had only just begun. Mandalay, you need to tell everyone there's a villain attack and to make it back to the lodge. I have Koda with me, he's safe. Izuku shouts as he lands in front of the two heroes facing off against Magna, Compress, and Spinner. You're the little demon that boss said to deal with. Looks like I have just the thing to deal with you. Spinner says, ripping a sword from the massive hodgepodge of bladed metal he uses as a weapon. Recognize this? He shouts, slashing at Deku. The katana-like blade that Spinner slashed at Deku shatters against the mask over Deku's face. Spinner's eyes widen in shock seeing the sword break. What? Tamura said that blade would end him. He shouts internally. He grabs the massive weapon he was wielding earlier and uses it to swing at Deku. You won't break these? He shouts, bringing the large weapon downwards at the wizard. Izuku draws the shorter blade from its sheath with his left hand. The sword materializes into a sword breaker with a spade design along the back of the weapon. Spinner's grin widens seeing such a small blade with him, thinking that he would pass right through the tiny dagger with ease. What he wasn't expecting was for it to get stopped by the dagger held in the Hollow's offhand. With a simple flick of the wrist, the large mass of weapons snaps in half, spreading the weapons everywhere and breaking several of them. Spinner tries to grab another sword, this time a chipped katana much like Stain had, and slashes at Deku in a horizontal motion. A bright spark and loud clang of metal and the ringing of broken steel rings through the air as the blades meet. Spinner follows through with what's left of the blade before staggering forwards a couple of steps. Blood sprays from his chest as he collapses from the blow, falling face forwards onto the forest floor. Compress and Magna didn't even see Deku's sword move but watched as the Argonian villain fell to the floor dead from a slash to the chest. Magna tries to lift up the column of concrete to smash Pixie Bob in the head but finds he no longer has arms to lift it with. Compress's mask shatters in several pieces, revealing a startled expression on his face. He turns hesitantly behind him to see that a swath of land had been carved through as if it wasn't even there. Such a small blade left a split in the earth that looked as if he had cut the world in half. Even one of the mountains surrounding the training camp had a clear and clean cut straight through the rock. The dash is all Magna manages to say before the small dagger is buried to the hilt in his chest. Deku seemingly didn't even move from his spot before the blade found its purchase in the chest cavity of the now dead villain. Everyone, all of Class 1A and B, there are villains in the camp, get back to the lodge as quickly as possible. This is not a drill, return here as fast as you can and don't engage the villains. Mandalay says through her telepathy, all the others minus the villains that are still alive hear this before they begin to run towards the lodge. Kendo and Tetsu find some of their friends having passed out from around some purple miasma, the gas masks Momo had made for them, before rushing with Aways to try to find others who needed aid. The purple mist had knocked out several of their classmates, including Himiko, Ibara, Yui and Reiko had all gotten caught in the gas. They pull them from the miasma not knowing whether or not it was harmful to them. They know villains are in the area and believe that one of which is creating this fog around them. The two of them cautiously enter the mist looking for this villain. Aways rushes to get to safety, having welded Momo Yaoyorozu to his arms and is rushing to get to safety. The two of them were ambushed by a Numo. This one had no eyes, its skin a sickly green with several sets of arms and scars across its body. The arms protruding from its back sporting chainsaws and its brain encased by a purple apparatus with tubes leading to a mouthpiece in the monster's teeth. His heavy breathing and panicked footsteps being a clear indicator of where he was to the beast. Despite it having no eyes, it hears everything that is happening around it. As a last-ditch effort, Aways fired a flare that Momo had made him in case they got separated from each other and were attacked by a villain. Away's quirk was definitely not made for combat, and being faced down by a beast like this is a death sentence. The red ball of light flew high into the sky as he prayed for help against this Numu. Tokoyami had lost control over his powers. Dark Shadow was going rogue, attacking anything and everything around him. It didn't help in Shuji and Jiru's case that there was also a villain after them as well. The villain, in a full-body leather restraint with dental wear from hell plastered on his face, walked as if he was a zombie towards them. Shuji had already lost a portion of his dupli arms from this villain and his growing metal and razor-sharp teeth. Dark Shadow loomed over the horizon, screeching in rage as the massive silhouette of the bird grew even larger. His eyes turning a blood red and revealing a second set of eyes above the first. Tokoyami desperately fought to regain control over Dark Shadow as he watched Moonfish chase down his friends with his sword-like teeth. Suddenly, a flash gets Dark Shadow's attention. The berserking form of Dark Shadow lashed out and started to try to attack at the light. Tokoyami himself saw what Jiru and Shuji were planning. They were flashing Dark Shadow with their cameras on their phones to get his attention. Dark Shadow didn't pay any mind to Moonfish in front of him and merely barreled right over the villain. I hope Dark Shadow didn't just end that guy. He thinks as he tries to rein him in. Aizawa rushes outside the classroom he is teaching, Shiro, Mina, Kaminari, Satu and Kirishima in to see what was the commotion. Once outside, his pupils shrink as he comes face to face with Dabi. In less than a second, Aizawa hoists himself up onto an outcropping on the building to avoid a massive blast of blue fire that would have been at point-blank range. As expected of Eraserhead, Dabi says, glaring at the hero who is glaring back through his sunglasses. Ochako hides in the main building from what is going on. She worriedly places a hand over her stomach to try to calm her nerves. A loud clang and broken glass startles her as she puts on the green-flamed ring Izuku had proposed to her with. She points her hand in the direction of the sound, preparing to charge one of Izuku's Shiros to defend herself. A hand touches her shoulder and she screams at the sudden contact, but when she turns around it's only Minoma. Oh, thank heavens, I thought it was a villain there for a second. I never thought I'd be happy to see you, Minoma. Do you know what's going on? She asks him. There's a villain attack. I've seen only one so far, but I heard gunshots off in the distance. He says, putting a hand in his pocket and opening a small vial of blood he has. We should try to hide. There's no tell dash, she says before being transformed into a small blue marble. I never said I wasn't one of them, now was I? Minoma says to himself before picking up the marble and putting it in his pocket. Part 1 of 2 has been collected. Find Bakugo, he says into an earpiece. Kurojiri opens a portal behind him and he steps through it to the League headquarters. Izuku didn't feel Ochako's spiritual pressure disappear since the ring was on her finger. The soul link is still active. After dealing with Magna, he changes his attention to Compress, who had already seemingly escaped. He was just about to trace his spiritual pressure to find him when the distress flare flies high overhead. Sensing for who is in that direction, he feels the presence of Aways and Momo, but also what feels like a hollow. In an instant, Izuku flash steps to them. When he arrives, he sees Momo bleeding from the head, Aways limping, bleeding from the back of the knee, and an 8-armed Nomu covered with chainsaws. Deku holds out his free hand, not holding his sword breaker, and forms an emerald green blast in his hand. It grows to a ginormous size before enveloping the Nomu in its light. The blast carves a several-meter-deep trench in the ground at almost a mile in length through the forest. Tetsu has to harden his skin against the firing bullets of a masked villain, the Darth Vader look-alike, and pulled a revolver on him and Kendo. Each blast chipping off bits of the iron hardening, bringing down the time he could hold the iron hardening for. Kendo expands her hands as wide as they will go before swatting at the air, trying to disperse the miasma. What the two of them don't see is the Shiro blast Deku had fired in that direction. Tetsu runs up to the villain and delivers a massive iron-fisted punch to the villain's jaw, sending him flying back. Unlucky for Mustard, it was right in the way of the Shiro blast and he is enveloped and incinerated. That was Midoriya. There must have been a Nomu or something big with them. Help me with the others, we need to go. Kendo says, pulling at Tetsu's shirt, getting him to move. They left, just as soon as they came. Mandalay says after seeing Compress seemingly run off and vanish. What were they after then? Tiger asks, tending to Pixie Bob's wounds. We're missing people. Uraraka was inside the lodge. Her Minoma and Ragdoll are gone. Vlad King says as Deku comes flying back to the main lodge with Aways and Momo on his back. Is Ochako okay? He asks as he removes his mask from his face. I think they got Kaken. I can't find him anywhere. He says, setting the two of them down gently. She's gone, so is Minoma and Ragdoll. Tiger says. W. Izuku asks, his mask seemingly rematerializing out of nowhere. She was taken, along with Minoma, Ragdoll, and Bakugo. Vlad King replies. The darkness of night looked like the light of day compared to the black aura that was surrounding Izuku. His wings spread out as far as they would go, the flesh seemingly melting off his forearms and lower legs. He shouts to the heavens with the anguish of the thousands of souls he had consumed in Hueco Mundo. Being near him felt as if gravity increased tenfold in a matter of seconds, trees snapped in half due to the pressure, people forced to the dirt. A second set of wings materializes from his back as the air starts to burn. One set of bone, one set of flesh, and a third appears at the center of his back. This one burns with black fire only visible due to a thin green border to the black flames. The bones of his fingers grow and warp to massive draconic talons. The mask reforms over his face, this time being unlike anything they had ever seen. This mask had two curved horns at the top of the head, spikes between the eyes and across the bridge of the nose. More horns appear at the sides of the mask as the empty eyes seemingly suck in all the light around him. His swords melt in their sheaths before reappearing clad in green fire in his hands. The Hollow lifts his left hand and scrapes the air, creating a black void in midair. It rips open into a massive void before the Hollow steps through it. The rift snaps closed behind him with no traces of ever being there. Oh, that's probably not good, Vlad King says, looking at the massive slash in the earth. What? On the bright side. No more League of Villains? Mandalay says, trying to make the best of the situation. That's all fine and dandy, but he's going to leave one hell of a mess, and how is he going to tell friend from foe? Tiger replies, staring at where the void used to be. We'll figure it out when it gets to that part. We have wounded and unconscious. We need to tend to them first. Aizawa says, running up to them with part of his coat tails on fire and the remedial students with him. This is going to be a bloodbath. Ochako had been thrown through the other side of the portal that Kurogiri had manifested to aid in her abduction. Having been released by Minoma's compress copy, she's tossed to the floor with her hands bound in front of her in a set of steel shackles that go up to her elbows. Minoma grabs her by the arm and forces her to her feet before strapping her to a chair at the far end of the room. A moment after she had been fastened to the chair, Bakugo was brought out of the portal, having been captured as well. His mouth was clasped shut in a muzzle and his arms were in the same manacles that Ochako found herself in. Minoma forces Bakugo into a chair beside Ochako, but as he's trying to tie the walking nuke down, he receives a painful headbutt to the nose and is glared at murderously by Bakugo. Staunching the blood dripping from his nose with a hand, Minoma rears back and backhands Bakugo with his fist, to little effect as the strike doesn't even make him flinch. Jam. Bakugo growls into the muzzle, but Ochako is able to manage to make out what he's saying. He says you hit like a beach and he's also called you a cunt. Ochako gloats, locking eyes with the traitorous student. Bakugo then grumbles a second time, causing Ochako to turn and look at him before turning back to Minoma. He also said that his own mother hits harder than that and you're just pathetic villain trash, and he also said something I'm not going to repeat. You shut the F up, you necrophilic whore. In case you haven't noticed, you're now my prisoner. Minoma shouts back at Ochako, raising his hand to strike her in order to silence the brunette. Ochako doesn't even bother to flinch as Minoma raises his hand towards her. Bakugo scoffs under the muzzle he's being forced to wear. Bakugo said that if you have to remind us we're prisoners, you're probably the most pathetic villain there is. Did your mother not love you enough? Ochako translates for Bakugo but adds on her own insults. Come to think of it, nobody would love a narcissist like you. I said shut up. Minoma backhands Ochako across the face. The brunette's hair bounces from the force of the blow, but Ochako raises her head and laughs after blowing the hair from her face. Ah, Oh, that tickled. You couldn't even beat off with a strike that light? She puts down again, causing Minoma to shout in fury before grabbing a serrated knife and turning towards the brunette. Give me one reason why I should cut out those miserable bastard children you're carrying? Minoma threatens, pointing the knife up towards Ochako's face. Ochako's taunting expression suddenly fades and grows cold as she glares back at the traitor. Because I'm the bait, and if you hurt me you lose whatever bargaining chip you're holding us for? Ochako responds by calling Minoma's bluff. The blonde turns the knife away and turns his back to them as he speaks. Bait? Bargaining chips? No, you're going to be executed and the brats will be used to forward the goals of the league. As for Bakugo, he will be the next member and you'll be dead. All you are is the incubator to Sensei's true protégés. He monologues. The villains in the room are unaware as Ochako maneuvers her manacles to her lap and manages to adjust her hands within the chains. She starts to aim her hand towards Minoma, who is gloating over his victory. As inside her manacles is the link between her and Izuku, the soul-bound ring that they never took away from her is still on her ring finger. Seeing what she is doing, Bakugo starts thrashing about and screaming into the manacles to create as much noise to cover up what's about to happen. Struggle all you want, you pathetic hero. You're never getting out of those. Spinner shouts over the noise. Inside of her bindings, however, a small green ball of Raysure starts to form above the ring, glowing bigger and bigger with each moment as she charges it. The ball of Raysure starts to eat away at the manacles as it grows, now the size of a small orange. It begins to melt and absorb the metal of the binds into its mass. Giving Bakugo a quick glance and nod, Ochako raises her hands upwards, now pointing at Minoma and Spinner behind him before losing to Zero. Amantes Zero! Ochako shouts, firing the Zero from within her manacles. The blast destroys the binds around Ochako's arms and rips through the room, freeing the brunette and flying directly at Minoma and Spinner. With no time to react to the blast, both Minoma and Spinner are both engulfed by the hellfire green beam of Raysure blasting through the hideout. Chairs and tables were blasted apart, sending splinters and shrapnel flying in the same direction of the blast. Both villains were incinerated almost instantly as the beam slammed into the two of them. The destruction of the hideout alerts nearby heroes and police to the sudden explosion. As the light dies down, Ochako has managed to free herself and is now behind Bakugo, trying to free him as well. As the rubble starts to fall and debris settles, Ochako frees Bakugo from the bindings and melts the lock with the soul flame on her ring. As the turn to face the remaining villains, Dabi, Kurogiri and Shigaraki himself, the familiar zipper of a Descarrere opening in the room relieves the two captives. The gateway into the void between worlds is only illuminated by two piercing draconic red eyes. Before either Kurogiri or Shigaraki can react, a hellfire green glow appears from beneath the eyes before as an ocean of fire explodes from the Descarrere. The inferno engulfs the remaining area of the villain's hideout, incinerating Kurogiri in the process, leaving Shigaraki alone and without aid. Ochako and Bakugo watch as the Titan 10-foot-tall Espada walks out of the portal. 3 sets of wings along a humanoid and draconic body. The lower set is made of bones, the next flesh, and the last fire. Black smoke escapes from the bone mask covering the Espada's face as it turns and glares at Shigaraki. The leader of the league stumbles, trying to get away from the dragon, however he's too slow. In the blink of an eye, the Espada had grabbed him by the leg and hoisted him into the air. Raising the villain to eye level, Shigaraki tries to use his decay quirk as a last-ditch effort to save himself from the hollow. Grabbing the Espada's arm that's grabbing his leg, Shigaraki activates his quirk, attempting to decay the limb. To no use. The decay quirk doesn't work on souls. Drawing the long, serrated and bone-like sword from its sheath across his hip, the Espada impales the villain leader. A moment later, Shigaraki awakens in the afterlife. His soul chain severed and his lifeless body dropped to the floor like a sack of meat. Now that he's a soul, he's even more powerless to defend himself from the hollow. Shigaraki is grabbed by the shoulder and forced to his knees as the Espada raises his sword once more. Expecting another attack, he closes his eyes, bracing himself for the blow, however it never comes. Instead, Shigaraki feels the pommel of the blade press against his forehead. Opening his eyes, he sees the Espada turn away from him before walking to the 2 former captives. Where the pommel had been pressed to his head, a symbol glows a radiant blue color as his soul begins to turn into white light and dissolves, moving on to the Soul Society. Ochako catches a glimpse of the symbol on the forehead of the former villain leader, meaning soul funeral. What did you just do to him? Is he dead? Katsuki asks as the dragon Espada cuts off his muzzle before shifting his attention and staring at the corpse of the former villain leader. He sent him to Soul Society. Through the reincarnation cycle, he performed a kanso or soul funeral on his spirit. Ochako explains before turning to face Izuku and watching as he opens a new descarrere back towards Yue. So he's dead? Katsuki asks, getting up and having the binds around his arms broken by the Espada. Yeah, he's gone. In the afterlife, now probably to be reborn as a new spirit in Soul Society to go through the cycle once again, Ochako explains before motioning for Bakugo to walk through the portal. Izuku, are you there? She asks as Bakugo leaves through the descarrere. Now that you're safe. Yes, but the final battle has yet to start. All for One is on the move. I can sense it. Head back to Yue. It's not safe here. The echoing voice of the Hollow responds, motioning for her to leave through the portal. I'm coming for you, All for One, the Hollow growls, closing the descarrere behind Ochako as she vanishes, heading back to Yue. Meanwhile, across Japan, the battle between All for One and All Might was already underway. The two titans of power fighting in what was left of an abandoned warehouse building that the heroes had conducted a raid on hours prior. Thanks to the efforts of Momo putting a tracker into Kurogiri's mist cloud, when he vanished with Ragdoll, they were able to track the villains to the Nomu creation facility. Each blow that the two titans of power throw at each other send debris, people and heroes flying as the entire block of the street is evaporated from the sheer force of the blows. The faceless villain dressed in a suit floated as if he was a hanged man in the center of the air, looking down at his foe. All Might stood in a fighter's stance with blood dripping from his mouth from the force of the attack. You've come to end me again, All Might. You should have finished the job last time instead of leaving me to die. Would have saved you the trouble and from my revenge. All for One gloats as his arm starts to congeal into this gigantic amorphous mass of razor-sharp rivets, screws, metal and other disgusting materials. All Might doesn't respond and just wipes the blood from his mouth, seeing the villain lord create this combination of quirks. As the two titans of power clash fists once again, above them a descarrere is cut out of thin air, erasing the stars from the heavens as it blocks out the night sky. Out of the darkness, the twin bruning eyes of the dragon Espada appear as the beast comes flying out at breakneck speeds. The Espada blindsides All for One body, slamming the villain hard into the remnants of a steel column that had been destroyed during All for One's main appearance. As the arch-villain recovers from the blow, the Espada uses a sonido to teleport to the side of All Might. The 8-foot-tall dragonoid human says nothing as it lumbers over All Might and instead draws his twin katanas. A shorter swordbreaker-style wakizashi with spades along the spine and a long serrated katana, appearing to be forged from dragon's teeth. Across the field of battle, the arch-villain groans as he coughs up blood into his respirator and stumbles to his feet. The force of the impact with the Espada near split him in half like a bullet through paper. Blood trickled from the gash on the abomination of an arm as the bones had been shattered from the force of the strike. So, the Espada has arrived. Pleasant to make your acquaintance, my boy. All for One says in a gloating manner as his gargantuan grotesque arm begins to twitch supernaturally and heal after the attack. Come to take a final stand next to your pathetic master. How quaint, but you were only an experiment. Only a prototype to my goals of immortality, and a failed one at that. Though I'm impressed, once I end All Might, I'll be taking your quirk for myself. And with the powers of the Espada, I will be immortal and no one can stop me. Cackling as he monologues through his evil speech, All for One raises his hands up to form a mocking image of Nana Shimura's exaggerated smile. All you spew is lies and there is no afterlife for you. You will die and I will consume your soul. Extending his skeletal hand and pressing his middle and index fingers together, a sickly green orb of energy begins to form at the top of his fingers. When I created your powers, I created them with my own in mind. If you were to end me, you'd become what you sought to destroy. Hollows by nature absorb and get stronger, learning the techniques and abilities of those that they have ended. You end me, you'll just replace me as the next All for One. With a voice riddled with malice, All for One declares this to the heavens. F off and die. Dirty hero ender. The Espada responds before firing the volleyball-sized Zero. The beam of concentrated erasure careens through the air and flies directly at All for One. The arch-villain not even bothering to get out of the way but instead sticks his hand up attempting to catch the blast with a single hand. However, he had woefully underestimated the Espada as the beam slams into his hand. The heat from the blast almost instantly begins to incinerate his flesh. Realizing this in a split second, the arch-villain uses an all-too-familiar technique to get close and attack Izuku. Using the tendrils created from his own quirk to form a new arm as well as redemptory sword and slashes it at the Espada. Managing to counter, Izuku catches the tendril-like sword appendage protruding from the fake arm in the teeth of the sword breaker. The hell was that? He almost managed to get past my pesquisa. Was that a sonido? Izuku thinks before wrenching the blade breaker sideways hard and snapping the tendrilic sword in All for One's hand. Surprised? You should be. I came prepared to end you. I know all your tricks and your powers mean nothing to me. Recreating another tendrilic sword, the Blight of Man goes back on the offensive against Izuku. The hell kind of ass pull is that? This isn't Bleach. Izuku thinks to himself, breaking the fourth wall. I doubt that. Sure, you may have a quirk like Sonido, but you're no Hollow. The Espada responds, grabbing Wakizashi in a reverse grip and slashing violently across All for One's chest. With the slash across the chest and stomach, Izuku follows through, spinning and plunging the blade breaker into All for One's side before punching him in the face. The impact tears the blade breaker out of the villain's gut, trailing blood along the ground as he flies back. Why, you insolent little vermin! All for One grunts as he clutches his side in agony. Blood spewing from the open wound. Why isn't it regenerating? He says aloud. Did you really think I'd let you continue to use that quirk? Jiso Shamru is more than just a mimicry Zanpakuto. To be honest, I've never gotten to use it in an all-out fight. My Zanpakuto allows me to mimic and disable any ability that has been used whenever my sword has been released. I saw you use both All for One, the quirk combination, and regenerative abilities, and I stole them from you. Using your own powers. He's all yours, All Might. Send him to the afterlife so I can devour his soul. The Espada declares, sheathing the serrated blade. As the blade touches the end of the scabbard, both All for One's legs and remaining arm combust and disintegrate. I take no pleasure in ending you, All for One, but this isn't for me. It's for everyone you ended. All Might declares, walking over to the former villain lord. In a last-ditch effort, All for One uses his remaining strength to recreate his limbs from the tendrils of his quirk, but the effort is futile. As All for One attempts to counter, All Might flexes his left arm and rears back for the mother of all smashes. With All for One throwing his own attack, trying to take away One for All from All Might, he misses, and the giant fist of the number one pro hero slams into the side of his respirator and continues, driving all of his power into a single blow to All for One's temple. The force of the impact creates a crater near 5 city blocks wide, shattering the concrete like plexiglass. The resulting force from the attack spews up a mile-high dist cloud able to be seen from halfway across Japan. With the dust settling, the Espada stands looking over the body of All for One. His neck snapped so violently it's a wonder that his head is even still attached to his body. Through the smoke, a shadow emerges with a long and broken soul chain that had already been severed. The broken end laying near the corpse of the arch-villain. As the smoke begins to settle, All for One is standing in the form of his spirit, clad in black evil erasure, motionless. Floating as if a hanged man in the air, contemplating his own demise that had happened moments prior. As the reality of the situation kicks in, he feels something grab the other end of his soul chain. With draconic skeleton claws clasping the broken side, the Espada yanks hard, pulling the soul still attacked towards him. With his free hand, he grabs the spirit of All for One by the throat before condensing it into a ball of red light. Opening his mouth as wide as it can go, he devours the soul orb that once was All for One. Is it over? He's gone? All Might asks through haggard breaths, the wounds of their battle taking their toll on his body. I have devoured his soul. He is gone, never to be reincarnated. The espada answers as the bones and wings of the resurrected form burn away. Hey, what about Shigaraki and the League? Dead. Ochako shot a Zero and ended a couple of them, and I finished off the rest. Shigaraki's spirit has been sent through the reincarnation cycle. Hopefully in the next life, he can be a better person. Izuku replies as he sheds the dragon skull mask from his face. All for One is gone, and I don't intend on using the power that I got when I ate that soul. Do you know how disgusting an evil soul is? Like eating that big chunk of curdled milk when you let it sit out too long. Like, All Might bellows, patting his successor on the back as paramedics and the cleanup crew arrive on the scene. All Might, now seeing the people and reporters around, raises Izuku's arm towards the sky as well as his own, symbolizing their victory over evil. Epilogue. Nearly a year since the defeat of All for One, things for the most part for UA's hero course have normalized. Though there was a bit of a skirmish with a villain lead army and another All for One holder, they were no match for the Espada and the rest of class. 1A. Weeks before the start of the second semester of UA, Ochako delivered her healthy set of twins into the world, choosing to name the pair Nanako and Tashinori after the predecessors of Izuku. All Might had retired in the days following the final battle, revealing his injured form to the world and naming Izuku as the one who helped aid in the defeat of his longtime nemesis. As for where they are now, the class has just returned from their first day of lectures to the Heights Alliance dorms. Well, I guess that's about as safe a place as any. That or on Bakugo's belly, Kirishima says as he sees Izuku napping on the couch with his hands behind his head. His infant daughter's tiny body situated comfortable inside his hollow hole in his chest. A small dragon-toothed mask over the infant's face. Kinda weird to think that his kids were hollows at birth. You should have seen the damage that Tashinori did to our room the first night back from the hospital. He started crying and nearly shot me with a Zero, Ochako joked as she bounced a brown-haired baby boy in her arms. His skull-like mask pulled to the side so that she could feed him a bottle of formula. Those brats better grow up quick. If they're anything like Deku, then they'll make my perfect sidekicks, Katsuki says with a grin as a few others laugh. In her sleep, Nanako sneezes a small puff of fire from her mouth, setting the carpet nearby alight. Ida's reaction causes the class to laugh as he frantically tries to put out the fire. On the television behind them plays a rerun of the battle with All for One, displaying the headline of the hero who saved All Might and defeated the Blight of Man. Deku, the Living Hollow. Narrator POV. Kaken, I'm not afraid of you anymore. From now on, Deku is the name of a hero. The green-haired boy yells through a terrified expression at his.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.